to join us. Larry, if you're here.
Well, thank you, Sean.
I'm going to pop. All right, thank you, guys. All right, take care. Bye.
Okay, my co-host is on, Kenda. Just before is Larry on ready to go?
We see him up top.
Okay, let me do a little introduction. And why don't you get a hold of him? My name is Jim Wand. This is something kind of new for me. This is the first lab experience I really had. I don't do a lot of interviewing, so I brought in my entire team for this. Kenda Summers, who is a stage hypnotist and clinical hypnotist from Ottawa, Canada, has been working with me for the last year or so. I have Corey Osborne, who recently helped me produce the Hypnosis Live entertainment section for Hypnosis Thoughts Live this year in Las Vegas. He also has been an intern of mine for the last 2 years. I also have Ian Austin and Allison King, who are great in the area of websites, both in how to increase your SEO and social media, pull them together, websites to make them work better. They're going to be here, plus myself. And we have an all-star cast. We have Larry Garrett is going to be on here sometime in the next little while. We have Jerry Valley from Massachusetts. We have William Mitchell from Springfield, Illinois. We have Daryl Watkins, who is from the East Coast, New Jersey. We have David Wright, who is from Detroit, Michigan area. We have Richard Barker. Richard's from Orlando, Florida, and Richard's from just about everywhere. You know, this man is on the go all of the time, so we're lucky to capture him, have him sit down for a short period. We have Anthony Gali and James Mapes, who are partners in a big workshop coming up, seminar coming up next weekend in Orlando. We have Jason Lynette from Virginia. We have Chris Jones from Chicago, America's Got Talent. That's when you probably heard about Chris, maybe the first time if you hadn't before that. Great hypnotist, great college hypnotist, great all-around guy. We have Doug T., who opened for the Impractical Jokers for some time. He's out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He also trained with me. He's a great stand-up comic, also does a lot with stage hypnosis. And we have Corey Osborne, who worked with me. So I guess what I'd like to say is this. We've had 12 great hours of hypnotists from all over the world. JT hosted the first 6 hours from Japan. Michael Andrews just did 6 hours from Germany. And one thing you noticed if you had been following any of those interviews is that most of them were on clinical. Well, now we're kind of switching up just a little bit. The next 6 hours are going to be more on stage and demonstrational hypnosis, which applies to both clinic and stage, plus corporate, etc. So we're changing the format just a little bit in terms of the direction that we're going to be going. To give you a real quick background on myself, I've been involved in the area of hypnosis for the last almost 30 years. The first years was all clinical. I was a school psychologist. I opened up my first office. I got very busy, very successful, trained 3 other clinicians. They took over the office when I started doing stage full time. This is my 22nd year on the stage circuit. I do about 200 performances every year. I do a lot on the college circuit. I do about 120 colleges, but I also do a number of corporate dates. I do a number of casinos. We also have Wand Enterprises, which is called the Hypnosis Agency, where we do 700 contracts a year for hypnotists. We do about 150 after prom and project graduation shows, and then we do an array of other shows throughout the United States and the world. So that's kind of where my background is. Like I say, we have a number of people lined up, and I think the first one we're going to be going with, and Kenda, if you're still there, are we going to be going with Larry, or are we going with someone else first out the gate? Because I know Larry was tied up in a meeting in Chicago. Can you tell me where you're at with that? I'm still waiting for my staff. Like I said, this is relatively new for me. Larry was supposed to be on right away at 3 o'clock. And if you know Larry Garrett, he has a clinic in Chicago, and he also does meetings one Sunday a month. And I know he's doing his meeting. Yes.
Pick up Corey.
Corey? Okay. Where's he at?
Are you calling in?
Yeah, I'm calling in.
Okay, he's not coming up on the screen as of yet.
No, he's not.
Here he comes. Okay, I think we're going to start with, being that Larry's still tied up in his meeting, we're going to be starting out with Corey Osborne. And Corey,
Hi, Jim.
the background, there he is. Hi, Corey. Welcome aboard. Corey's from Marion, Iowa. Corey is a stage hypnotist. He's big in IT world also. And he's been doing an internship for the last 2 years. I guess, Corey, I'd like to start off with maybe you telling people who are viewing how you got started in hypnosis, any specialized training you took, where you're at now, and where you hope to go.
Sure. So I actually started with hypnosis when I was 15. I have ADHD, and I was looking for a way to control my ADD without drugs because they made me really drowsy. And this was back in the AOL days. I was reading a message board and somebody said, try self-hypnosis. So I went out to Barnes & Noble and I bought a book on self-hypnosis and I taught myself how to hypnotize myself. But it wasn't until maybe 6 or 7 years ago that I actually, I saw a video online. It was actually one of Sean's videos. And it's sort of like a light bulb went off in my head, like, wow, people actually pay for that. You know, it never really clicked, like the business end of it never really clicked. And so I decided that I'm probably the world's most skeptical person. And so I decided that before I got any training for this, I was going to figure out if this shit really worked. So I went out to YouTube and I found one of Shawn Michael Andrews' videos and I wrote down everything Shawn said and everything he did. And I went to a family party. And I said, I'm going to be a hypnotist. Who wants to try this? And I hypnotized my first person at that party using the instructions that I got from Shawn. So then after that, and it worked, and I was like, oh my God, you know, there's, because I was convinced there was some sort of trick to it. You know, there's some sort of, you know, like a magician palms a card or something. Sure. But once I figured out it actually was real. The first training I ever took was actually with Jeffrey Stevens in St. Louis, who sadly is no longer with us. I have trained with Mark Savard a number of times. I've trained with Shawn a number of times. I've trained with Richard Barker a number of times. I've gone to Hypnothoughts twice and trained with some other amazing people there. But it's one of those, you know, never stop learning things. And then when I decided to get really serious about the stage side of it, obviously I sought out you. Everybody I asked across the industry said, if you really, really want to get into the business of hypnosis, you need to talk to Jim Wan. So I think probably for that first year, I stalked you at every one of your local shows.
Persistence is really important, so you did it the right way.
Yeah. And then we hooked up for this mentorship, and man, it's been what, two years, 2.5 years, somewhere in there. Boy, it's been a hell of a ride. I'll tell you what. Everything from you know, just the everyday details of running your own hypnosis business, all the way to going on the road, 2,000 people in Kentucky at the National FFA convention. We've done a lot of stuff together, and it's really, really been a hell of a ride.
So what do you think you've learned from the training that you've done so far that you've been able to apply to your stage shows?
Well, you know, here's the thing: is every training tells you how to hypnotize, right? Every training tells you the basics of the stage. But the first thing I remember very clearly. The first thing the first light bulb moment I had was that you never do a scripted show. That you sort of have some idea of what you're going to do when you walk in the door, but in 10 seconds that can go out the window when you walk on stage and see the audience. And I know a lot of hypnotists and a lot of trainers train, here's an induction, here's a pre-talk, and here's a list of acceptable routines. And if you pick these, you do it in this order, you say these things in this order, and you pick routines off of this list, and you'll have a safe show. And the first thing I learned from you was that's not the best way to do it. I think, you know, having seen your pre-show notes and then seeing the show and realizing that you probably followed 20 or 30% of your pre-show notes. Because the show adapted to the audience, the show adapted to the crowd and the volunteers, and that is really an eye-opening experience, I think, for most people that work with you, that study with you, that have mentored with you. Is that was the first big one.
Yeah, I think and a lot of people they feel comfort in doing the scripting. And I've worked with hypnotists before who everything's going fine until a snafu comes in, a snafu of some kind where their time is thrown off and they're off their script, working the way they should be. So as a result of that, I started out with those notes. I started out with those scripts, but I found early on that I wasn't doing a good show. In my mind, I'd go back every show, and to this day, and I've probably done over 10,000 shows, to this day, I still critique every show I do. After every show, I take detailed notes. I wrote everything that I did. That way, next year, and you'll find out about 95% of my work is referral dates. So I have to change my show every year. For instance, coming up in my spring college circuit, I'm going to be doing something called the Hypnotic Trilogy that's going to be based off Star Wars. But so I'm varying it so that I have something I can follow. So when I go in to do a show, I know what I think I want to do, but like you say, only about 20 to 30% of the time do I follow that. I move off in other directions. And you're telling me that's what you've learned from watching me over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that was definitely a big one. Was the non-scripted show, being able to go off the cuff, reading the audience is a huge thing. You know, I think we've all seen those shows online where somebody did something completely inappropriate for an audience. I did a show up here in Lansing, Iowa, and the lady was telling me that one year the hypnotist made a joke in the middle of a prom show about killing his wife. And first of all, why you would talk about your wife to a high school crowd, I don't know. And second of all, why you would make a murder joke in the middle of a high school show was sort of puzzling too. So it's like people, their inability to adapt to their audience, I think, really hurts them, and it hurts hypnosis, I think, overall. You know, the second thing that I think, another big one that I learned here that I don't think people do enough is the follow-up. As far as making sure afterwards that the client's taken care of, you know, I mean, I know that when you book gigs for other hypnotists, the agency sends out a survey afterwards and says, what was your experience? What did you like? What did you not like? Even sending a simple thank you email, because I think probably the 95% repeat and referral rate is almost unheard of in this industry, and you achieve it nearly every year. And I think one of the reasons is because you're, number one, meticulous about your show, but number two, meticulous about your follow-up. And one of the things I learned just seeing you operate at gigs is asking for the repeat booking while you're still there for the first one. I mean, that's a completely obvious step that doesn't even really occur to a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of hypnotists, especially the after prom and project graduation, and for those stage hypnotists who are listening in right now, what I do is I actually send out a contract prior to even arriving at the site the night of the show. I send out a contract and ask to have that contract ready for me to pick up that night, because the parents who are involved and in charge of the after prom and project graduations, for instance, they change nearly on a yearly basis. So if you don't catch them when you're there, chances are you're not going to be able to find out who's doing the program the next year with a lot of detail and research. Every prom and project grad show that I do personally, not only do I get the contract back that night, I get the deposit check for the next year. And it works out extremely well. Another little tidbit for those of you who are doing the after prom and project grad, send out ahead of time the DVD order forms. You have the person who's responsible for organizing that put that order form in their bag of each of the students that they're going to get when they take home that night. That way, they already have the information for them, and that takes care of the headache of you trying to sell BOR right afterwards, which you're not going to get done because the students are going to be off doing other things.
Right.
That's just one of the things I do.
Yeah. You know, I think I don't know. I just feel like there is so much. Here's the thing. When you go take a training and you have the outline of your show and you have the outline of your induction and your pre-talk, I think that's great. But what you get from a mentorship is the nuance, right? I mean, we've talked about it in your office before, just the turns of language that you use, right? So for example, there are a lot of times where you turn and say something to the audience, but it's actually a suggestion to the volunteers, right? Just little things like that where I've never really seen a training manual that has that sort of thing in it. Oh, you can turn around and say to the audience, now from this point forward, when their eyes are open, they're still deeply hypnotized, you know, blah, blah, blah. I've never seen that in a training manual, and it says, well, that's actually really a suggestion for the volunteers. It's not really a suggestion for the audience, right? Those little things, the things that fill in the gaps between a good show and a great show, I think, are what you can only pick up by mentoring with somebody, by going on the road with somebody, you know, long term.
Well, and you've gone to, you know, probably 100 of my shows.
At least, yeah.
And including the theater shows that we did this summer. And you're right, being there, watching the people do it. And I just got a question in from Jan Hendrickson. She asked, or he asked, or she asked, I'm not sure which, Jan, what is the most important to keep track at when doing a show? How would you respond to that question?
Well, I think it's most important to keep track of, early in the show, I think it's probably most important to keep track of the organization of your committee. And I know you and I have done some work with that, moving around the people that are active, maybe next to people that aren't as active, to get sort of the physical transfer of energy going. You know, and as the show goes on, watching for abnormal reactions to your routines, I think, is really important. I did a show at Kirkwood Community College here a few weeks back, and I gave the suggestion that you know, whenever I said hypnosis, you'd feel a small jolt of electricity come out of your chair. Well, it was a group of farm kids, and the kid thought it was a cattle prod. So he's standing up, screaming, "Oh my God!" Yeah, and so I obviously had to reset the suggestion. As funny as it was, I didn't want to cause him any physical pain, you know, due to the suggestions. And then I think afterwards, the biggest thing to keep track of is contact information for the people that are coming up and talking to you.
Absolutely.
Oh, you are, you know, you're a representative of this organization at a different school. Well, give me your contact information. I'll send you an email on Monday and see if we can't get something set up. You know, so I think there are different things to keep track of at different stages during the show. I also, one of my big things is I have a lot of jokes built into my pre-talk, and I know you do too. And I keep track of how the audience is responding to that, because I know that once the show gets started, I'm going to have to pull the energy out of the audience. You know, like at high school, they laugh at everything. At a corporate setting, they don't necessarily want to laugh at their friends. So you might have to pull them along, say, oh, you know, a round of applause for these volunteers, or you know, sometimes I laugh at things on stage that I've heard, you know, I do a routine that I've heard the same response 100 times, but I laugh at it anyway just to get the audience to laugh along with me.
Sure. And I guess what I do after every show is I have a follow-up form. And on my follow-up form, every skit I did, I list. What was happening with the sound, I listed. Was there any issues with the stage? I listed it. The person I worked with at the time, I found out who they were and their contact information. Everything that happened at that show, good, bad, and the ugly, I list. That way, the next time around, if I had an issue last year with the sound, next year, I'm going to make sure I cut that off at the pass. So I'm kind of preparing from the time I get there until the time I go. I think that personally, only about 20% of what you do is the actual performance itself. Everything else is what happens before and what happens after. And I think that's why I get so many rebooks. My college circuit, this year I have about 20 $100,000 clients. I've been working with them that long that they're now, I've been able to obtain $100,000 from each one of them for shows that I've done, and I'm booked again next year already. So, and I think that all centers around what I do before the show and what I do after the show. My pre-show call. my pre-show form. I get there at least 2 hours early. I get a chance to smooth with the client because I have someone with me, like an intern or someone who works for me, to take care of the technical part of it. That way I'm not uptight when I go into a show if we're going to have some kind of technical snafu. I find out what the client wants, what they want included in the show. I find out if there's anything happening within that college that's big or anything that's happened in the last week, so I can incorporate that into my show. So all of those things, it's kind of like a melting pot of a show of sorts. But yes, before, during, and after, you have to use all of those insights and pull everything together in a ball, in a tight ball, to make it work every time.
Well, and you know, I know that a lot of people in the hypnosis world are coming in from the DJ market. You know, they're DJs first. They have friends that are hypnotists, or they see a hypnotist and they decide to become one. And I was a DJ for 20 years before I started in the hypnosis world. And here's the thing is, in the DJ world, especially in the wedding market, there's not a ton of follow-up afterwards, because the repeat business in the wedding, you know, you're not going to walk up to a bride at the night of her wedding and say, next time you have a wedding, think of me, right? I mean, you just, oh shit, okay, that was a faux pas. You might ask for referrals or give them some business cards to pass out to their friends, but when you're a DJ, especially when you're a mobile DJ as opposed to like a club DJ, your follow-up cycle is a lot different, and it's a lot looser because those clients are not probably going to repeat. They might refer you some people, but the cycle is much, much different. You know, I don't when I DJ, I don't keep track of the 40 or 50 songs I played that night, because people like to hear this, you know, they have their favorite songs, they like to hear them no matter how many times they hear them. But in the hypnosis world, if you're not picking up the phone, and this is, you know, again, something that I think is so important that I learned in the mentorship side is, if you're not picking up the phone on Monday morning saying, thank you very much for inviting me, let's talk about next year, you're probably going to miss it. And if you also, if you don't have a way for them to remember your name, you know, that's a huge thing too, because there are a ton of hypnotists, say at your level, that have the name recognition to pull shows by name recognition alone. Oh, what was that guy we saw at the casino, or what was that guy we saw at the comedy club or on that cruise? They're gonna, you know, Jim Wand is a name that can pull shows by reputation alone, but for a lot of us, you know, we don't have that, so you got to give the client something to remember your name by.
Absolutely. Well, you know, you've done numerous training. Mark Savard, Richard Barker, myself, and you continue to go back to training on an ongoing basis, and along with the mentorship. Why do you think that's important? Well,
number one, I think, is I over the past 5 or 6 years since I've started in this business, I have picked parts of the trainings from a lot of people that I liked and that fit me, and sort of made my own style out of those. I feel like if you train with one person and one person alone, and you do the show that they've given you in the book, and you do the skits that they've given you in the book, that you've got a lot of hypnotists out there that aren't memorable. And I feel like I have picked the best parts of all the trainings that I have gone to, and the best parts of our, you know, 2 or 2.5 year mentorship, and sort of put all those together in a show that, number one, fits my style, and number two, is unique enough so that if they go see another hypnotist, they're never going to see a show like mine.
Okay, good. Well, then why don't you real quickly give us what your regimen is on the day of a show?
So I always, another Jim Wand tip, always be there early. I am fanatical about leaving on time. I eat earlier in the day. I sort of have a policy that I never eat before the show. And you know, if there's food available afterwards, I will. But we arrive at least 3 hours beforehand if we can. I never like to roll into the venue at the last minute. We actually carry our own sound and light rig, so we want to be set up and sound checked and have everything working and everything looking presentable at least an hour before guests arrive.
So you always
and then
it goes with you?
Yeah, Yep, I do have a tech that goes with me, and that was a conscious decision when I started my show several years ago, just because in seeing a lot of other hypnotists who also do that, it frees you up a lot to deal with the audience and the people on stage. So that was a conscious decision I made. I know a lot of people don't travel that way, and a lot of people, I've gotten advice from a lot of people who have told me that I shouldn't, which I've discarded because it's different for everybody. You travel the way that you need to travel to make your show work, and I do travel with the sound guy, and on occasion with a stage assistant if the show is big enough. I always travel with a stage assistant when we do prom season, because we do multiple proms in a night, and so having somebody to deal with the periphery while Ian and I deal with the getting the show set up and getting the sound check done, having somebody available to do the props and stuff, tape the chairs together, is so invaluable when you're doing 2-3 proms in a night. If I was alone, I don't think I could do it, even if I didn't travel like I do. And then I do, and this is again another thing that I picked up from you, is a lot of hypnotists prefer to be mysterious and sort of in the background until the show starts. I find that the crowds get a lot more comfortable, and I get a lot more volunteers when I go schmooze at the tables before a show, especially like a corporate show where people are a little bit reluctant to get in and volunteer. They don't want to look a little stupid or silly in front of their colleagues, and so I think that's another thing too that oh, hi Larry. So anyway, that's sort of my experience with the mentoring, and I know a little bit later we'll probably have something else as far as stage tech or whatever, if anybody has any questions about that. I appreciate being on at this hour, Jim, and I think we're going to turn it over to Larry.
Well, just before we do, if somebody wants to contact you about any of the information you shared today, Corey,
Okay, say that again. Okay, say that again.
Can you give us any contact information for yourself if someone wants to get in touch with you?
Yeah, so you can email me, Corey@OsborneExperience.com. www.osborneexperience.com is my website, or friend me on Facebook.
Okay, we're getting some interference there. I'm going to go ahead and go here with Larry. I don't know why we're getting that echo, so I'm going to kind of cut you two off and see if it has something to do with us all four being on at one time.
Okay, I'll leave you now, but I'll see you later.
Okay, all right. All right, next, some of you are looking at the man, the legend, the story. This is Larry Garrett, and I have to tell Larry something. Many years ago, I saw Larry do a stage show, and that's probably one of the reasons why I got into hypnosis, is because of Larry Garrett. And Larry's one of the few that I know of that actually started, I think, more in the entertainment market, and then moved into a very, very successful private practice. So this is Larry Garrett. Larry, welcome to our Blab today. This is the first time you're on Blab. It's the first time I'm on Blab. So I think we're learning together. So welcome.
It's new to me, Jim. It's new to me, and I'm excited to be here. And your introduction was excellent. Thank you. And yes, I did. I started out actually in a lounge in Chicago called Lucifer's Den. And the guy said, if you could hypnotize me, you've got the job. And that was about 1969. And so I stayed there for 21 weeks, $25 a show. I do 2 shows for $35.
And how long did you start doing stage hypnosis, Larry?
How long? They say how long? About 17 years or so. My last show was in 1989. And I used to, like you and I met, I think we met at Loras College, did we not?
Yes, we did.
Yes, okay. And I had an agent called Blytham Limited, and they would send me all over like yourself. I did about 30 states and maybe about 400 different schools. And it was quite an experience for about 16, 17 years. And yeah, I earned my money that way. I didn't make as much money as stage hypnotists make today, but it was still a good living. And one day I sat at my desk like I am now, and I said, you know, I would like to sit here and do the same thing I'm doing going traveling, because I was just getting tired of traveling.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sure there are many times you don't go home for a week or 2 or 3.
And how did you transition from the stage to the clinical world?
Well, I was trained more in the clinical aspects of stage of hypnosis, excuse me. But in 1970, it was a difficult way to earn a living. Not many people wanted to be hypnotized to quit smoking or lose weight or improve their memory. So I would sit there with maybe 2 or 3 clients in a month, and I would not be able. I wanted to earn a living. My mother motivated me to go into hypnosis as a full-time practice in 1970, and I gave up a lucrative position to go into hypnosis, and I couldn't do well just hypnotizing people in the office, so I had to go into stage hypnosis. But I had always this draw to sit and talk to people and help them feel better about life.
Okay. And can you kind of walk us through, and I haven't had a chance to visit your clinic yet, which I really want to get down to one of your monthly meetings, which is going to come up in
We just finished one.
I'm going to do it very much. Can you kind of walk us through what you do? Because you're one of the first ones that I know of that really got into the electronic part of individual sessions, and it's been very successful for you. Could you kind of walk us through what you do? There's
my counsel right behind me there. See that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that is how I hypnotize people.
Okay.
I speak to them through these microphones here. I do my recording. That's my recording studio right there, and I might as well leave that on for a moment and just have it be in the background. So to walk you through, when a client comes to see me, Jim, the first thing they do is they come in the reception area. I always work with an assistant, Sally, and so she'll greet the person, and she brings them into a room where we have, we call it our library room, but it has a video prompt and actually TV, and we show them an introduction video, pre-talk, if you will, on video, and the pre-talk is me explaining what hypnosis is about. It's about 20 minutes long. While the person is watching that video, I am with another person. So this client's watching the video, I'm doing my work with another client, and I'm constantly mixing recordings with personal suggestions. So I see an average of maybe, I might see 12 to 15 people in a day, with everybody receiving personal attention, because the attention they're receiving is the videos explaining to them what we're going to go through. Then they'll come into my office and sit next to me here. And so we go through our pre-talk, and I find out what they're here for and sort of script what I'm going to do. Then Sally comes into the office, escorts them into a room across the hall. I'm using my hands, I'm half Italian, you know. And so I might as well go a little further back so you get a little view of it. So Sally will take them into the other room. While she's taking them into the other room, let's count it as 3 to 5 minutes. I now swing around to my microphones, and I speak to the person that's already in a room, having been listening to a recording. So I do my induction personally, about 15 or 20 minutes while the person's watching the video. Then I switch on a recording that I've got of a similar title. I have about 500 recordings. Wow. That are current, and that recording then will take them into the hypnosis with my voice, matching and seamlessly going from my voice personally into this recording. Now the recording takes over, and I'm doing my personal pre-talk with the next client. When the next client is finished and they go in a room, as I started to say, I jump back to my first client, giving them personal suggestions. Sally will get them prepared. She's got them in another room wearing headphones. We use these Bose headphones on everybody, and these Bose headphones are great because they're high isolations. You know, you can't hear anything when you're using them. So they're in the other room, and I'm talking to the first client. Now the first client is going to go back into a recording while I do my induction personally on the second client. When the second client goes on to a recording, I go back to the first client and conclude their session with my personal suggestions while another client's watching the video.
Wow.
Client number 1 is now ending the hypnosis. Client number 3 is coming in here to see me. Client number 2 is listening to a recording. I do my pre-talk with client number 3, and when Sally takes 3 into the room, I go back here. So everybody gets about 2 hours of time, but 20 minutes with the video, 20 minutes here, and then the hypnosis an hour. 20 minutes of the hypnosis might be me, maybe 30, depending on what I do. And as I say, I have about 500 inductions that I use, or actually they're not inductions, they're the deepening. And that's how I do my hypnosis. That's simplified, but of course it's that way. But it's a very positive, powerful way for me, because I might share with you, I never have a bad day because my recordings are made when I'm at my best.
Sure.
And so how many times have we done an induction, even a show, and say, oh my God, that was a great induction. I wish I could do that again. Well, I could. Yeah.
So you're doing actually 3 people simultaneously of
Yes, I'm streaming them seamlessly,
right.
But 3 people are here present at the same time, and those 3 people would be consisting of, if I looked at my schedule, and I looked at my schedule, how I would operate, well, I've got my schedule right here for Monday. So Monday's schedule is light right now, so I have 1 person an hour, but I'm taking more time because when that person's in, I'm on to the next person. Then as we get into the evening here, I don't know if you're seeing that or not, but into the evening, I've got like 2 and 3 people, or 2 people per hour. 1 person's been here before. The next person has never been here before, so they're watching the video. So I give you an idea. We have 2, 4, 6, 8. We have 10 people coming in Monday, starting at 2 o'clock, and my last client comes in at 8 o'clock. So from 2 to 8, I've got 10 people. 2 to 8,
10 people. Okay. And how many times would you say you see an average client?
Well, my personal time, well, you know, I look at this one, Jim. Let's say a person comes in to quit smoking. That's an easy one. I always say smoking pays the bills, you know, because they're easy. We know what to do. And yet there's many different types of smokers. So I have approximately 40 recordings for smokers. Yeah. Some people smoke heavy. Some people smoke a couple of cigarettes a day. Some people smoke only when they're drinking. So I want these recordings to match what we're talking about. So I would say I spend with a smoker, 20 minutes is on the video, so that's not me. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes in this place here, maybe 20 minutes there. So let's say I could spend 40 minutes personally with each client out of 2 hours they're here.
Okay. Wow.
But they all get the personal attention.
And then do you have a repeat sessions for a smoker? Is it a 1-session approach for smokers? Do you have multiple?
Well, I attempt to motivate people to come in more than once for smoking or anything else. And one of the thoughts I have, Jim, is I often hear hypnotists say, well, I hypnotize smokers only 1 time and they quit. But we really don't know that because many of them go back.
Sure. And
we don't hear from those. It's an interesting thought in hypnosis, as we know, that when a person comes to see me for quitting smoking, I usually suggest to them, I'd like to see it 2, maybe 3 times, because I want feedback on that second session. If I don't have feedback, I can't say this person's done well. So my motivation is to have a person come back. Also, I say these words. The first time, you don't know me, I don't know you, you don't know what to tell me, I don't know what to ask you, so we're going to do what we can. And we all know in hypnosis that something good's going to happen if we do some good hypnosis and good pre-talk.
Absolutely.
But by them coming back the second time, I have magic happening now. I have feedback. Feedback is powerful. We've created a bond because we've already met. Now they come in on first name basis because we are now friends. And about 20% of the clients that I see have been coming to see me over 25 years.
Wow.
So yeah, 20% over 25 years. They don't come every week or every month. You know, I might see them 6 times a year. Maybe I see them 3 times a year. Maybe I see them monthly. Then another group will be maybe about 20, 30% will come in 3 times. But those 3 times are great referral clients because they've come in and they've invested, and I might not ever see them again, but I've never advertised. I started full-time practice 1970. My training was 68. I've never advertised, and I never seem to lack a full day. So I think that says something about the people who come in more than once. I don't think one time is going to be a good referral.
No. Well, do you think that your experience in stage hypnosis helped your clinical practice or not?
Stage hypnosis? Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. If you do stage hypnosis, you then know, I'm going to give you a great example. You're going to like this one. You know what to do. If you don't do stage hypnosis, stage hypnotists can't say, oh, you're resisting. It doesn't look good to the audience of 500 people. I remember one time working at Lucifer's Den, I said to them, I'm going to count to 3. And I used to work with amnesia a lot. And I do a lot of selective amnesia in my clinical setting. But in stage hypnosis, I always liked working with amnesia. And so I said, you're going to be stuck to the chair on the count of 3, opening your eyes, remembering nothing. 1, 2, 3, open your eyes. Well, they opened their eyes and they didn't remember me telling them they're stuck to a chair.
So they got up.
And they all stood up. And and here I've got all these people sitting there looking at me, what a foolish guy I was. So I learned by listening to my recordings. I've always audio videotaped my shows in the past. I have some that go back to 76, 75 even. And I learned that it was remembering nothing but stuck to the chair was better than saying stuck to the chair, remembering nothing. So I learned in stage hypnosis, my last suggestion is my success factor when I do my clinical hypnosis. And then another factor that I think is great from stage hypnosis is waking suggestions. And when I do waking suggestions, I do those at the end. So when the client is finished and I've finished speaking to them here, I say, okay, sit there and relax. I'll leave some soft music on. I'll be there in a moment. So I let them sit there and acclimate it a little bit. And as we know in stage hypnosis, they're still hypnotized. Sure. I go into the other room with them now. I leave my office. I go into the other room. I sit down and talk to them. And I now start giving them waking suggestions. And I say, notice you don't have an urge to smoke right now. Notice that you can't even think of something negative right now. Notice how good you're feeling. Sure. So those are all carryovers from stage hypnosis.
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting because you do learn that on stage. And people take things very literally when they're hypnotized. I was doing a show in Casper, Wyoming a week ago Saturday night. A gentleman stood up to do something. When he finished, I said, okay, you can sit back down. Well, he sat on the floor. I didn't tell him to go back and sit on his chair. I told him to sit down. So he sat on the floor. And I started laughing myself because, yeah, he did exactly what I told him to do, but he sat on the floor. So, yeah. So I've learned a lot. You think on your feet when you're doing stage hypnosis that carry over to the clinical element.
Sure. You can't bluff it with stage hypnosis.
No, not at all.
No. As in a clinical setting, if we'll call it that, but in an office setting, you could say to the client, oh, you didn't follow my suggestions. You didn't do what I told you to do, and get away with it. But boy, when that person stands up or remembers their name when you tell them to forget it, and the audience is looking at you like you're the fool, you can't bluff that one.
That's why I've learned over the years that you always have to have a safety net when you're doing stage. Like for instance, I tell them at the onset, especially college students, that if I blow the whistle, they'll freeze. And a few years ago, I was doing a thing down in South Carolina where all the guys, it was pretty much a minority group, great group to work with. And all the guys thought they were pregnant and they thought they had babies. And at the end of my routine, I usually tell them, well, your babies are gone and somebody took them. Well, I pointed at a guy, well, they all jumped this guy in the audience. And because they're very conscientious about somebody stealing their mama's baby. And they went right after this guy in the audience, and I had to pull them off. Or from that point forward, I had to whistle. If I blow the whistle, you're going to freeze in the position you're in. So, yeah, you learn. Well, going back to, how did you become interested in hypnosis in the first place, Larry? And where did you get your training?
Well, I'm in my 20s at the time. I'm a very anxious person. I had a lot of physical symptoms from anxiety-related challenges. I had severe bleeding ulcers, constant headaches, my hands would tremor, I smoked too much, and life was not easy for me. I was about 26, 27. And I was interested in astrology. I was always interested in astrology and how that works. I was training in astrology at the time, and the school I was going to for astrology had a meeting, and I went to this meeting, and they had a stage hypnotist there who became my instructor, Fred Chavo. And so Fred was doing a stage show, and I was kind of a tight-ass guy. I said, no way can that stuff work. I don't believe in that stuff, and it was all tight. And so he must have picked up on that, and he said to me, he says, why don't you come to my class as a visitor? He says, and I'll show you more about it. And I said, okay. And I was going to go there and prove him wrong, of course. But what happened was he hypnotized me, and we were just talking about it at our Sunday meeting. And the first time I was ever hypnotized, he did nothing more than a little routine that says, on the count of 3, when I touch your forehead, you're going to go deep into hypnosis. And I could just remember the expectation and anticipation of those fingers getting closer. Boom, how they went. And I'm sitting there with my eyes closed, and the whole time, as you know well, I'm not hypnotized. I could hear everything he's saying. It's not working. And so what he did is he said to me, when you open your eyes and I ask you your name, you're not going to be able to say your first name. Well, I couldn't even imagine that. And I'm sitting there saying, I'll show him. I'll say my first name. And when I open my eyes after he's finished, he walks away. And I remember thinking to myself, he's got a lot of nerve walking away. Why don't he come here and ask me my name, and I'll show him he's wrong. So about 20 minutes later, he comes back and he says, by the way, what's your name? And I says, my name's, and nothing was coming out. And I thought, wow, what's this all about? So 2 things happened then. One is it just really knocked me for a loop that he was able to do this. And secondly, for the next 3 days, Jim, I had no stomach ache. I had no headaches. I didn't feel like smoking. I wasn't feeling nervous. And for once, I was on about 6 medications a day at this time. And for the next 3 days, I felt like something was wrong because nothing was wrong. So 2 things got into me. One is he got me to not be able to say my name, and the other one, he got me to feel good, and I hadn't felt good in about 8 years or so. Mm-hmm. And so I became obsessed with knowing hypnosis and everything I could. So I studied with Fred about a year, and during that study time is when I started getting out there doing stage hypnosis at the local lounges and clubs in Chicago.
And did you end up getting a clientele in your private practice from the stage shows you've done earlier on? When you were
well, like you, I would travel to other cities, and I have this wonderful friend, Dr. Jim Wand, who occasionally sends people to me that he meets at the stage hypnosis shows. And so I would be in another city, and they're not going to come to Chicago often. Sure. But I thank you for that, because every time I receive a referral from a peer, especially yourself with your background, I always say what an honor that is to have somebody refer to me. And I have to say to you that when I was doing stage hypnosis, I created a nice reputation, and I would get a lot of other shows, and I did a pretty good show for the time. You might know Jim Mapes. You know Jim Mapes?
Sure. Jim will be on with us a little bit later this afternoon.
I thought so. Okay. And he and I used to cross paths a lot because he used to do a lot of stage shows in the 70s. And Gil Eagles. Did you know Gil Eagles?
I did.
Yeah. Okay. And so we would cross paths and share war stories and refer to each other. But I didn't get a lot of clients when I would be out of town. But, I taught hypnosis at Wright College here in Chicago from 1971 to 1999. And in those years, about 29 years that I taught hypnosis at the college, I got referrals there because it would be more in Chicago, and it would be more in me teaching them what hypnosis can do and how it can help. So I think that gave me a great start.
And you have meetings once a month at your office in Chicago.
We do.
Tell us just about that quickly.
Okay, we have one that's kind of concluding now. I'm going to turn the camera around here and see if it shows on the monitor. There we go. You see they are in the meeting right now, and they're still in the meeting. I don't know if you're getting a picture or not, but they're in the meeting right now. And we have a meeting the first Sunday of every month, and it's 90% hypnotist, and it's also people like today. We had 4 people come in that have no idea what hypnosis is. We've been having these meetings for many, many years. I've been in this office since '99. My previous office, I was there for 25 years. That was on a different section of Chicago. But this building I built specifically for hypnosis and well, actually for wellness. We have the meetings, as you say, once a month on Sundays, first Sunday of the month. Rain or shine, doesn't matter if it's New Year's Day or if it's a football game, we still have a meeting. And we usually have around 30 to 40 people. That was the one that I've invited you to come and visit with us. And we often have, we have Dr. John Knapp. He's a physician here in Chicago who's been doing hypnosis for about 45 years, medical hypnosis. And not a lot of physicians get into doing a lot of hypnosis. He does. So he'll come in and do classes occasionally following the meeting. The meeting, we sit around a big circle and we talk about topics related to hypnosis and the mind and well-being and things like that. Also at this office, we have massage, we have Reiki, we have acupuncture, we have Rolfing. I have around 10 hypnotists that work here. Everybody rents office space from me by the hour. So that keeps the finances paying for the overhead.
Sure.
You know, I did a presentation a couple of years ago in Vegas about how to have a free office. And of course, it sounds kind of crazy, but we have about 4,000 square feet here, and my overhead is actually zero. So the overhead being zero is because everybody else contributes. So we have maybe, I guess, about 40 people who rent space. Doesn't mean they all rent the same time. But if if you get $20 here and $20 here and it pays for the overhead,
sure.
And that's how I get a free office.
Sure, excellent. Well, we only have about 7 or 8 minutes left. One thing, and I don't know if you have time to tell it in that 7 or 8 minutes, but a lot of people don't know about your experience with healing the enemy, and I think it's a great story. I don't know if you have enough time in 7 or 8 minutes. You can kind of relay some of the things you did there. I think this is an amazing story.
Sure. Thank you, Jim. Well, in 2001, April 2001, I received a call with a curiosity if I'd be interested in going to Iraq to hypnotize a businessman. And so I kind of speed it up because we don't have a lot of time. How fast time goes by is incredible. And so the businessman turned out to be the eldest son of Saddam Hussein. That was Uday Hussein. And so I went there in April of 2001. I'm kind of a naive person. I'm a real trusting person. So people say, weren't you scared to go to Iraq? And I think to myself, well, if they invited me, why should I be scared? Because I went there on my own. I wasn't invited. I might be a little bit nervous. And so I spent 10 days with Uday Hussein doing hypnosis. He had been shot numerous times, and his left leg had been shattered pretty severely from the knee down. And he had what's called a conversion reaction, where his mind caused his body not to function well. And it didn't function well because he had 2 surgeons. One surgeon was Iraqi, telling him, don't put pressure on your left leg. And then he had the other surgeon, who was a German surgeon, saying, you need to walk as soon as possible to make the leg strong. So he didn't trust the German surgeon, and his mind literally took what we spoke of stage hypnosis to not put pressure on his left leg. So 3 years later, he still couldn't put pressure on his left leg. And they had hired Iraqi hypnotist and a French hypnotist, and they weren't doing well. So he personally felt that somebody from the United States would do much better. And that's how I ended up going there. And I did write a book. Original book was called Healing the Enemy. And that's this one here. And the new book is published by Berman Press in Canada, in Toronto. See, the United States wouldn't publish the book because it was all about good stuff of the Iraqi people, how great the Iraqi people treated me, how good I was accepted and received. And so before the war, this was in 2001, and I think the most unique part of this story, Jim, is I was there on September 11th, 2001, hypnotizing Uday Hussein in Iraq when everybody else was going through the devastations of 2001, September 11th.
Wow.
So when I came home, I wrote the book. Took me about a year, called Healing the Enemy. And it's a good book. I say it objectively. It's a great story. It's a good humanitarian story. It's a good love story. And I had about 8 publishers and a couple of movie houses interested at that time because I was the first American to go to Iraq in 10 years legally. And also the story was unique to be there September 11th. But then the war started in 2003 of April. And so one by one, each of these publishers dropped me. and they wouldn't talk to me. They wouldn't publish. And then about 4 years ago, I met Sanjay Berman from Berman Press, and he redid the book. I rewrote the book, and we retitled it called Hypnotizing the Devil. And so it's been rewritten, so it's a lot about Uday Hussein, where the first book was a lot about the people there as well as Uday. The second book is stronger about Uday. And it's a good story. It's a great story. It's done well, and it's also available on iTunes as an audiobook.
Oh. And how can they obtain that?
Say again, please.
How can they obtain both those books then?
Oh, I think either one could be obtained on Amazon.com. Yeah, and iTunes, you could obtain it, the audio version. I did the audio version myself. They wanted me to use my voice, so I did the audio version of it. Okay. It's a good story of what we don't know and how hypnosis can really bring people together. I really had this irrational fantasy that I was going to bring our two countries together by going to Iraq, the enemy. That's why I called it Hypnotizing, Healing the Enemy, because they were considered our enemy, and I guess in some ways still are. Sure. But of course, everything I wrote in there contradicts a lot of the things that we heard that started the war. Even I'll leave you with a great pondering thought about how I was, the media said Uday and his brother were killed, but Uday and his brother didn't even talk to each other. They actually didn't like each other much. So for them to be in the same place during a time of war with a 12-year-old nephew, it doesn't sound very logical, but that's what we read in the media. But the media is not always accurate. So I often wonder if Uday Hussein is still alive, but that's my thoughts.
Sure. Well, if you could give one bit of advice to somebody moving into either the stage or clinical world today, what might that be?
My first thought is, you know, I'm a person of love. I'm a person that cares. Obviously, spending 60 hours with Uday Hussein, you know that I can't be too judgmental. So I've learned this skill, Jim, sitting here and doing stage hypnosis. You know, if you ever saw one of my stage hypnosis routines like your own, it was always about the enjoyment of being with these people. I meet a lot of hypnotists who have a lot of ego in a way, and their ego says, look at me, I'm a great hypnotist, and they convey this to the client. I think there is, if we understand hypnosis well, there is so much, as we said earlier, that's taken literally. And I say these words to my client. I say, if I sold shoes, I would wear the best shoes in the store. And so if I'm going to teach you how to feel better, I need to feel better. So my first suggestion to any hypnotist that wants to be successful, feel good about yourself and convey that to your client or your subject up on stage, and you'll always have great success, as I've observed you doing.
Wow. Perfect. Perfect ending. Well, just before you go then, if somebody wanted to contact you, how would they go about doing that, Larry?
Well, they could go to LarryGarrett.com. That's probably the easiest way, and you could find me there. So if you go to LarryGarrett.com, I have about, I want to say 250 articles related to hypnosis. Hi, Kenda.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
And,
I don't want to interrupt you. We should have Jerry Ballard coming on. Jerry, if you can hear me, if you can grab a seat. Otherwise, gentlemen, okay, Jerry is there. I guess it's working.
Okay, I'll say goodbye, but just in conclusion, I started to share that if any hypnotist has an interest, contact me. Send me an email at LarryGarrett.com, and I have many articles related to hypnosis in different areas of accomplishments, about 250. I've written many articles and many books. Hi, Jerry, how are you? I'm going to say goodbye, and look at this seamless transition that we're going to go from Larry Garrett to Jerry Valley. How are you?
Good, Larry. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Jim, okay? Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead. Sorry, Jerry. Say it again.
Just a second, Jerry.
I was saying,
Larry, thank you so much for participating. You're always so genuine in your giving and loving and sharing, and we appreciate that. And I will be in Chicago to see you in the next 2 months.
I'm looking forward to it. Have a wonderful day. It's been such an honor, Jim, and I wish you well today. Be well.
Thank you so much. Take care, friend. Bye.
Bye.
I'm trying to get my face in the light.
Yes. Well, you know, you look good in the darker light, Jerry, so it makes no difference. You look good either way. You look good either way. Well, we have next Larry. We just got finished with Larry. Now we have Jerry Valley. And Jerry, this is my first blab. It's your first blab, I would imagine. It's a very good way to communicate. I've got a lot out of it so far, and I'm hoping to get a lot more out of it as we progress through the day. And I think there's a number of things that you had indicated to me that you might like to talk about. But, you know, starting off, you've been around the world of hypnosis for quite a while. And why don't you kind of introduce yourself? Because there are a lot of people listening from all over the world that don't know Jerry Valley. They don't know Jim Wand like we know each other. So why don't you spend just a minute or two and give us an introduction of yourself, where you started, where you're at, and where you're going.
Well, I started actually my first exposure was with Sam Vine. I never believed in hypnosis, but Sam Vine from Canada was performing in my hometown of Lawrence, Massachusetts. And I thought it was all phony. I thought that people got paid to get up and do all those routines, but I took 6 people with me, party of 6. One of the girls was an introvert who volunteered for the show and became the star of the show. And it kind of blew my mind. I said, whoa, I know this girl. I know she's not getting paid to do these things. 2 years later, Harry Aarons. Remember Harry Aarons?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
He came to Boston to do the weekend course, and I took the course, and I studied, and I always wanted to be on stage, and I became very friendly with Sam Vine. And as a matter of fact, I used to do Sam Vine's music and sound effects for him.
Oh, wow.
Many years ago.
Okay.
I got into it. Labor Day 1969. Now, I had one book. There were no courses. There were no videos, nothing. I had one book, Orman McGill's Encyclopedia of Stage Hypnotism. So I taught myself. Then I did a whole bunch of free shows. And my first show was for $25 and nothing to do with me. But the next day, the place burnt down. And I did so many shows in New England that the agents would start calling me, and every weekend I was doing shows at some supper club and so forth. Then they put me on the cruise ships. I was on the cruise ships for 10 years. The QE2, the Princess, and the Countess, and I had all the famous stars were on with me: Norm Crosby, Robert Vaughn, the Platters, everybody. Got to know them all, and they came to my show. In fact, you remember the actor Robert Vaughn?
Yes.
The man from Uncle. The man from Uncle. He was amazed because he came to my show with his family, and his 12-year-old daughter got hypnotized in the audience at his table. So he called me over. He says, "Jerry, look at this." So we became friends. As a matter of fact, we're still friends. He just sends me a birthday card every year and says, "Jerry, I'm still under your spell." Then I got 15 movies. I've been in 15 movies. I was featured on 2020. I was in American Hustle with Jennifer Lawrence, and she's gorgeous. So what?
Wow.
And a great actress. So I've been doing this for 45 years. On the clinical side, I'm a National Guild of Hypnotists certified instructor with my son, Tommy V. And we do trainings on the clinical side. We certify for the Guild, and we do trainings in Las Vegas for the stage courses. I've taught probably 1,500 to 2,000 stage hypnotists, both men and women. And a lot of women are getting into it because most of the stage hypnotists, as you know, Jim, are men. So a good-looking female gets up there, they can fill the place and make a lot of money with it. $1,000, $3,000 a show, you know?
Sure.
So that's where I am today. I'm still doing shows and I'm still doing trainings. We have one coming up in March in Las Vegas. Can I give my number if they want to call me?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
978. It's 978-688-6657. Give you all the details on our clinical course and also on the stage course.
Now I know that you've added some additional personnel to your stage course. I think you have Michael now, Michael DeCharlotte. Do you have also who else do you have?
Oh yes. I'm glad you brought that up. In Las Vegas, we do a 5-day stage course, which is tremendous, and we have 5 brilliant instructors. We have Tommy V, who's my son, Michael DeCharlotte from Arizona, Amy Shallow from Minnesota, Kelly Kyle from Las Vegas, and me, 5 instructors doing a 5-day course, which is, and we were the original course. You know, Armin McGill and I in 1998 started the first stage training ever. Nobody did it before us. We started the first one, and as you know, Armin McGill passed away in 2005, so we're still continuing to do the stage course. And we're the original. We have 5 great instructors, and it's a reasonable price to attend.
So
what else can I tell you?
Well, Jerry, why do you continue to do both stage and clinical? I mean, you've done. Why do you continue to do both?
Well, because you know the profit, the money is about 50-50. Okay. I make about 50% on stage, but I enjoy working with people one-on-one to help them with their problems. I mean, they come with me with all kinds of problems: alcoholism, you know, cancer, everything. And I have a master's degree in psychology. In fact, I'm going to go for my PhD soon before I get too old. And when somebody comes to my office, and Tommy works in the office too, and they're successful, Jim, I think I feel like I'm floating on a cloud, because their success is my success. I am thrilled. And when they fail, occasionally, not too often, but when they fail, I get a little depressed about that. But that's why I do the clinical. Okay. I like to help people, but I love being on stage. And I've been in plays, I've been in movies, and I teach it all in Las Vegas.
So how do you think, Jerry, that stage and clinical can work together more freely?
Well, let me put it this way. That's a good question, because a lot of clinical hypnotists think, oh, no, you shouldn't do stage. Well, let me tell you something. If you do a clean, ethical show that we do, we don't do R-rated, we do not do X-rated, okay? And some of my friends do that in Vegas, and I understand they're making a living at it. But I don't do that type of show. Okay. When I do a show, a local show, we get clients from that show, because when they see the show, and they see it, and they think, well, you know, we tell them during the show, we have a clinical office, and if you need any help to improve your life, give us a call. And we get clients from doing the show. Now, in the Erie County Fair in Hamburg, New York, this August, I'm doing my 22nd year. Wow. 22 years at the Erie County Fair. And the people love it. Now, I have trained, for example, Lori Redlinsky in Buffalo. So I promote her office when I do the shows in Hamburg, because she lives right in that area. They're no good to me because I'm in Massachusetts. So she gets a lot of clients from my shows. That's how the two mesh together.
Okay. And sure.
If you do a good show, you do a clean show, and you don't embarrass anybody, you will get clients if you have a hypnosis practice.
So what would you say then, which is easier, stage hypnosis or clinical hypnosis?
Oh my God, stage hypnosis is so much easier, and let me tell you why. Well, Jim, you know why. If you have a practice, a hypnosis practice, and a client walks in, you're stuck with that client. The client could be great, could be good, could be bad, could be refractory. On stage, we have the luxury of starting with 20 or 30 people, and we pick the best subjects. We have the luxury of picking the best subjects, and we send the rest back to the audience. That's why it's easier than clinical. We have the luxury of just picking those subjects. And when I go to Erie County Fair, for example, my reputation precedes me. It actually precedes me. So over 50,000 to 60,000 people have seen my show at the Erie County Fair. So they can't. Now I do the last 6 days of the fair, and they call up and say, "When's Jerry Valley coming? When's he coming? When's he coming?" And I pack them in. At my average audience there, 600 people in the audience, and I love that fair.
And you've been doing that for 22
years. Yeah, I did all the fairs on the East Coast. I did the Philadelphia State Fair. I did the Rhinebeck, New York State Fair, County Fair. I did the Brevard County Fair in Florida. I did many fairs along the East Coast. I don't do the West Coast so much. Okay. And fairs are great to do. I mean, they treat you nice. The audiences are fantastic. And we teach our people, you know, the big money is in colleges, high schools, and fairs, and corporate events too. So, you know, I'm still teaching, and I have like Amy Shallow in Minnesota. She's doing great. She's one of my students, and she's doing probably 5 to 6 shows a month, and she does a clinical. She has a clinical office too. So she does both. You can do both if you do a clean show.
Well, how do you go about marketing yourself to get shows and clients then?
Well, of course, I go on Facebook, and I have clients, agents like you that book me. You have booked me. Okay. Jim Wan, and I get Gary Tyson books me. Excel Agency books me. So I have agents that book me, like you, and then I book myself too if they come directly to me. So we've got different avenues of booking, you know?
Yeah, okay. Well, then let's say somebody wants to start out today, and here's stage hypnosis and here's clinical hypnosis, and they're not sure which way to go.
I would start with stage, and then it makes clinical much easier. As a matter of fact, a lot of people, when they've taken my stage course and they already have a practice, tell me that what they learned in my stage course gave them more confidence to do the clinical side. And I mean, they can start with clinical if they want to and then take the stage, but usually they take the stage first and then they jump over to clinical. Are you an NGH member?
I am.
Jim?
Absolutely.
Are you?
I started out, I don't know if, yeah, I'm an NGH member. I started out, and I think you're correct there. I started out in clinical, and I had to work my way through it. I did for about 8 years before I got into the entertainment. But just like what Larry talked about a little bit earlier, by being a stage entertainer first, it was easier for him to transition into being a successful practitioner in the clinical setting. And I could see where that's the case, because you get more confidence. You know what to deal with if you have an issue come up. You know how you can deal with it with running on your feet, so to speak. So yeah, I kind of agree with that. Now I was just wondering what your thoughts were.
Well, that's Larry's right. I mean, it gives you tremendous confidence, because when you get 10, 12, 15 people on stage running around the stage doing all those crazy things, when you get a one person into your office, it makes it a lot easier because you've got the confidence.
Absolutely.
After, you've done stage will give you tremendous confidence, and it pays very well too. I mean, you can make $1,000 to $3,000 a show, you know that, and sometimes more. I did a show in Las Vegas for $3,500 and all expenses paid. That was fantastic.
Absolutely.
But the average is about $1,500 a month, $1,500 a show.
So okay. Well, you did cruise ships for 10 years. The cruise ship business is a little bit different. I did back in the early 90s. I did 40 weeks straight on the cruise ship. But you did 10 years. What made you get away from the cruise ships? Was there a reason you decided no longer to do cruise ships, or up, or what?
Actually, what happened is there was a hypnotist in California who did a very bad thing on a cruise ship. He was. I want to be sensitive about this. I'm not going to mention his name, of course. But he was caught with a 14-year-old passenger boy in his cabin, which kind of killed it for all of us for a while. They just stopped using hypnotists because of the liability. And so I just got back into my land contacts, and but I just contacted the cruise ship now, the Carnival. They're looking at my brochure. I'd like to do a few cruises. I haven't done a cruise ship for 20 years now, sure, but I'd like to do a couple more, Sure. And so the cruise ships were interesting, because if I did a 10-day cruise ship, I worked one night, 2 shows, 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock, and the rest of the time I had the run of the ship. Whether we went into a port or something, I had the run of the ship. I was like a first-class passenger. It was sure, great duty. And most of it was on the QE2. Oh, by the way, on the clinical side, Jim, if anybody's listening that does clinical hypnosis, I'd like to give them a gift. Sure. I have found a method. You know how when people have a surgery and they have general anesthesia, they normally get sick when they come out of it.
Right.
They're nauseous and stuff. I fix that. I make my client a CD where I show them the relaxation, and then I tell them to say this to themselves. And I'll give it to you now and for your listening audience, okay? If they say this to themselves, this really works. I feel calm, relaxed, confident, refreshed, and slightly hungry. You can't be nauseous and slightly hungry at the same time. And that works. I'm going to do it again so they make sure they get it down. I feel calm. And then, you make them a CD so they can listen to it. I feel calm, relaxed, confident, refreshed was a wonderful word, and slightly hungry. And you know what, Jim? It works.
Yeah, because you can't counteract and do two things at the same time. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So I give that out. And I've had doctors come to me for stress relief. I get a lot of referrals from doctors. My doctor's son had ADD. I helped him. He is now a 28-year-old psychologist, and so he's doing fine. I had a lady brought two girls, twins, 8 years old, who bedwetting. I cured them, and we became good friends. I went to their school plays. We went to their house. We had dinner together. We're still in touch. And now they're 23 years old, and they don't wet the bed anymore.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Well, you've been really successful. Have you ever bombed in a show?
Overall, we're 92% successful with everything.
Okay.
Okay? Overall. Now, the one thing that I'm not successful in is working with somebody that's on heroin. Heroin is such a strong drug that I've had no success with that at all. But I have cured people. I've got people off pot and coke. But heroin is a bad scene. Bad scene. Okay. It's a dead-end street.
What define what you would call a lecture demo? I know you would put that as a question you'd like to respond to.
Lecture demos are great for people who want to get more clients to their office. Okay, lecture demo is usually done for, like, say, the Alliance Club or the Rotary Club. Last year, I did a thing for the Rotary Club, and they raised $6,000, a fundraiser. So this is what you do. It's for a small group, like 30, 40 people. You do a lecture on the clinical side for 20 minutes. You talk about painless childbirth, stop smoking, weight control. Mike DeShalden and I we wrote a manual for the gastric band. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
Gastric band. Now, this is anybody contemplating the surgery for the gastric band. They should think twice about that, because surgery is always dangerous, and we do it, which is non-surgical, where the subconscious mind believes that there's a band around your stomach, and we're getting tremendous results. Then we do stress reduction. We do how to pass exams. We have many law students come to us who get nervous when they take an exam, and tension. We discovered that tension blocks memory, and relaxation keeps it open. So we were 100% successful on that. I had a state trooper recently that works at Boston Logan Airport. What he had to do was a procedure with a machine gun, because now they carry machine guns because the bad guys carry machine guns. But he did it in 15 seconds. He had to do it in 7 seconds or less. With hypnosis, Jim, I had him do it in 5 seconds. He called me up after the exam and said, Jerry, not only did I pass the exam, 2 more things. I came in first, and I am now making $40,000 a year more than I was working. I got a $40,000 a year raise, and all because you helped me. And that makes me feel great, I've helped them.
So if there's one thing that you'd like to pass along to the people who are listening today to this blab about participating, what would be one bit of information? Because you have a lot of expertise in both the clinical and the stage. Is there one particular thing that you could give them? You already did with the suggestion just a minute ago, but what would be something that you might want to pass along?
Well, okay. Let me pass on the definition of success.
Good.
When preparation meets opportunity. Preparation is take a professional course. Now, you know I have courses, right?
Yes.
Training courses, but there are other courses out there too. And some of them are good and some of them are not good. So if you're going to take a course from anybody, check their credentials. Okay. My credentials, 45 years in the business, featured on 2020. I was actually featured on 2020 with John Stossel. Been in 15 movies. I've done clinical and stage all these years. And now I've done training since 1998. That's when we started. And so the preparation is to take a professional course, but check the credentials of the instructors. Oh, by the way, the other female that I've added for Las Vegas training is Kelly Kyle. Do you know Kelly?
I do.
Kelly Kyle in Vegas?
Yeah.
Yeah, she does a lot of food champs. So we've got 2 females and 3 men, including my son and me and Mike DeShalit. So get prepared properly. Don't go off half-baked, okay? I had a guy take a course some years ago, and actually he wanted his money back. And I said, well, wait a minute, hold on, I'll work with you. You know, if I get cut off, it's because my battery died out. But I'm going to do this fast. And I said, well, did you watch all the videos? We give them a package that's worth $1,800. Videos, tapes, and not tapes, but videos, DVDs I'm talking about. And I said, well, did you read the book? Well, I didn't read the book yet. Well, did you watch the DVDs? No. He said, but I did 2 shows and they were bad. You said I'd be good at it. Well, yeah, but you got to do the preparation. You got to do the homework. I said, I'll work with you if you want. He said, no, I'm going to get my money back. So anyway, he canceled a credit card on me, and I appealed. And I told the credit card, I said, he took our training. He took our food because we feed them too. And I offered to help him because he went off half-baked. He didn't know what he was doing. He didn't do the preparation. You know what happened? They bounced it back to him, and they did not charge me back. So you have to be prepared. And the way to get prepared is to take the best professional course. Then the opportunity is to go out and get your feet wet. I got a local guy here. He knows the induction. He knows the introductions. He knows the induction. And he knows some of the routines, but he's yet to do a show. He doesn't have the nerve to get out there and do a show. I said, you got to go out and do a show. And then you get your feet wet. And, you know, I had one of our ladies do a show, and it was a bad show. And I spent 4 hours with her yesterday. We give the after-class support, you know, we give for lifetime at no charge. I spent almost 4 hours with her yesterday going over what she did wrong. And now she's all set to do it right. So sometimes they make a mistake. They think they're prepared, but they go off half-baked, you know? Absolutely. So my answer is be prepared, practice well, know all of the routines like the back of your hand, and then you will progress. And then once you do half a dozen shows, you're doing fine. You do a dozen shows, you up the price, and they make good money. I mean,
it looks like possibly Jerry just froze up. A lot of my
students do.
That's okay. Jerry, thank you. You've been wonderful. Awesome information, especially for anybody out there trying to get into this fabulous industry of ours. I'd like to welcome next to the forum, Derek Watkins. There he is. Coming in.
I hear him, and I'll be seeing him in a second here. We still got a few glitches, but we're working on that.
Have fun, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, how are you, Derek?
I'm great, my friend. How are you?
Oh, fantastic, and I really appreciate you joining us today. I had a chance for the first time to really witness you in action in terms of doing a presentation at Hypnothoughts Live 2 years ago when you were doing one on publishing. Right. And I was absolutely amazed with your ability of being up in front of people, the fluidity. It impressed the heck out of me. So I'm sure, I've never seen you do a full stage show, but I'm sure you do equally as well. But well, tell us a little bit about yourself, Derek. So the people who don't know you, we have people listening from all over the world. We've had over almost 1,300 people now. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name is Derek Watkins. I'm here in New Jersey. I've been practicing stage hypnosis for about 10 years. As a matter of fact, many people don't know this, but I'm actually a trained motivational speaker. I got motivational speaking back in the early 90s while I was at the same time learning NLP and advanced communication skills. So
I can see that in your presentation style. Absolutely.
Right, right. So when I went into stage hypnosis 10 years ago full time, it was very easy for me to make the transition. What I find a lot of people who come into the field of hypnosis and stage hypnosis specifically is that they may have great stage hypnosis training from great people like yourself. However, they may not be able to capture the audience attention with what is called their stage presence. And what that is so important. I would recommend if anyone comes into this, that at the same time they get trained in stage hypnosis, that they get public speaking training. Because public speaking training gives you the ability to recognize those things that you're supposed to be doing that are very, very much relevant to stage hypnosis.
Absolutely. Well, what's your definition of stage presence?
Stage presence to me is a performer's ability to maintain and attract the audience attention. Because one thing about stage hypnosis that's very true, that once you hit the stage, that's when the show starts. The show doesn't start when you do your skits. The show starts the moment you say your name. And what people need to know that when you're talking, because many people sit in the audience and are very leery about what hypnosis really is. So they may be seeing you for the first time and hearing about it for the first time and coming up on stage wanting to be embarrassed, not knowing if it's going to embarrass them. It's very important for you to be able to engage them and give them enough information in that short pre-talk or monologue that makes them feel comfortable about trusting you with their minds. So what I learned to do and teach people is how to be stage present, how to stand there and not only give your monologue or your speech, but give it with such confidence and look like you're having fun that people want to be up on stage and not just come up there to see if they can be hypnotized.
Well, how does someone get to that point where they are confident? What do they have to do?
That's a good question, because I learned this about a year ago, and I learned this from Mike Mandel, who actually is a hypnotist out in Canada. And he talked about what he called the Mandel triangle. And what people do a lot is focus, my opinion, on too hard on maintaining confidence when they really don't have it naturally. So what I try to teach people to do is not only focus on, if you can't focus on confidence, focus on intention. What do you want to happen? What do you expect them to do? What do you want them to believe? And if you can't focus on attention, focus on being what is called congruent. Congruency is when your voice tone, your words, and your body language are saying the same thing and in tune with each other. If you do congruent, you're being confident. If you're being intentional, you're being confident. Some people focus on confident, which creates anxiety. So what I tell people to do, if you really, really know what you want to say, if you know what your skits are, if you're really, really sure about your show, you're already being confident. There's no need to overdo it. Just deliver.
All right, good. Well, and the confidence I found, and I don't know if a lot of people do this, but we have a wonderful tool as hypnotists. We have hypnosis. When I was a freshman in college, I could not get up and talk in front of a group. The first time I had to, I fainted. I fell over backwards. I hit a chalkboard. I got 3 stitches right here in the back of my head. To this day. And I came off of that class that day thinking I'm never going to be able to get up and talk in front of a group. And a good friend of mine was working with stage hypnosis at that point, and he hypnotized me. And I went back up 2 days later, and I did a talk, and the fear was gone. The confidence was there. So for me, one big aspect, something that I utilize, was what we have in our tool bag, and I don't think a lot of people do that. So that was just something for me. So, well, tell us a little bit about that. How long now? You still do motivational speaking too, I think, don't you?
Absolutely. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
What all do you do in your realm of expertise?
Well, it's a funny thing. I'm a motivational speaker. I'm also a life coach, and I do stage hypnosis. Now, I was taught a long time ago to what is called stack your skills.
Okay. And
stacking your skills simply means do the things that you're good at that do not sway you away from what you're good at. So I'm a motivational speaker, and in my motivational speaking, I'm actually practicing waking hypnosis, because any motivational speaker knows that you want your audience to remember at least one thing. If nothing else, aim for one thing. And if you're a stage hypnotist, they're going to remember one skit. If you're a motivational speaker, they will remember one thing that you say. So with me, whether I'm doing stage hypnosis, motivational speaking, life coaching, I'm always getting my client or my subjects or my audience to remember one thing that I said or did that provoked them to want to grow and do more than they ever did before they met me. So, you know, it's a very unique situation that I'm in, and it's a major responsibility, you know. So, and like I said, thank God that I've been doing this for so long. And many, you know, I started out in the juvenile justice corrections department, and what I was doing was counseling drug and alcohol clients. So one day the judges came to me and said, "Hey, could you come and tell us what drug addiction is?" So I went to this major meeting of prosecutors, judges, and lawyers, and they know nothing about addiction. That still reigns true to today. So I'm sitting up there, Jim, and I'm going through my index cards. You know, back in the day, you had these index cards.
Absolutely.
Right? So, you know, you color coordinated them and you wrote them out and you put them in order and you numbered them. And I messed around and dropped them. And when I dropped them, they all got mixed up together. So I said to myself at that moment, with about 100 people in this audience, how am I going to deal with this? So all I did, remembering my motivational speaking training, I said, speak from the heart, not just speak to them, but speak through them. So once I did that, one of the judges walked up to me and said, "Derek, have you ever done that before?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, you should do that for a living because you were really good at that." That started me on my course of motivational speaking and learning hypnosis at the same time, and NLP.
And I think stacking those skills the same way when you're on stage doing a show. I mean, I started out using all kinds of notes, and I got tied up in the notes. And when I lost the notes, I panicked, but then I found that I got more out of the things that resulted from new situations that occurred because I didn't utilize the notes. So I became more spontaneous, just like what you said. Actually.
Right. It's very important, you know, and I respect you a lot because I was always curious about asking you something, which was, what are some of the myths you hear about hypnosis when you're on your travels?
Yeah, and I cover a lot of those in my pre-talk, but you know, the big myth is, you know, that I can't be hypnotized. Well, just about anybody can be hypnotized, providing they want to and you use the right technique. All right, so that's a myth that a lot of people that I run up against. Well, it might be real, but I can't be hypnotized. Another myth is that, you know, and this is kind of an old one, that, you know, it's possible to get locked into hypnosis. Well, it's not possible to get locked into hypnosis. But in 4,000 years, nobody's ever locked into hypnosis. But I do a little, when I'm doing my pre-talk, I said, you know, it happened. What would happen if I had a whole group of volunteers today hypnotized and something happened to me, like I fell off the stage and got knocked out, which did happen in Winona, Minnesota 4 years ago at a college show. What would happen?
Wow.
What would happen? Well, one or two things. One, you come out of hypnosis instantly, or number two, you'd fall asleep and you'd awaken 24 days later, right? So I used humor with it, but just to show them that it's not possible to get locked into hypnosis. Also that, you know, some people think that only weak-willed people, non-intelligent people can be hypnotized. And I found that some of the most intelligent, some of the strongest-willed people, because if you put your mind to something, it's going to be easier to have it happen. And you know motivation. So if you put your mind to wanting to be hypnotized, you're going to be hypnotized if you just let it happen, if you put your mind to it. So those are some of the common myths that I've run across. And there have been a lot of other ones, like you see this, you know, don't look into my eyes, you know, I'm going to pop you right there in the floor. So there's a lot of myths, and they're kind of myths. The ones that come up over and over again, like the intelligence thing, getting locked into hypnosis, things like that. Those are things I usually minimize in my pre-talk and just about every show that I do. And then I always, you know, when I'm doing a corporate date, like I find out ahead of time who their biggest rival is. I was just doing one out in Wyoming 2 weeks ago, and it was a big car dealership. They had 13 different installations in the state of Wyoming, and they had a big competitor. I'll just say Bingham was a competitor. Well, when I got up there, I said there's only 2 reasons you wouldn't be hypnotized. One is if you don't want to, and 2 is if you don't have a high enough intellect. That's why I can't do anything over Bingham. All right, so it was a rival. So I got a big laugh out of it, but it kind of got them comfortable with me. A number of years ago, I was doing a program for Walmart, and this happened in Kansas City, Missouri. They flew me in there. It was a corporate date. I was supposed to show up at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I had absolutely no idea what I was supposed to do. I found it was for Walmart, and about 10 minutes before I went on, the president of Walmart at that time, Bill Fields, came in and says, Jim, he says, I want you to go out, hypnotize Tom Coughlin, who is one of their 4 regional vice presidents.
Right.
Tell him it was a bull to get down on all fours and have David Glass, the owner of the Kansas City Royals and the CEO, ride him. That's what.
Wow.
Well, I was sweating bullets. So I walked out there, and there's 5,000 managers in this audience. Well, I used the thing to get him. I said, there's only Tom stopped, and he started talking. He says, well, what kind of what are you? And I said, well, I'm a psychologist. And he says, well, what are you going to do? And he says, I'm going to hypnotize you. He says, well, you really think you can hypnotize me? And I said, well, there's only 2 reasons I couldn't. 1 is if you don't want to. 2 is if you don't have a high enough IQ. That's why I can't do anything for Kmart. Well, the audience erupts and, applause for me.
Right.
He sits down, and he gets hypnotized in about 20 seconds. And if you go to my website and look at the Walmart Bull Ride, I have it on there because it's a classic. But he sits down, he starts, I had my ring as a fixation point. He started watching it, and he went into hypnosis within about 20 seconds. So I gave him the suggestion that when he came up, the next time Bill Fields took his starting pistol and shot it up in the air, he get down on all fours and become a bull. And I looked at David Glass, and I said, you've done everything else for this company. You're going to ride him. Well, number 1, I didn't know if he'd accept the suggestion. Number 2, I didn't know if this guy would ride him. So I was still sweating bullets. Well, he got up and he started talking again, and he had a clip mic on, and he was talking, and Bill Fields shot this gun up in the air. And about 20 seconds later, you heard and all of a sudden he gets down on all fours and starts clawing the floor, and he starts bucking, and they bring David Glass over, he gets on him, he rides him like a bull, and he gets back off, and they play rawhide, and he brings him back out of hypnosis, and it was a great day. It was $10,000.
Right.
I was only on for 10 minutes. It was a fantastic day, but I had no clue if it was going to work, but it did. So you just go with the flow.
That's true, because I've done a lot of stage hypnosis shows, and it seems that there's one frame of mind that people are always left with when I'm done. You know this. You hang around a little bit. You talk with people. If you got some back of the room sales, you take care of that. But you want to talk with people and make sure that there aren't any stragglers who you hypnotize or who other people say are still in it, and you work with them as well. My last show I just did was a corporate gig, and the woman walked up to me who hired me, said, hey, how do you do that? And I was like, what do you mean how to do that? She said, how did you get them to do things? Because I know these people, and these people would never do the things that you made them do. I said, well, I didn't make them do anything. I think what happened was they got very comfortable with me. They trust that I was going to keep them safe and secure at all times. And because of that, they allowed me to access their mind. Now, if they allow me to access their minds for a short period of time, I can get them to feel so comfortable that they feel like they're dreaming, but in the context, they still feel safe.
That's right.
She said, well, wow, I wish I could do that. I said, you can do that. I said, the truth is you do it every day. You may not notice it and call it hypnosis, but we go in and out of hypnosis every single day. Sure. What you see me do is to do it on a conscious level. You guys know I'm doing it. You hire me to do that. And you first come in believing that it's not possible. And this is why I say stage presence is so important, because this group I was working with really did not want to be entertained or come and sit in those chairs. Sure. So what I did for the first 5 minutes was just explain it in a way that made them feel like, wow, is that what it is? I can do that. Because like you said, one of the myths is thinking that only, dumb people can be hypnotized. But when you're working with a corporate group and you tell them that they are dumb or not as intelligent, they want to prove to you how smart they is by sitting in those chairs. So once they sat in the chairs, for me, the rest of it was easy. You know, it was just identifying who the stars are going to be, identifying the people who are not as concentrated as much, but maybe next time they can work, and then starting the show. What I do a lot of in my show, and people say this, is that I appear to be, when I'm done, and they walk and say, that was very professionally done. That's what I hear a lot. That was professionally done. And I think what that means is, hearing it so much, that I took care of people.
Sure.
That I made sure they were safe and I didn't disrespect them, even though we were having fun, and never crossed the line and never made them feel like they were being exposed. And the way I explained things and worked with the audience and worked with the crowd, because that's the other part. You got two things going. You got the crowd and your subjects, working with them back and forth. I always hear at the end of my show, that was very well done. It was very professional. You let everybody feel safe. And that told me a long time ago, based upon my training in stage hypnosis, how important stage presence really was.
And I think the other point you brought up there, Derek, is never try to push them across the line. What I found is you create situations that are acceptable for them to participate in, and they'll follow through. I've noticed a number of hypnotists when training or watching shows is they try to get them to do something they're not ready for. Well, you start losing them from the stage, and then you wonder why you're not getting the continuity, you're not getting the response, because you're pushing them beyond the threshold of what they're comfortable with. So you're taking away that comfort level, like what you built from the very beginning, and you're sending them back to the audience with an embarrassed feeling and never probably wanting to be hypnotized again. So you're exactly right. You create the comfort of you, and then you utilize situations that don't take them beyond a certain point, and then they feel afterwards you were the professional, you took care of them, they were comfortable, and guess what, Derek? You're going to be asked back. So
they'll ask you back. That is absolutely true. That is the goal. They will always ask you back. They won't take a chance on another hypnotist because they know if they hire you, you will do exactly what they had in mind.
Sure.
Because what I find is when you go to people and ask them what they want or what they expect to see, they really don't have a clue.
Right.
But once they see you, they say, that's what I'm looking for. And when they say that, they always hire you back years. And you know this, Jim. They hire you back for years, sometimes decades. Even though crowds have changed, people have come, the person is still there who does this. They trust you. And the other part is that person doesn't want to look back.
that's right.
Make no mistake about it. The person who hires me, the person who hires you, the person who hires the great hypnotist does not want to look bad by saying, well, who hired this guy? Because then you're gone, you moved on to the next thing, but they're there now having to explain how they messed up, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, basically you're making the buyer the star. That's what you want. You want the buyer to be the hero. Whoever purchases your services for that company, you want that person to look really good. That's where you're getting referrals and repeat. And what most hypnotists don't realize is your referrals and repeat business are where you make more money, because you can start increasing your rates. I have colleges now, I have companies now where they pay me 4 to 10 times more than they could get the services of another hypnotist, because I've proven myself and I have value and I'm worth the money. And I think a lot of hypnotists sell themselves a little bit short. Now, granted, you have to start out making less money until you get your feet under you and you get your reputation, but you got to be careful not to start out too low and to keep yourself at that level, because you're always going to be known as a $500 hypnotist, for instance. How have you found that to be within your realm in New Jersey in terms of prices that they pay for stage hypnotists, how you build that up, how you combat people who are working for a lot less money? How do you do that?
That's funny, because I find that here in New Jersey, unlike in the Western states, people are very headstrong. They really don't have an understanding what hypnosis is and really don't understand the value quite just yet. Now, there's pockets of individuals that know, and those people have probably been to Vegas, seen hypnosis shows, and realize that it's safe and secure and people don't get taken advantage of. But there's a major, major hole here in terms of what hypnosis is, how effective it is, and how safe it is. When it comes to pricing, I price myself where I value myself. I don't undercut If the person wants to see a demo and a promo reel, I send them one. And what I always find is once I do that, even though they went for the person who was doing on a lower value, they choose me because they see the stage presence. They see how I handle the students. They see how I handle they see how I handle the corporate. So they're more comfortable with me, not because just the show is good, but also because the way I'm standing there, the professional look that they look like. Now this doesn't necessarily has a lot to do with how you dress. I think it has a lot to do with how you present. It's an aura. You know this, Jim. It's an aura. So it's not versus wearing a suit or wearing no suit. It's about people looking at you and saying, there's something special about this guy. There really is. Now, how do I come to gain this was doing speaking and stage hypnosis early on in my career, getting some practice sessions in and doing them for free. Now, when I mean for free, I mean this. I'm a board member of a Boys and Girls Club here in my town, and they always have events. They have this huge stage, and because they have these huge stages, they always have, teenagers around. So early in my career, they say, hey, Derek, can you do a hypnosis show? Now, I know they're not going to pay me, but in my mind, I'm testing some things out. I'm testing out my skits. I'm working on my stage presence, and I'm also videotaping and looking at where I can improve. One thing that I'm sure about, and you can pretty much attest to this, is that there's always room for improvement.
Absolutely.
I never reach a point in my head while I'm on stage or off that I can't improve something that I'm doing or not doing. When people ask me how to get into the field, I say, look, work on yourself. I'm an athlete by trade. So I played basketball in college. I played a little semi-pro basketball. So I understand the value of practice. I understand the value of getting in as much practice as you can with the individuals that you say you want to entertain. Now, if they don't know you, how do you do that? Well, sometimes you got to suck it up and do it for free to get a fee.
Yes.
Because every time I did it for free, Jim, somebody hired me back and said, hey, can you come to my school? Can you do that for my corporation? Can you do that for my college? So when I'm doing it for free, I'm not chump changing it at all. That is value. You have to give it like you're being paid for, because somebody in those stands will invite you to their school or invite you to their corporation to do it for them. So for me, my fees are based upon that. People know me. Word of mouth is strong. I have a presence online, and I'm very cognizant of that. The other thing that I practice is keeping my shows as clean as possible. As clean and mean is what I call it. Keep it clean and mean, because if I keep it clean and people are safe, they will come, they will pay, they will trust me, and they will always invite me back.
And I think your idea of doing it free, it's better to do a free show than it is to do one for $300, because you're going to become known as a $300 hypnotist. But what I found a few years ago is you can't donate a show and write it off on your taxes. However,
that's right, you sure can.
What I did find out was you can charge a buyer $1,500 and then donate the $1,500 back, at which time it becomes tax deductible.
Tax deductible.
So,
yeah.
you might as well get because you're out there, you're doing the work. You might as well get the benefit of that. And I found that out just a few years ago, and I've been doing that for entities that want a donation, but you can't use your services as a donation and make it tax deductible. So that was just a little thing that I found out works well. So that's my gift to you.
That's a great idea. I appreciate that. I'm using that tomorrow. It's a great idea.
Where did you get trained for your stage training? Where'd you get that at?
My stage training came. I went to training in New York.
Okay.
But in hypnosis. So keep in mind, I got trained as a hypnotist, but then I started watching videos.
Okay.
And when I got trained as a hypnotist, the YouTube wasn't around. There was no internet. So when my hypnosis training came, it was with public speaking. My stage training, when I finally wanted to get into it, I first got hands-on stage training from a gentleman named Steve Marino.
Okay. Steve
Marino, I believe, is now him and Bob Gamero. They're very good close friends of mine. They're located in Pennsylvania.
Sure.
And Steve brought me in. Steve said, hey, Derek, because when I wanted to learn, I wanted not to just look at a video, but I wanted somebody to teach me. So Steve was gentle enough to not only train me hands-on, but he also took me with him. And part of his show, he allowed me to do some stage hypnosis. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, we was on the road. I went a couple of times with Barb, and she allowed me to take parts of her shows. And what happened was, what that allowed me to build confidence in the stage hypnosis arena, because I was confident as a speaker, but in terms of knowing the safety, knowing the skits, knowing when to transition from one thing to the next, to keep the crowd going within that 60-minute loop, to make sure laughter is also part of your show, they taught me that. From there, I started honing my skills even more by dealing with people like yourself and Richard Barker. I even went to a training with Justin Trans to hone my skills in terms of individual perception. And I do the training at Hypnothoughts. Hypnothoughts has been around 3 years, and I love going to network and talk to various people about what they do and how they do things. And again, and Mike Mandel has been a part of my life. He's the last person. I've been dealing with Mike recently to learn more and more about hypnosis. So I'm always studying. I could be online talking to you about who I'm learning from for hours, to be honest with you, because I'm an avid learner, and I never think I'm not good enough or good enough to learn from someone. I humble myself in that area.
Well, I think the day you quit learning is the day you might as well hang it up. Because when people ask me how long has it taken me to learn how to do what I'm doing today, I say I still learn every day. And when I quit learning,
right.
But you did the right thing in that. Well, I think Steve, he's a former educator, and he learned as part of the educational process, you have to allow people to do things. You can't just tell them and preach to them and show them on board and show them theory. You have to allow them to do it. And he gave you the opportunity to go up on stage. And the other thing is, you've trained with a number of different people, and people ask me, who should I train with? And I tell them, train with as many of the people out there who are successful as possible. You're going to find, number one, you're either going to learn things that you want to do, or you're going to learn things not to do. But you're always going to learn something, and it's going to make you a better person. It's going to make you a better hypnotist. So I never put down anybody's training methods. I tell, if you learn something from that person on what to do or what not to do, then you've earned it, and you can utilize it. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it.
I totally agree with that. It's funny because I don't mind necessarily at a very high level that people copy me. I just say, if you're going to copy me, do a good job of copying me, because imitation is a form of flattery. Because at the end of the day, you're not me and I'm not you, and my personality will shine through whatever I'm doing. So I spend more time sharpening my axe than worrying about how people are sharpening theirs.
Absolutely.
Because the truth of the matter is, there's enough room out there for all of us to grow and be potential successors in this thing that we call hypnosis. So I don't have time to be worrying about whether a person, how they do things. I just make sure I do mine right. When I get my 60 minutes to 90 minutes, be in that spot, be congruent with what you're doing, and not necessarily worrying about the other competition. Now, I know there's competition out there, but I've been in competition my whole life. I played basketball my whole life. I know how to look at a person and being able to attack them on a basketball court and then turning around to play defense and being able to stop them. So I'm not fearful of those things. What I do is try to be the best hypnotist, the best man, the best demonstrator of hypnotism that I can possibly be.
And like you say, competition is healthy. The big thing is that the people are out there know what they're doing, and they do it a way that you do it professionally. They do it properly. They do it where they give people a good opportunity to experience laughter and fun, and also to take something back with them from that experience. And I don't care how many stage hypnotists are out there, as long as they kind of follow that model, there's going to be room for everybody who wants to work in the market. It's the ones that don't live up to those expectations that could hurt us to some extent. But there's so many good hypnotists now being turned out, like yourself, that it's just going to grow. It's just going to build. And I appreciate the way you do it. I appreciate you totally.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, I'm just trying to be a good example, man. I know, like, I follow you. I follow Richard Barker, Justin Trans, Mark Savard, Anthony Cools. These are all guys that I've met. And I can name a few, but I hope I don't want to disrespect nobody. I'm just on the top of my head now. But the bottom line is, you guys are trailblazers and you have what I call a woodpecker mentality. You keep pecking along, you keep pecking along and pecking along until you get what's behind that tree bark. You follow me? And I'm trying to adopt that same woodpecker mentality that you guys have left the trail for. And trust me, I'm still pecking along. You follow me? And I'm drafting. If you, in race car driving, they call a person behind them drafting. And I'm drafting all the people who I respect in this field.
Nice.
And I think that's an important thing to do. If you want to learn, you got to model. You got to draft somebody. And I'm drafting you. I'm drafting many other people. And I do that respectfully. I do that in a way that this doesn't begrudge them or make you look bad as a person. You know, if someone asks me to do a show for them, I'm going to make sure I do the best show that they say, wow, thank you for sending him to do this show. He did an excellent job. We respect him, and we want him to come back next year.
And after people seeing this today, I'm sure you're going to have a lot more people drafting behind you too.
So I appreciate that. I'll take care of him like you took care of me.
Is there anything, any bit of advice you might want to give someone who wants to move into the stage hypnosis arena?
The first thing I would do is get training, of course, get training not only as a stage hypnotist, but as a hypnotist. But they're two separate things. You want to be able to do both of those well. After that, either at the same time or very close to after you get your stage hypnosis training, get public speaking training. If you want to be a stage hypnotist, get public speaking training. Not hard to do. There's an organization out there called Toastmasters. Yes, I did Toastmasters even when I was considered a motivational speaker. I went to sharpen my skills. And Toastmasters is a safe place, just like a stage hypnotist training is, where you can stand up and learn how to present while people critique you and help you build on your next presentation. So if I was going to tell anyone without spending a lot of money, without feeling like you're going to be overwhelmed with stars around you, like I've been around people like Les Brown and Nino Cobain and at the National Speakers Association, get Toastmasters. Everyone has a Toastmasters in their area. Go check them out, sit there and learn, because the public speaking training will hone your stage presence so that when you're ready to do the stage hypnotism, even if you only did one show as a stage hypnotist, it won't look that way, because you will look like you know what you're doing. And that's what helped me. When Steve Marino put me on stage, the fact that I had motivational speaking training, no one knew at that time that may have been my first time. Sure. Because that fear of nervousness or what people, call anxiety never showed up, because I was confident in my ability to engage the audience.
Well, and that's a little bit extra bit of glue that makes you more cohesive on stage. It holds you together, that public speaking ability. Well, listen, we only have about another minute or so. Is there anything that you'd like to share in terms of how people can get a hold of you if they'd like to talk to you? Do you have any upcoming seminars, anything you want to share with the listening audience? This is a good time to do that.
People can reach at me at two spots, DerrickWatkins.com, that's DRRICK, Watkins.com. Also at the world's coolest hypnotist.com. I'm also working on a stage presence book currently. I'm going to put that together. I should have that done in a couple of months from now, if not short. I'm working on that right now as we speak. And I'm all over the place. I'm not hard to find. I'm on Facebook. I'm doing stage presence training starting this year with hypnotists and anyone who is a hypnotist now and want to improve their monologues and pre-talk by adopting some skills as a public speaker, and people coming into the field as hypnotists who want to go into the stage hypnosis area. So stay tuned for that very shortly. You'll be hearing a lot from me on those two areas.
Well, and even with all the experience I've had, you might hear from me. I
appreciate that, Jim. I appreciate that, my friend.
Well, listen, I really appreciate you coming on today. You shared a lot of useful information, and I look forward to many years of seeing your name out there in the stars.
Thank you, my friend. Take care.
All right, you too. Bye now.
Right. Bye-bye.
And I think we have Miss Kenda Summers coming on. And by the way, I should tell you, Kenda, if it wouldn't be for her, She's been in my office now for about 1.5 years. If it wouldn't be for her, I wouldn't be doing this. I mean, she organized everything. She put it together. She's just sitting there looking pretty right now, but it wouldn't be for her. This wouldn't be anything. So, Kenna, do you have anything you wanted to say to anybody here before we introduce the next person?
No, we'll just keep things rolling because you're doing a fantastic job. Derek, thank you. We love you. You're fantastic. I'd like to welcome up next Mr. William Mitchell.
Very good. William Mitchell is going to be joining us. William, I actually met William a few years ago, waiting as he clicks up here. William is a very interesting individual, and I don't want to talk about him until I actually see him. So hopefully he'll be zoning in here soon. We got the audio only.
Audio only.
Do you have your camera on, William? Sometimes it takes a bit to get everybody back on the same page. We're looking at this. I think I'm having Ken is going to jump back on here and tell me if there's anything going on. Is there anything happening with William?
Not that I'm aware of. He's not really communicating, so I'm not sure if there's anything going on. I know he had to leave his house and go to the office because he said his signal was poor. I wonder if we could pull somebody else up. David Wright, are you out there? You're up next. If you're available, grab the open seat and Jim will begin his interview with you.
Well, I'll kind of wait for a minute. I got a few things I can share with the audience that we're waiting to see if one of them come in. But if you can work behind the scenes, I certainly appreciate it. And I'll share a few things with the audience as we're waiting for that. Thank you, Kenda.
Absolutely.
We've had a number of people come on right now, and basically stage hypnosis and clinical hypnosis, sometimes we have a tendency to butt heads. And I found that stage and clinical can work hand in hand to, number one, promote the industry, to number two, like what Larry said and what Jerry said, is that doing stage hypnosis, you develop a new confidence level. You go into a situation with one-on-one and you think on your feet. You're never thrown a curve that you can't handle. I find that every time something happens to me on stage, turns into an opportunity. Years and years and years ago, I took pictures with a Polaroid camera. Well, I didn't start taking pictures. What happened was I was at a show and somebody was sitting next to the edge of the stage and they took a picture with a Polaroid camera, and I took that picture and I used it as part of my post-hypnotic suggestion. Well, it worked out so well that from that point forward, I took a Polaroid camera with me. I take pictures of people, and at the end of the show, I said, "You think you would ever dance with a broom?" And the guy said, "Well, absolutely not." I pulled out the Polaroid picture. There he was, dancing with the broom. So it was proof of what he did. It was kind of funny. It added to it, and it was one more tool in my bag. So I guess from what Derek said just a bit ago is that you have to have many tools. The motivational speaking, public speaking as part of that, and Toastmasters doesn't cost a penny to join. You get a time to practice in front of people that you become comfortable with, and things happen for a reason, and they move you forward. Well, I'm going to go ahead and try to move forward here. It looks like William's not going to be able to jump with us. So we're going to introduce David Wright. Hi, David. How are you doing?
Good, Jim. How are you?
Absolutely fantastic. Let me tell you a bit about David. And if I mess up, you can let me know, David. But David's
not a problem.
You're from the Detroit, Michigan area.
I am.
And tell us a little bit about yourself, because I can do it, but I think you can do a better job.
Sure. Well, again, my name is David Wright. I am currently the clinical director of an outpatient therapy clinic. We're located in Taylor, Michigan, which is a southern suburb of Detroit. I've been practicing clinically for almost 25 years now. I'm a licensed professional counselor in addition to being a certified hypnotist. And I'm taking a little bit different approach here as far as a lot of the guests that we've had on so far, is that I've been doing clinical for many years, but I'm just recently getting into the entertainment stage portion of it. So I probably have a little bit fresher, newer approach on it, let's say that.
Okay. And Well, how did you get hypnotized? Like, you have a very, tell us what you do in your clinic. You're a counselor, you do, and you have
I'm a licensed professional counselor. I'm the clinical director as well. I do, you know, in addition to doing traditional therapy, I'm the only hypnotist in our office, so I'm pretty busy as far as my hypnosis clients go. But again, a lot of clinical issues, anxiety, depression, weight loss, smoking cessation, pretty much everything that hypnotists can help. I do that in our office as well.
And what made you decide to get trained as a hypnotist to work to do it clinically?
Well, you know, it's funny you say that, and again, this may be a little for the traditional therapists out there. This may be a little bit of heresy, but you know, I've spent years and years, you know, since even before I went to school. I minored in psychology. My master's is in counseling. I worked for many summers as a camp counselor, volunteering, and as I got into the therapy of it, you know, I felt like I spent a lot of time talking to clients, and after 10, 20, 30 sessions, you just didn't see a lot of progress sometimes. And you know, that could be the fault of me. It could be the fault of the client. You know, again, there are a lot of questions on why that would happen. But after doing that for so long, I thought there's got to be a quicker way to get to these issues. There's got to be a quicker way to resolve some of these underlying things that are going on. And that's when I got interested in hypnosis. And again, started out again just watching online, just finding whatever I could online and watching it, and just kind of soaking that information in, and just decided I thought that would be a useful tool for me, more useful than what I've been doing, and that's how I kind of made the transition to do that.
And your success rate with the clients that you dealt with, once you added hypnosis to your tool bag, did it go up at all? Did it stay about the same? Was it faster?
It went up exponentially. It went up. It's almost like I had a different career at that point. It's almost like just transformed. And you know, even just the client responses and referrals, the whole thing opened up, and it was like a brand new world.
And what does your professional colleagues think of you working with hypnosis?
What does who think?
Your professional colleagues, the people you work with on a daily basis.
You know what? It's funny you say that, because you know, in our clinic, the clinic that I'm the director at, we have 10, 11 therapists right now. We have a psychiatrist on staff. We have 6 office staff. So it's a pretty sizable clinic, and I get differing reactions. You know, a lot of the traditional psychologists that we have on staff are maybe not so accepting of it. Again, that they appreciate it, but I don't think they quite understand it. And I think that's the biggest issue for many of people. They don't understand it. So if you don't understand something, you're going to be skeptical about it.
Sure. Well, then you made the big step. You went from how long were you doing the hypnosis in your office before you decided to look at the stage, and why did you decide to look at the stage?
Well, I've been doing it for many years. In fact, even before I was certified as a hypnotist, I was always using meditation and guided imagery and all of the components that make up hypnosis. You know, I was using that from the get-go because I found those were very useful tools. You know, I just became more interested in the show side of it in the last year and a half, 2 years. I started watching things online, again, watching everything I could get my hands on. I watched online from you to, you know, some of the big ones were you and Mark Savard and Richard Barker, and watching all of these things online, I just became honestly, I became obsessed with it. I thought, I want to do this. This is something, I mean, I know how to hypnotize people. I do it every day. I want to take this to another level.
Well, and you decided to come to the Powerhouse Summit last March. In Iowa, that myself and Sean and Richard put together this program. Why did you decide to come to our training, would you say?
Well, it's funny because I've been online looking for a training. I've been searching around thinking I got to do a training. I want to get with somebody who knows what they're doing. I want to learn how to do this. You know, so I was following numerous people, and I ended up emailing Richard at some point. I think probably I emailed him 4 or 5 times over the end of the prior year. And then right about maybe November, December, this Powerhouse opportunity popped up. He said, this sounds like it's be perfect for what you're looking to do. So that's how I kind of got connected with you, and then also with Sean.
And you actually, how long after you went back from the training did you do your first show?
Within a couple of months.
Yes. And now you have the confidence. You're still doing shows.
Still doing shows. In fact, I just did one a couple weeks ago, a corporate event for a mortgage company. Did their holiday gathering.
And how is it? Okay, the stage now, has that made you any different in utilizing hypnosis in your office? Has it changed your approach?
Most definitely does. I think it's approaching it from a different angle. I think you learn so much, not more necessarily, but different when you're on stage. You have to handle things on the fly, and you're not focused just on one person. You're focused on 10, 20, 25 at the same time. So it's a lot different, and you got to be a lot quicker with things. You got to be on top of things much faster and be aware of what's going on. When you're one-on-one, you're just focused on one person. It's kind of, it's easy to stay right in tune with that person.
Right. But have you been more flexible then when coming back one-on-one then? Did they can't throw you any curves? You can handle anything?
Oh, most definitely. And again, it's almost like even in individual sessions, and when I'm doing clinical hypnosis, abreaction used to be a bad word. It's like, oh, you never wanted to see that. But that's when I see that, it's like, all right, we have a reaction. We have some kind of emotion coming out from this. And as soon as that comes up, that's great, because I can take that and use it and make it work for the client.
So you've gone from the traditional counseling to the therapeutic hypnosis, and now the stage. Now that was another big step in terms of your professional colleagues. Now you're doing it for entertainment. How did they respond to that, and how did you respond to them?
I think it started out being an amusement for them, like, oh, this is funny. But once they started seeing it, once they started seeing videos, and I actually did a Halloween party back in October that my whole staff was invited to. So they got to see it live and in action. And the great thing is that from that Halloween party, I think I ended up getting 3 individual clients from that, just from being there and seeing that.
Absolutely. Well, have you found that, and that's a big thing with what I tell people, the stage part of it, if you really want to build your private practice and you do it in an ethical way, professional way, you're going to draw people to you one-on-one. We're doing some of that back here right now. I haven't done clinical for a long time. Kendra Summers, who's here in the office, she opened up an office, so we kind of partnered up. And my exposure to the hometown community, we have all kinds of people wanting to come in one-on-one, because I hadn't done that for a long, long time. They saw me from my exposure on stage. So
absolutely.
Do you use you go out and do any demonstrations in the community other than stage? Have you done any of that yet? Or
well, it's funny, because again, I'm approaching this, and again, we've had a lot of great speakers on so far. I mean, again, between you and just even in the past few hours, people have been on television shows and movies, doing cruise ships and doing, major colleges. And I know you do more than, 200-300 dates a year. So I'm a little bit different, because I'm coming at it where I'm right in that beginning stage. So maybe I have a little bit of different reference on it. But for me, it's not just because I'm not doing a show at a place. Let's say I did a show a couple of weeks ago for this mortgage company. That was an event. That was a show. I went there. But I've had opportunities to do shows. I'll give you a good example. I was on a layover coming back from Hypnothoughts back in August. Ended up being like a 6 or 8 hour layover due to a flight delay. I ended up having 6-7 people in the waiting area in the airport, in the concourse, hypnotized with probably 30 people watching. Again, it just turned into an opportunity where you start talking, and we do it, and there are opportunities like that everywhere. Anytime I'm at a holiday party, a family gathering, anywhere where there's people, even if I don't necessarily actually do hypnosis, I'm making contacts. In fact, I was just at a Christmas party or New Year's party, New Year's Eve party, made contact with someone who was the president of a school board for a major community here in the Detroit area. So automatically now she has my card and my information, and we have the school board and the district now that I have opportunity to do something for.
Well, and you have to look at this. A lot of people look at that. What can you do for that school district? One, most people don't realize this, but every school district has to do at least 2 in-services a year.
Yeah.
Well, you can take a motivational message and take hypnosis as part of that. Like we're going to have Anthony Galley talking a little bit later on this afternoon, and he does a lot of corporate work, and he does exactly that. Now, he doesn't even call it hypnosis, but he utilizes that in a corporate setting. So in the school system, you have the teacher in service, you have the after prom, you have the project graduation, and then you have other times where maybe the staff wants an entertaining program, or the superintendent wants a motivational program for the staff. So you got 5 different ways to market yourself with one person. So you're doing it.
Absolutely.
And you're not only you're making people aware, which is, I think, something we have to continually do as hypnotists to promote our profession. Number 2, you're becoming more confident in the process. Number 3, you're walking the talk. You're walking the talk. A lot of people don't. They don't walk the talk. You're walking the talk. You're walking the walk. You're putting together. So what do you? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's interesting because I just finished watching Derek and I saw his presentation at Hypnothoughts as well. But his whole focus as far as having a presence, having a presence on stage, and knowing how to talk to people. I mean, anybody can follow a script and repeat words and go through that rote process, but in order to kind of connect with people, you just have to do it. You just have to start doing it.
And were you comfortable with getting up in front of groups prior to going out with the stage?
Well, I was fairly confident. I had some way back in history. I was a speech minor in college. I was also at the time. It was a fairly small university. It was Cornerstone University in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where I did my undergrad. But I was the junior class president. I ran for student body president. I was involved in student council. So I was comfortable being in front of groups. I also worked right out of college for a couple of years as a youth pastor in my area, way back. It seems like 100 years ago now. But again, I'm used to being in front of people, but talking to people and entertaining, and there are 2 different things there.
Sure, absolutely. Well, where do you see yourself going from here in terms of the hypnosis?
Oh, I just see it. The sky's the limit at this point. Again, I'm looking at what a transformation I've had just in less than 12 months as far as what I'm doing and what I'm the opportunities I've had, and I just see that blowing up. I'm just going to continue to push and do more and more and just build it. That's I'm excited and just I really can't wait to see what the future has.
And I respect you for that. And because of that respect and where you come from and your background, what is there anything that I can do? Because I'm always wanting to improve myself. We had the Powerhouse Summit training for the first time.
Yeah. What
can I do next time around to make it even more beneficial for you or someone coming in to take a training in hypnosis? What could I do? Is there anything that I could add to it? Anything I could duplicate? Anything I could do that would have helped you even more?
I think what would be the most helpful thing is just practice, just doing it, just being on stage in front of people. And here's the thing too, and I'm open to improvement. And again, I think Derek even mentioned this in his segment. You always have to be open to improve. You have to analyze yourself. In fact, everything I've done in the past, well, since the Powerhouse Summit, everything that I've done, I've taped. Even when I was doing this airport thing in the concourse, I had somebody taping it on their cell phone and sending it to me so I would have it.
Absolutely.
Just you have to examine and look at what you're doing. That's the only way to improve. And you have to be open to suggestions. That's the big thing too. If you're not open to somebody giving you feedback, then you don't want to improve.
Yeah. And I guess I took that for granted during this last training. People want to learn how to market themselves too, but until they become successful on stage, they don't have anything to market. So your idea,
exactly.
Yeah. So this next time around, I'm going to spend a lot more time on creating scenarios on what could happen on stage, having people get up there more, and actually running through it, like spending twice as much time on stage as we did even last time. But that's a good comment. I appreciate that.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Sure. And again, it gives people the practical experience of handling things on stage. I mean, here's the thing. You're always going to have challenges no matter what you do. And it's how you handle those. And you have to experience them to know what to do with them. Otherwise, you're just kind of guessing. You can have somebody tell you, but until you do it and have to deal with it, that's the best way to learn it.
Absolutely. Well, as a
Yeah.
professional counselor, when you use hypnosis, when somebody comes in, do they come in for hypnosis, or do they come into you for a counseling session and you utilize hypnosis as part of that session? How does that normally work?
They do actually both. And again, we get into the whole, you know, I don't know if it's an ethical question, but there's a whole issue now of most insurance companies won't cover hypnosis as a therapy. They won't cover hypnotherapy. It's not reimbursable. So, you know, I have a lot of clients that come in, let's say for depression or anxiety. Those are the big populations that I deal with right now. They come in because of that issue, because they have insurance, and then we can bill it and get paid for it. But then I utilize the hypnosis during that session because it's just a great tool to use.
So, so then you can get reimbursed if you use it as part of the session, but you don't have them coming in for just hypnosis.
Just that, yeah. And again, that's the whole ethical dilemma, that because I can tell somebody, I know we're going to do hypnosis, but we can't. It's just like you can't just say this is just what we're doing.
Sure. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's a challenge. But I do get, again, a majority of my clients are just hypnotherapy clients that come in specifically for hypnosis. So. And
then they're coming in. They're not getting it. They're not getting it paid for by an insurance company. They're paying for it straight out.
They're paying cash.
Hypnosis. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, what else would you like to talk about? Because I've asked you questions.
Let me address the hypnosis in the clinic setting as well. I know we're kind of stealing more of a stage, but this comes from that. I think that some of the best referrals I've had are from people who have met me or seen me doing stage performance. One of the advantages of that is, one, they've already seen you. They kind of know you. They know your personality. They already know they like you. And at that point, that whole beginning interaction in a clinic setting is already taken care of. They've seen also what you can do on stage with people. They've seen what can happen with hypnosis. So they're already sold. You don't have to sell them once they get there because they know what they're coming in for. So that's the big advantage of getting referrals from stage. So
if you could leave anybody wanting to get involved, again, I ask everybody this, one thing that they should do, that they should look at, what would that one piece of advice be?
Oh boy, it's hard to limit it to one. In general, maybe I'll try and limit it, but I won't go too far. One is watch everything you can find on hypnosis. Whatever you want to do, watch as much as you can. Find everything out there that you can. You're going to see some great hypnotists out there. You're going to see some not so great ones, but that's what you want to see. You want to see the difference and know what they are, because the more information you can bring in and assimilate, the better you're going to be able to do it yourself. Absolutely. So watch everything that you can watch. The other thing, and again, this would add to that, is just start doing it. Anytime you're interacting with somebody, it's an opportunity to bring up hypnosis, do hypnosis, or get somebody to be interested in it.
And what was the first show that you did then? The first
would have been actually the summertime when I did the Galena show down at the theater, down with you. Yeah.
And you know what? That was the first show you did. And you looked
from beginning to end, yes.
Yeah, you looked extremely confident.
Yeah.
So you had to put together. You had the package started before you even came down. We had a small theater in Galena last year where we had a number of hypnotists come in and work. And I mean, you from the get-go, you're right on top of it. So I knew that you're going to walk out of there and you're going to do well. Plus, like you say, and like Derek said, look at as many people as you can, learn what you want and what you don't want, and you're going to learn from everybody. It's as simple as that. So
yeah, absolutely.
Well, we're going to. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's just been really a great 10 months just learning and just doing something new, and something that, I mean, in addition to being fun, it is fun. It's fun to be on stage. It's fun to do hypnosis and to show how it works and let people have fun. But you're also, again, you're planting seeds with these people. I mean, you may have somebody who, I'll give you an example. I had a gentleman when the last show that I did for this corporate event. He was a huge Michigan fan here in Michigan. And if you know Michigan, there's a Michigan State rivalry here. That's, you're either maize and blue or you're green and white. There's one or the other. So this guy was a huge Michigan fan. So I had him, under hypnosis, I had him say that he hated Jim Harbaugh and hated the Wolverines and was a big Spartan fan. So the people that were there were just amazed because they knew what a fanatic this kid was. And afterwards, probably 10 people came up saying, well, I've seen how this works. I've seen what this can do. I want to use it for something in my life. And at that point, I had, of course, and I'll use one of Richard's favorite things, back of room sales. I ended up just clearing out everything I had was gone from that show. Everything I brought got purchased and was gone because people then wanted to stop, quit smoking, losing weight, be less anxious, perform better professionally, and it just goes from there. It's just like an explosion once you do that.
Well, I think one thing too, are you willing to talk to other people who are in the same kind of profession as you as to how to get started, the pros and the cons?
Oh, most definitely. I would be happy to. And again, I have a little bit, like I said, a little bit different approach here because I haven't been doing this for 30 years.
Yes, I like.
So, and I think a lot of the beginning hypnotists, at least people who are beginning to do staged, it can be intimidating, and it can be like, well, I hear all of these guys that have been doing this for 30 years and been on TV, and it's like, I'm nowhere near that. But now you have somebody who's kind of in the beginning stages, who's just starting to be successful, and that definitely I would have a different perspective.
Well, what I see too with you, David, the passion. I saw that one with you, and that passion is something that you can't learn, you can't teach. It's there. You have the passion. You're going to be successful. I absolutely know it. So,
and I think the big thing I remember too, Jim, is when we were getting ready for that Powerhouse Summit, there was a questionnaire that went out that said, okay, so what areas do you think you'd want to do when we have a show or when we get on stage? And I said everything. I want to do everything that's possible.
You did, and you were
have to do everything.
You were the
only real? The only one.
You said they want to do everything. Well, maybe you'll get a chance to come back. We're going to do it again in June. And
most definitely
become more of the star. Well, if anybody wants to get in touch with you, what kind of contact information are you willing to share?
I'm going to put my link for my websites, both of them, for the for my entertainment and also the clinic website. And I'll put it into the chat bar right now, and you can feel free to contact me at either of those places. If they go to the website, the emails will be in there to contact me. Well, and phone information.
I'm going to put Kenda on here. She might want to say something to you before you take off. But
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I want to talk to Kenda.
We'll see if we can get her hooked in here. And you were very great.
Kenda, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
It's good seeing you again.
Absolutely. Good seeing you too. You did a fabulous talk here. This was great. Very, very
interesting. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us. Jim, we're going to switch things up a little bit here. Richard Barker, we're going to say goodbye to David.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Bye, David.
Talk to you soon.
Richard Barker is going to be joining us, and Corey is going to take over your hosting duties so that you can have a bite to eat. Corey bought dinner, so you can come on out and have a bite to eat after you say hello to Richard, and then Corey will take over for you. Hi, Richard.
Well, I understand you're going to be with us.
How you doing, guys?
You agreed to be with us a little bit longer because one of our presenters couldn't make it. Which we've had a couple of incidents happen, a car wreck and something else. But anyway, I wasn't going to let you go if I didn't have a chance to talk to you. But Corey's going to do it for a little bit. But let me tell you a little bit about Richard. Richard, in my mind, is the go-to guy right now in the era of hypnosis. And what I mean by that is he's putting hypnosis out there. He's putting hypnosis out there where people can see it in a positive way. And I have a total amount of respect for you, Richard. I'm going to let Corey start talking to you, but I have a lot more that I want to discuss with you in just a little bit. And
don't
if you stick tight,
Jim.
I'll talk to you.
Jim, don't disconnect. Just let Corey come in.
Yeah, Corey's coming in. Corey?
Yeah. He's not on the toilet, is he?
All right. Hi, everybody. Hey, Richard. How's it going? Oh, crap. I'm in.
Hey, good, Corey. Nice to see you earlier.
I got to adjust the camera. There we go. So, how's it going, man? It's great to see you finally. It's been a while.
Yes, yeah, things are going great, mate. Yeah, you're pretty good, gearing up for the big season in January, which is my trade show season for Fairgrounds. So pretty busy.
Oh, so how many conventions are you going to then?
I think I'm going to 6.
Wow.
Which is, quite a lot.
Crazy. So the next big public thing on your agenda is probably the Hypnosis cruise, right?
Yeah, I've got the Hypnosis cruise taking place February the 7th. Can't even remember my own dates. I think it's like the 6th or the 7th, going out of Miami. Thank you. Yeah, we've got the Hypnosis cruise. It's every year. We're in the 4th year of that. Got some awesome speakers. I know you're going as well, and it's just fun on the Carnival cruise ships and chance to network with other hypnotists and learn vicariously at the dinner table as well as in organized seminars. This year we've got Catherine Hickland and master hypnotist Wayne Lee, and of course yourself as well. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah. And can I just say something to everybody? It totally sucks doing hypnosis training in a tropical paradise. Like, it's probably, you know, I can't even describe just how horrible it is to sit on the deck with a beer and listen to your training. You know, when you come to Iowa in the middle of February and it's -9 degrees, so much better than on a cruise. Reverse psychology, Richard. I'm trying a little reverse psychology. So, are there?
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Do you have any last-minute spots on that?
You know, I've just changed my microphone over, so I want to just make sure that's better for one or two of the comments that I saw. But we're pretty much fully booked. We're sold out on this year's cruise, so we are full.
Okay. So that's awesome. And guys, in the future, if you have an opportunity to go on the cruise, definitely do it. This will be my 3rd one. I didn't go on the first one, but this will be my 3rd one, and we have an awesome time. Richard buys all the drinks.
Yeah, it's kind of.
So,
yeah.
Richard, here's the question that I wanted to ask you, and I think people don't consider the other parts of their business when they start a show. It's like, okay, I'm going to do the show, I'm going to pack up, I'm going to go home. Where in this industry do you see people leaving the most money on the table?
Oh my gosh. I see the opportunity and the money in hypnosis just everywhere I look, and I see people also leaving money on the table sort of everywhere I look as well. It really starts with the planning phase and the mindset of the success of how to get the bookings. I mean, everything first starts with the thought process. And to me, it starts way before the shows or before I pick up the phone or market to somebody. It's just the first thing I think about when I get out of bed is how successful I'm going to be today. So it's that quantum sort of kinetic shift that you need to take in order to be successful, in my opinion, in the world of hypnosis. It's very competitive these days, and we've got to have that edge, and we have to be able to, be in constant contact with our clients and potential clients. So it's just having that mindset and discipline to be able to put a strategy in place. And now that we're in a new year, January 2016, what strategy have you implemented and put in place for your own success this year? I strategize. I mean, I have lists and I have documents and I have, mission statements that I use, and I know Jim does too, to run my business for me. So it's having that sort of intelligent approach to marketing, if you will. And a lot of entertainers and performers and, hypnotherapists are very, very good at what they do, but I don't think they have that expert level of business training that they need in order to sort of, succeed further. They can improve their bottom line if only they knew how to market or advertise online or, sell products while they're asleep and services and, get repeat referrals. And so it's a massive network. And I see a lot of people, great entertainers, and just not being able to professionally market themselves.
Okay. So that sort of segues into the next question I wanted to ask you, which is, you just launched a new version of the Incredible Business Masterclass online, right?
Right. Yes. I've got a new 3.0 Incredible Business Masterclass. It's been in development for about 3 years. There is like 98 video classes on it and growing. It's at the moment it's under $300 for a lifetime membership. Put it this way, I'll tell you one thing. I'm also an online internet marketer as well. So I find that goes hand in hand with selling my show. And if anything comes out brand new about landing pages, squeeze pages, or how to get contacts, then I'm immediately going to be on it. And I'm going to make a video of how to do it, and then I'm going to put it on the masterclass.
Okay. Let me just pause here for a second.
Yeah,
let me just pause here for 1 second for an administrative note. Folks, the chat scrolls by really, really quickly. So if you want to ask a question, if you put a / and then a Q before your question, it'll show up on our questions panel, just in case it scrolls by before you get to it in the chat. So go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to get that out there because I see the chat scrolling pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, just / Q, and that'll put a question on the left-hand side, easier for us to see. I just want to make sure people can hear me properly. I do have a desktop microphone. I'm also going into my iPod at the moment. So if you guys can all hear me, then wonderful. If you can't, I'll switch to the desktop. I've got a big old thing right here, but I want to make sure that you guys can hear perfectly clear. Sometimes, Blab is in the beta stage. It is a bit quirky, and if you're on an iPad or you're on an iPhone, it really doesn't work very well. It's much better on a desktop. So sometimes people have issues with the iOS app instead of the desktop. So hopefully, can you hear me okay, Corey?
Yeah, you get a little fuzzy around the edges sometimes, but for the most part, I can hear you, yeah. And yes, Richard Cole.
I think it's because I live in the woods.
Yeah. Do you have any gators down by your house?
Yeah, at the moment I'm on this one. All right, thanks, Leah. And so you feel free to ask any marketing questions that you might have, because for those that don't know me, I am a professional hypnotist. I do stage and clinical hypnosis, and I also do marketing of my products and services. So I have all kinds of products and services online that I sell. I believe in multiple streams of income, and basically I sell as much as I can wherever I am at any given time. There's no place that is not fair game for me to actually sell a product to somebody. So I guess I take hypnosis and I use it for the ability to give suggestions and persuasion is what I'm using hypnosis for. Richard, a little bit different to what I've heard so far today.
We might want you to change your microphone and see if it's a little bit better. You're getting lost around the edges here.
Yeah, I don't have a very good internet signal here. I'm on 5 acres in the middle of the woods. So, and we've got a big storm in Florida right now. So just bear with me. It's
okay.
Thunder and lightning outside of my window right now. So could have something to do with it. If it gets too bad, I might have to come back on in a bit later on. So is that any better? I've just gone to my my desk mount.
Yeah, you're still cutting out just a little bit, but I think if you go slowly, we'll get what you mean.
Okay. All right. It's the power. This is the power of being live. There is a crazy storm right outside at the moment, so it doesn't help.
Yeah, Mother Nature. So, what other stuff do you have that you want to talk about? I know you've got a lot of stuff going on. What are you doing at Hypnothoughts this year?
Well, at Hypnothoughts, I'm doing a class on crush Facebook marketing. I did a sort of teaser on that last year, and basically, how Facebook marketing and advertising is one of the main things I use in my business. So I'm going to teach people how to market effectively online. Using Facebook ads, and then I'm also going to teach people how to build a product from scratch. Now, this is taking a product that you can sell on Amazon or you can sell on iTunes and immediately make it available for people to purchase. And we're going to do that in Vegas as well. So it's quite exciting that I'm hopefully going to have a room full of people that can develop products and services online from scratch, create marketing funnels, and then sell them and make their first sale while they're in the classroom, while they're in Vegas. So that's one of the things I'm looking forward to in Vegas at Hypnothoughts.
That's awesome. So you want to take a couple of questions out of the chat box here?
Sure thing. Let me have a look. New book.
So I'll put them up on the screen so everybody can see what we're answering. So you should get a little pop-up.
Yeah, it says, oh, wow, that's cool. How'd you do that?
Just hit the answer the question button. It's magic.
All right. Yeah, I got it. This is good. All right. So Richard Cole's asking marketing trends for 2016. Go. You know, 2016 is going to be the year of SMS. It's going to be the year of text message marketing, and it's going to be the year of contact management systems like ClickFunnels, things like that. This is going to be the year where you cannot rely on email anymore. This is the year where you need to be texting back and forth your clients, two-way texting, and combining that with your email campaigns. So the big thing for 2016 is going to be everything's going mobile, including video. And YouTube is going to be huge this year. It's just brought out a brand new YouTube marketing platform that you can market for pennies on the dollar, your videos and your services on 30-second commercials. It's very exciting stuff. So if you want to learn about that, just type into Google YouTube. Yeah, it's on the same principle that you can target specific audiences. So what's really cool about that is I can segment my audiences, and I'm able to target all people in a certain age, in a certain zip code, that have interest in a certain thing, that have a high chance of watching my videos instead of Facebook clicking. And the beauty of those that already market videos will know that, you know, the success rate of the conversion of the sale of YouTube videos is far higher than anything else right now. It's number one. So people convert to a sale if they watch a convincing, compelling video on what it is you have to sell, or what it is that you do, you know. So to answer that question, YouTube marketing combined with text message marketing, and having a good contact relationship management system in place where you can keep contacting your prospects, you know, over and over again.
Okay. Well, let's throw the next one up here. Kenda asked about your new book.
All right, so I've got a brand new book coming out, and it's called Selling Hypnotically. The book is sellinghypnotically.com, and it's on pre-order. We're currently at the printers, so it's being printed. It's a massive book on selling using hypnosis, the art of suggestion, and the power of influence and persuasion. You know, and a lot of it talks about marketing online. I'm sure you guys are also, you guys obviously know that, you know, most traffic and most marketing now actually comes from the online sort of world, including booking your shows. I get bookings all the time online. I don't go the traditional route anymore. I still go to trade shows, but it's not as good as online for me. So it's called sellinghypnotically.com. I'll post a link right down here somewhere. Give me a second. And also there is an ebook for $8. But I'd say it's in the pre-launch. It's coming out at the end of January.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Jim Wand, and we'll see you again later, Richard. Thanks.
No problem. Thanks, Carl. Take care, buddy.
Good. Had a chance to take a potty break there, Richard. You know, probably.
You got to have one of those.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah, the small bottle here didn't work. You know, in a way, we're cut from the same cloth in terms of getting things done. But one thing I've noticed about you is your marketing skills and how you're able to finalize a sale, how you're able to get to a certain point. And I think the big question that probably everybody wants to ask, I know I do, you've been extremely successful in getting on different TV programs in the last few months that have given yourself and the world of hypnosis a lot of very positive buzz. So are you willing to share that, first of all? How did you get to that point? What's happened since it, et cetera?
Well, yeah, I can share some of it, but not all of it. How's that?
Yeah, I understand.
So basically, what's happened is it was a little bit similar to what Jerry Valley said earlier on, you know, when planning meets opportunity. And I had an opportunity to go to New York and appear on the Today Show. And I had an opportunity to do a segment on there that was supposed to be 2 minutes. And it was only supposed to be talking about hypnosis. And at the very last minute, they threw me in there and I had to do actual hypnosis. And it actually ended up being a 22-minute segment. So from that, what happened was I ended up getting a whole bunch of referrals for other TV shows, for other stations and everything else. So TV is a massive convincer, as you know. I mean, television is huge, and if you can get on it and get a segment, your clients are going to love the clip. It's going to compel them to take action because they're going to see you on the clip. And my advice out there would be anybody can contact their local TV station, which is they start first, follow what's trending, and currently what's trending is hypnosis, but find the angle. Like at the moment, it's New Year's resolutions. Find the angle, send them a press release, and pitch how you can demonstrate hypnosis based on what's currently trending. One story real quickly is, do you remember when Kim Kardashian was using those girdles for weight loss? She was wearing kind of like a weight loss girdle, and she was saying that every time she wears it, she loses weight. And of course, you and I know it was all about the power of the mind, suggestion, a little bit of hypnosis. But I played on the back of that and got 2 television appearances in Kansas City. So my tip for that would be look at what's trending, create a press release, send the press release to your local reporters or your local news channels, and there's a high probability you'll get on. And then from there, other producers will find you because they're all networked together, and they'll run your segment in other cities. And then before you know it, other producers will see your segment in another city, and you'll get booked for a future appearance. So that's kind of how it started, Jim. It was me contacting a local news channel based on what I perceived to be trending and seeing how I could link it to hypnosis and how I could demonstrate it and get some mileage out of it.
And since you've been on, what has happened as a result of you being on?
Well, it's yeah. So since I've been on TV, it's gone crazy. We find ourselves. I had to hire a PR company, so I have a public relations management company, and they're based in New York City, and they field press inquiries for me so that I don't have to do it myself. And what happens now is they are the experts on telling me what I should go on and what I shouldn't go on, which appearances I should pick and which ones I shouldn't pick. The other thing that's really interesting is having a professional PR company gives you the gateway to producers of the Ellen Show, producers of the Kimmel Show or the Late Late Show. It gives you those access points that you wouldn't ordinarily have if you did it yourself. Their job is to interact with journalists. And I'm totally out of the loop. They are looking after my best interests, and it all happened just based on me doing a press release and contacting my local news channel. So if anything, commit to contacting your local news channel, give them a newsworthy subject. They will report on it, print or television, and get, the thing is, what I learned about this is they are hungry for news. They keep recycling the same old crap, and they're hungry for trending news. And if you give them the right spin and the right article, they're going to run with it. They're going to invite you in because you have that real fancy thing called hypnosis. And as long as you can demonstrate it on live TV, the business is going to follow, in terms of bookings,
we're having
in
a lot
terms
of
of
technical
private clients
issues
as well.
right now, Richard, in terms of your streaming video and audio. I don't know if there's anything we can do. Keep talking about, well, here's what I'd like to have you do. I try to work this out. Most people don't know, and I've been on the Sally Show, I've Judge Joe Brown. I've been on a number of shows like yours years ago. Most people don't know what it actually is like once you're on a show like that from start to finish. So could you kind of walk them through the experience you had in New York with El Roker and that? Walk them through from start to finish on what you did that day. And then I'll be right back.
Yeah, and I also, Jim, think that some of the issue is my end. We've got a storm over here in Florida too, so some of this bandwidth is struggling here. But if you can give me a thumb up just in the message box, if you can hear me, I'll continue, and if not, I can just come back on later on. It's no big problem. I just want to make sure that everything's good to go. I know it's intermittent, and I do apologize for that. So we have a horrible storm going on right here. But to answer your question, Jim, yeah, it's like raining cats and dogs, as they say in the UK. Pretty badly outside. So to answer your question, I'm sorry?
Sure. Richard, this is
all right.
This is the newest addition of my team. I don't know if you've seen her. She's got her own Facebook page, Golden Doodle. She actually is in my show now. You can see it on Facebook. What I do is she's a 7-month-old Labradoodle. I play the song "Who Let the Dogs Out." She comes running out on stage. She sits down in the punches, looks at the people, lifts her paw straight up in the air and drops it. They all go into hypnosis. Then we play Puppy Love, and she turns around, she bows to the audience, and she stays in place. And then when she leaves the stage, bad to the bone. She's been on about 7 of my shows, but it's just kind of an addition. She was
Love it.
So I introduced her. Okay, Stella, go back a bit.
Love it, love it, love it.
Sorry about. I find you have to.
Okay, so.
But go ahead. I apologize for interrupting. You're talking.
Okay, so the Today Show. Yeah. So the Today Show. First of all, the way it works is you get the booking just like you would any other gig. So just like you'd get a booking for a show, you get a booking for a TV performance, and we got a booking for a 2-minute segment on the Today Show for 2 minutes. Now, it's worth my time for 2 minutes to just talk about hypnosis on the Today Show. It's watched by, a couple of 100 million people. And the shake-off of the Today Show, just so that you know, is I had to open an office in New York City just to deal with my hypnotherapy clients. So that gives you an example as to how this is worthwhile in your business. And I went from charging $300 an hour to $1,500 an hour just because it's New York City, and now I was known as a television hypnotist. But when I got there, I was only supposed to be on for 2 minutes, and I was just supposed to be talking about the health benefits of hypnosis. And what they do is they get you in there, and funny enough, Alan Jackson, the country singer, was in there as well. He was performing on the same show. And I'm sat in the green room with Alan Jackson, and Alan says, "So what's this hypnosis? It sounds like a bunch of shit to me." His words exactly, "Sounds like a bunch of shit to me," and that's Alan Jackson. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to do a convincer on you, and all I did was the very simple magnetic fingers, when your fingers draw closer and tighter together. And I did that on his PA in the green room, and blow me down, it worked. Now, the executive producer came into the Today Show and said, can you do that on camera? And I said, yeah, I can do that on camera. Then they said, can you hypnotize Al Roker, Ellie Kemper, and Natalie Morales? They're all up for being hypnotized. And I said, well, I can't do it in 2 minutes. I'm going to need a little bit longer than that to actually demonstrate the effects of hypnosis. So I was sandwiched in the middle of the cooking show. What was going to happen was they were going to ask me about the health benefits. They were then going to cut to the cooking show, and then we were going to do this stupid stuff at the end where they were all back out of a trance. In the end, they canceled the cooking show because the camera crew just couldn't believe that I had these people under, so much so that Natalie Morales was supposed to do the news and the weather. And in the end, Willie Geist had to do it because she was under. Her eyes were closed and she was out. So I guess I didn't know on that day, to answer your question, what I was getting myself in for. There was no rehearsal. And the media being the media, they do not understand hypnosis. And one thing I learned from that day was you have to think on your feet 1,000,000 miles an hour. And you have to look at the cues, the prompts. You got to look at what the TV network want. You got to look at what their motivator is to having you on the show. and you really have to fly on the seat of your pants and just kind of make it up as you go along, and pray that it sticks. And out of those 3 people, 2 went under and 1 didn't, and the first one didn't. So here's me thinking, holy crap, this is a nightmare. And to a large degree for a while it was, because I'm in a noisy kitchen, you know, doing hypnosis live during the day with Alan Jackson outside doing a sound check in Rockefeller Plaza. But you just sustain it because the end result is not for the television. It's for how many clients are going to call you afterwards and how much money you can make as a result of a performance. And that's why I did what I did. You know, and I will just say, Jim, and hopefully you guys can hear me okay, but I will just say this. I'm a big fan of Shark Tank, and I watch that all the time. And one of the biggest killers of Shark Tank is when they have an awesome product and lo and behold, their website crashes. And you might have seen Beyond the Tank, where they made 0 sales because all of a sudden nobody's answering the phones, nobody answering the emails, the websites crashed. So I knew that going in. So I strengthened my website. I did a brand new website. I had a call center put in place to answer my 1-800 number. And I had people answering my emails so that I could get back to people quickly. And you know how that goes. So as people were calling, they were getting my assistants on the day. And I hired virtual assistants to just take care of business and basically book every single thing that came in, as long as it was $1,500 an hour. And out of that, I booked loads of clients, loads of shows, and I still do. They still rerun that clip as one of the most memorable. You know, the Today Show has the segment of the most memorable parts of 2015, and they show Al Roker howling like a werewolf. So, you know, it's huge mileage for that small amount of effort.
Well, you know, and you were at a real big advantage. I watched that segment, and you're at a real big disadvantage is that you had to work behind them, so you couldn't really see what was happening to them front on. Al Roker, for instance, he went out almost immediately. You could have had him washing your car for weeks, I think. And if you had been in front and been able to see that, you might not have even done what you did with the one gal, and you might have made it on him. But no matter what, all TV is good TV. It makes no difference. Look what you got out of that. It makes no difference if it's all positive, it's all negative. Chris Jones is coming on a little bit later, and America's Got Talent. His second time on, you know, everything fell apart for him. It was because of producers. And if I can share a real quick story, a number of years ago, I got asked to go on the Judge Joe Brown show. And the reason I got asked to go on was a hypnotist who I had booked at a date the year before for a project graduation in Minnesota sued me because I didn't give him the date this year. Well, The Wire picked up on it, asked us if we'd come out and go and Judge Joe Brown. Now, number one, they pay all your expenses first class. Number two, if you lose, they pay the judgment. So anyway, we get out there, they wine and dine us. At that point in time, they took really good care. I don't know if they still do, but at that time they did. Anyway, they had me in the green room, and they had a producer there telling me exactly what I was supposed to do. Said, go out, get your watch out, hypnotize Joe, tell him you won the case. So just like he told me, I went out and I was listening to both sides. I got up to Joe and he says, well, what do you have to say about this? And I got out my watch, started swinging it, and Joe went off on me. I mean, he absolutely went off on me. So when I left afterwards, Lou Ellen, you know, interviewed me outside, and he said things were going quite well until you got the watch out, weren't they? And I said, yeah. Well, anyway, that was replayed 6 times, and you don't know how many shows I got out of that and how many individual clients I got just because I was on there. So it made no difference whether win, lose, or draw, as long as you make a good presentation. And that's one thing I have to say about you. You were very confident. You were very comfortable. Your presentation style was there. You had the right outfit on. All right. If you had that one suit on, maybe not, but you had the right outfit on. I love the clothes you wear, by the way. But you wear those for an effect. And most people don't realize that. Everything I've watched you, everything you do for an effect. And the effect is what you want to accomplish.
Right.
So yeah, I was very
right, and I think Corey was asking me about, you know, what are some of the things you do. Well, I have a strategy, I have a plan, and I have a strategy. and I stick by it. I write down my plan. I have my action plan. I have my goals. I have my things to do and achieve, and I stick by it. I have checklists. Interestingly, though, those that want to go into television and end up getting on TV, I can promise you it won't turn out the way you're expecting it, because you're not in control of your own destiny when you get into that studio. As soon as you get in there, the subject matter might change. They might have breaking news. They might put you in the green room that basically, and they forget about you. And you're at the hands of breaking news, what they want to achieve. And let me tell you, they want shock tactics. And just finally, you know, just a point on the Today Show. They hadn't had a hypnotist on the Today Show for years, and they walked in there assuming I was fake. And the whole storyline was going to be that hypnosis is actually fake, because nobody, the way they treated me when I first got there was a sort of, you know, this guy has all this stuff that is false.
Yes.
And I had to prove them otherwise. And that has been consistent. I've been on about now 22, 23 different TV channels across the United States, and every single one of them treat you the same way. Hypnosis is fake. You're just the fill-in kind of person until you prove them otherwise, that you have a noteworthy subject matter, like hypnosis actually is real and works. They don't believe you until you prove them wrong. So I just go into convincer mode. I give them convincers. And it will make you a lot of money.
That's right.
If you succeed in the television, you know, business, it will make you a fortune.
And you keep
so
until it works. You keep doing what you need to do until it works.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, that it's never as it appears. And I know Chris is going to say this when he comes on. What the viewer watches and what actually happens is two completely different things, even though it's live. It's similar to I did the Late Late Show with James Corden on CBS, and I walked in there, and we had a rehearsal before the live taping, and I had to hypnotize 5 people that were actually all workers from Television City and CBS. So I had to go through a whole rehearsal, and they changed and chopped every single thing I was going to do. And then Josh Duhamel, who's the actor and married to Fergie, he then came in at the last minute. I'm talking like 5 minutes before we're supposed to record this, that he wanted to be a part of it and become hypnotized. So you really, if you go on television, man, you have to have so much confidence. And of course, the hypnosis training at the Powerhouse Summit gives you that, and different outlets of confidence building gives you that. But make sure you go there with utmost confidence and take control of the producer. Otherwise, they will take control of you. You know, you have to be pretty strong-willed and make sure you're the person that comes out of it the winner. And the way you'll come out the winner is by your phone will be ringing off the hook, and with a bit of luck, somebody else is answering it, and you're getting bookings to do public speaking, training. You have clients, you're getting booked shows. I mean, there really is an endless opportunity to sell your products and services after even a 2-3 minute TV segment. So as an action plan for anybody listening to this that wants to know what to do to build their business, you know, this month, write a press release. That's step 1, write a press release. And step 2, send it to your local TV station after you've gone on Google trending, find out what's currently topical, see how it fits in with your niche, write the press release, send it to them. And as long as it aligns with what's happening, chances are they're going to invite you in, and you're going to make money and do well out of it.
And you're willing to take the risk to do what it takes to get it done. And that you can't be afraid to get out there and do it. Well, we're still talking. Throw your link up there. There's several people that have already asked for it. Richard, if you want to show your link up where they can get in touch with you. I'm getting that over and over again here. While you're doing that.
Oh, you know the good news, Jim?
What is that?
Already had it prepared for you, buddy.
I was hoping you would. If you didn't, I would have been highly disappointed. Absolutely. Well, you know, most people don't know your background, and you've come along very quickly and been very successful. Tell us how you got started in hypnosis, and kind of fill in the listening audience as to that? Because that's a pretty interesting story too.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird way in, and I won't spend all day on it because I'd rather answer questions or help people with action plans for marketing. But yeah, when I was 18, I was in the British Army and I was stationed in the Rock of Gibraltar. 18 years old, and I saw my first hypnosis show, and I loved it. I mean, what happened was they hypnotized the sergeant major to be a baby in a diaper or whatever it was. I mean, it was hilarious. And the new guy, he became the drill sergeant and had all the power. And I remember sitting there at 18 years old thinking to myself, I just don't know how this works. I don't know if I believe it. I just know I need to know more about it. Something strange just happened in that room. And then fast track from that, I became a detective in the police service. I was a police officer in England, and kept seeing some shows here and there in various clubs and pubs. And my boss came into my office one day. This was in the mid-90s, and he ordered me, and it was an order that I must attend an NLP training. And for those that don't know that, that's neuro-linguistical programming. It's a form of hypnosis using covert and cognitive language into some capacity. And I was told I must take this training, and I was kicking and screaming. I was like, I don't want to go on that. But because they didn't use the hypnosis word, I didn't know what it was. So I went on this training. To this day, I don't know who delivered this training, but it changed my life. It made me realize that what you say, how you say it, what you think and feel, all translates into actions, and those actions translate into your mood, your emotions, how you walk and talk and perform and act as an adult. And I just found it fascinating. And from there, I was hooked. I took just about every course that came out, and I had a mentorship. Those hypnotherapists might know Gerald Kine.
Mm-hmm.
Gerald Kine. I took a mentorship training with him in DeLand, Florida. And he taught me hypnotherapy first. So I learned how to be a hypnotherapist to get my grounding and schooling to then become a stage hypnotist. And I mean, I took everything that was out there. I took Jerry Valley's class. I got all the books and all the CDs and DVDs, and I lost count of the trainers I went to, Dr. Scott and everything else in Vegas. And I took most stuff, and then went full time with this in 2003. So it's kind of a weird way in, because I was a police officer and sort of segued into entertainment. And now I don't differentiate with hypnosis anymore. I used to say that I'm a stage hypnotist. I don't say that anymore. I just say I'm a professional hypnotist. I do all things that are relating to the power of suggestion. That's what I do.
Good. Well, what if you're looking at me right now and I'm really excited about this and I want to get started, how would you advise me to go forward from here? I have no knowledge about hypnosis. What would you advise me to do?
Well, it depends if you want to take a shortcut or not. I mean, the first and foremost, as I would say, treat hypnosis as a business. So therefore, you've got to invest in it. You've got to pay for some kind of training. I'm not in the school of people saying that they taught themselves and they can do hypnosis themselves. I'm not a believer of that. Kenda Summers has a good line about, look at people that are doing today what you want to do tomorrow. And I think that's a great line, because if you want to be a stage hypnotist, shadow and follow a stage hypnotist that is successful. Not one that talks a good job, but one that's walking the talk and actually performing shows, like yourself and others. So find the people that are doing what you want to do. If you want to be a hypnotherapist, Larry Garrett, puts on the training, Shawn Michael Andrews. And to me, I'm a believer in live training. So the first thing you want to do is invest in your business. If you come into this business and you don't have any money, you can't invest in your business and career and take it seriously. So you've got to get either a business loan or put some money aside and then sink it into some kind of training. and train. I'm the same with you, you know, train lifelong. Don't stop training. You know, you can't learn, you know, there's so much to learn. Just keep learning, but keep having a budget to do some training. So step one would be identify those that are doing today what you want to do tomorrow. Step two, take their class, take their training class, or become a mentor, a mentee with that person. Step three, get your ass out there and do it. There are so many people that do hypnosis training that don't ever step on a stage. It's criminal. So you've got to get out there and practice the concept of hypnosis. And the only way you'll do that is like what your guest David did. He just got himself out there, got himself on a stage. You can do the first couple of shows for free, although I find that a dirty word, and just get out there and take action. Just take action.
Well, let's say I wanted to do a mentorship with you. What would I have to do?
At the moment, I'm full, but if you want to, just email me, incrediblehypnotist@gmail.com. It's a 12-month mentorship program. I'll take you from not knowing anything about hypnosis to advanced to actually doing shows under my agency. If it's the business side you wanna learn, I can have you on a business mentorship. The best thing I can suggest is just email me, but I'm going to work you. You know, this is not an easy ride. You're going to be given tasks. You're going to be given homework. You're going to build your business. You're going to get on stage. You're going to go to fairgrounds, colleges, universities, cruise ships. I mean, I'm going to have you doing it all until you are where you want to be. So if you want to have a mentorship with me, or just email me. And I'm sure it's the same with you, right, Jim? You do mentorship programs as well still?
Right. And I think it's getting people out there and doing it. Same way with what we did at the Powerhouse Summit last year. The most valuable part of my training for the people who came was spending the time on stage and getting up there and doing it. And they also, you know, they have to learn how to market. You're the one to go to for marketing. You know, I'm the one to go, well, I'm one of the people to go to show a person how to do a good stage show. And that's my real strength. My real strength is not marketing. Your strength might be all of those, but your strength is very much marketing over mine. So I'm hoping that we do get together again for the Powerhouse Summit next June. I've already talked to Sean. I'm going to be talking to you again. I'm going to make some changes on mine. I'm sure you're going to, if you do half of what you did last year, people were blown away by it. I guess, you know, where do we go from here? As people who want to be successful, you and I and the other guy, where do we go from here?
I would say consistency and persistency. Have a marketing strategy in place, and it's work the business. I mean, go to your office early, finish at 5 or 6 p.m. or whatever that is, you know, whatever time you need to finish. But if you do this every single day and you do a mixture of clinical, stage, online selling of products, and you have all avenues of hypnosis, there's no reason why you can't make a 6-figure income. So where do we go from here? Embrace technology. I mean, embrace this. This smartphone is where 90% of my high schools get booked on. So you've got to have this platform. You've got to be able to use your cell phone. You've got to be able to have text message services that are used for business. You've got to have a good website. You've got to keep reinventing your website. If your website is more than 3 years old, change it or give it a fresh coat of paint, you know, upgrade it, you know, change it, put Twitter feeds on it, do some Facebook marketing, do all those modern and new approaches to marketing, and you can't go wrong. And I would say, Jim, you know, one of the things I think people struggle with is identify where your ideal client is. So take the high school market, identify where your ideal client is. My ideal client is on Facebook. Therefore, I'm going to be on Facebook and I'm going to find them. My ideal fairground manager, you know, if I want to get into the fair industry, is not on Facebook. Therefore, I'm going to engage in trade shows and trade show marketing. And I'm doing 6 trade shows this year, which is a lot, you know, all in January, I might add. But that's where my fairground managers are, not my high schoolers. They're on Facebook. So know where your people are, and market to those specific people. And what I do is I have a strategy and I have checklists, and you can go to, I'll put the URL below, but it's basically the Incredible Business Masterclass, but have a funnel system. And what I mean by that is don't market your stage show, if you're a stage hypnotist, to fairground managers and give them the high school version of your show. You need to develop the right material, the electronic press kit for the right booking agents. For those that want to get on a cruise ship, a cruise line, you can't possibly give them your high school show. No. You have to give them a big theater production show. So you have to know who your bookers are, who your audience is, and how to find them. And I think it's going to be big this year. I think technology is just going to be big. If you're stuck in those old ages of an old website and just emails and phone calls, I think what's going to happen is you're going to lose some of the opportunity, especially if you haven't already built a repeat and referral business. And I know, Jim, looking at you right there, the landlord of hypnosis, the legend yourself, you've built a repeat referral business. So you have that longevity that when people hear your name, they're going to book your show in a college. But a lot of stage hypnotists don't have that. So they have to work their business even harder sometimes with the marketing approaches and the strategies because they don't have the repeat referral business. I do the same as you. When I do a stage presentation, or I do a high school, or I do a public speaking event, I take next year's contract with me, and the only thing missing is the date. I assume the sale, and I act as if I've already become booked again. Yeah. So my words and my terminology is simply, I'll see you next year. You just need to sign this. It's a fait accompli, and I've assumed the sale. 9 times out of 10, the least path of resistance is just to rebook you. It's the easy option for them. You have the paperwork, you did a quality product, and just sign here, we'll cut to the chase, and we'll just get rebooked. So I'm in the business of teaching my clients how to be my clients. And that's going to be big as well for 2016, I think, educating people.
And you're proving yourself. You're proving yourself in the value. People ask me, how do I get rebooked at colleges all the time? Well, basically, I really have to work at it. Every summer, I have 3 or 4 college students come in, and we rewrite our show. I had to rewrite my show now for my spring tour, and I got thinking, what is the big hit for the spring? Star Wars. It's huge. So now my show for the spring, winter spring, is going to be called the Hypnotic Trilogy. You, me, and the stars of the show. And I'm using all types of Star Wars music. I'm using lightsabers. I'm using induction music. A lot of it that relates to Star Wars, because that's something they're looking at right now. 3 months from now, it's going to be something different. So you got to stay on top of things. You got to stay in tune with things, and you got to give the buyer what you want. Now, one thing you talked about high school kids being on Facebook. I've been doing some research on college, and believe it or not, very few college students use Facebook anymore. It's all Instagram and Snapchat now because it's got to be visual. Mm. So even the college periodicals I look at, information, they say move away from Facebook. You're not going to get them. You got to use the other forms of social media. And let's face it, you're much more on top of that than I am. That's why I have a team with me. But so that's what I got to do there. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And the conviction in yourself, which you show, the way you present yourself, which you show, the products that you, all of those things come together in a nice package for you. So that's why I see you being as successful. All right, Richard, I just lost the video. I'm going to have to let you go. You being with us. Is there anything you want to say before you leave, if we can still get the audio?
Yeah, if you can just post a couple of final links. And the bottom line is simply this: take control and take charge of your own business. Set yourself some goals and set yourself some priorities as well. I mean, obviously family comes first, but set yourself priorities of what you want to happen the next month, the next 3 months, the next 9 months, and get yourself some action plans and goals. But network, market, and find out where your audience members are. Find out where your customers are. You'll find them on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Pinterest, You'll find them at trade shows. You'll find them on WhatsApp. You'll find them on Snapchat. Use every single resource available to you, and you will be successful.
And those of you who are listening.
Sorry about the choppy. Sorry, Jim.
I was going to say, those of you listening right now, if you can't find those things and you need guidance, seek out Richard. If he can't help you find it, nobody can.
Yeah, and just email me, and I'll steer you the right way. Just email me. I might try and take some money off you, but email me and I'll help you.
I hear you. I hear you, brother.
It's been fun. Thanks.
I really appreciate you taking the extra time, Richard.
Thanks.
Get out in that hot tub. Oh, there you are. You're back a little bit. I know I took away from some of your hot tub time tonight. There's one more quick question here.
Yeah.
How do you get around copyright? And I'm not sure
copyright of music, or
I'm not really sure what they're referring to. It just says, how do you get around copyright? And maybe he's talking to me with music. That could be. So I can attend to that. Well, listen, my friend, you take care. Best wishes. I'll see you up in the stars, and I'll see you soon. Take care.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. See you soon. Take care. Thank you.
Hi.
So are we ready to go on with Anthony?
I think so. Mr. Gailey, if you are out there, if you would open yourself to see, there he is.
I opened it up for him. Yeah, because he...
Okay, terrific. I'm not sure about James. Is James around?
I'm hoping James is going to be with him. He was calling from Virgin Islands, I believe, or somewhere. There.
Yeah.
Welcome, Anthony.
Well, thank you. How are you? Can you hear me?
Good, thank you.
We can. I can hear you and I can see you, which is great. I understand James might be joining us too. How come you're working? He's down there.
That's a good question. He lives in Connecticut. So for him, the Virgin Islands is a vacation.
That's true. That's true.
I live in Florida. It's always warm here.
It's always a vacation there. Well, I don't think a lot of people, including myself, I've heard a lot of great things about you. I don't know a lot about you. So I thought maybe you can enlighten us at the beginning to kind of tell us who Anthony Gailey is. Is it Gailey or Gailey?
Gailey.
Gailey. Okay. I apologize.
That's okay. It's Italian. I was a corporate speaker for 34 years. I came up through the ranks, was a psych major as an undergraduate, and started doing stage hypnosis way back when. That would be in the early 70s. And then I went on to graduate school as an experimental psychologist and was studying clinical hypnosis. One of the guys I was in school with sold me an existing hypnosis practice. So I moved in pretty much just right into being a hypnotherapist. And that would have been like 76 through 1980. And then in 1980, I moved to Hawaii, a very remote corner of the Big Island. And there simply were not enough people on the island to maintain a private practice as a hypnotherapist. And that's how I morphed into a corporate speaker. I started marketing at first over to realtors and bankers and insurance companies. And I wiped out the Hawaiian Islands in a year or two. There just aren't that many people on the islands. And I ended up spending most of my time flying back and forth between Hawaii and California. And at one point, it just got kind of silly. I was spending all the time in the plane. So I moved back to the States and was doing the corporate speaking since then.
Right. And you do a unique, you utilize components of hypnosis in your corporate speaking. You don't call it hypnosis because of the word, I assume.
I'm not shy about using the word hypnosis, but that's not the first thing they hear. I don't say my corporate presentation revolved around getting and staying focused on your goals. That was the theme. Getting motivated is easy. Staying motivated is difficult. People set New Year's resolutions just a couple of days ago. Most of them will break those resolutions within a week or two. So it's not hard to get motivated. For most people, they have trouble with consistency. And so I would teach a series of techniques on how you could program your subconscious mind to stay motivated, to stay focused. And one of those techniques was self-hypnosis. And in order to demonstrate it, let me bring some people up and show you what it's about. So I never put the hypnosis out front, and I did that deliberately because I think that, it's unfortunate, but there's a percentage of people, consistent percentage of people that have a negative first impression. If you say, I'm a hypnotist who does a goal-setting program, in their mind, they've already slotted you as to what they expect or what they think. They could be totally wrong, but it's hard to change people's expectations, and you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So I just learned to reverse it. I'm a goal-setting expert who happens to do this interesting presentation that involves hypnosis, and then they perk up. Oh, that sounds interesting. So it's not that I shy away from the word hypnosis, or it's not that I don't call it hypnosis. It's just that's not what's thrown out front.
How long have you utilized that in your corporate program with the hypnosis?
34 years.
Oh, we got your partner, James, has just
there he is.
Hi, James.
Happy New Year, James.
Happy New Year to you both.
Yeah, we were just talking, James, about how Anthony has utilized components of hypnosis in his corporate speaking for a long time, and you've been extremely successful. And I understand that this is big. The project you have coming up next weekend in Orlando, it's huge. Yeah. Can you tell the listening viewers a little bit about that?
James, go for it.
I have to tell you that if I had to partner up with anyone in the world, it would be Anthony. I have been not only an admirer, I don't know how to put it, a fan of his for many, many years. And it just, happenstance, whatever you want to call it, nature. I called him 9 months ago, I think, like last March from St. Thomas. And we talked, and I remember the first thing we connected on was a wonderful book that we both, not many people have heard of, is The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind by Julian James. And that was it. We were off together, and we were trying to figure out something that has never been done, and we put our minds together, and we came up with the idea of training people that were really experts at stage hypnosis, how to mold and craft their profession into a whole wonderful, prosperous career. And that's it.
Well, back when you started this endeavor, which wasn't that long ago, you were talking to me and you had told me that you were hoping that you'd get at least 5 people or so to come to this. And I said, you're going to have to shut it off. You're going to get it filled up. And what do you have? 20, 25 people in it right now. And it's just about filled if it's not already. Do you have room for anybody else yet, or are you done?
We got to. But I got to tell you, Anthony, and I'll let him go at this. But I remember this made me laugh a lot. We weren't sure about anything. We're just creating this. He said, when we get 10, I'm going to do a dance. And that's good. Let him take it over from there.
It was an interesting evolution. No two ways about it. Well, what spurred the conversation, believe it or not, was we were talking about something, and one of us, I honestly don't remember which, but one of us said, where the heck did all these stage hypnotists come from? It's like, I live in a really small town, and there are 4 stage hypnotists in my tiny little town. And when James and I were coming up in the 70s, it was rare to find someone that was a stage hypnotist. And it's like they're on every street corner. And that's not bad, but I just think the market has gotten fairly saturated. And we were both kind of saying, why don't any of them go into the corporate market? Because it's wide open, and there's, it's much more lucrative in terms of dollars and cents. And what we deduced was it was simply a matter of they just don't know how. It's not rocket science, but it does take a certain, skill set and a certain amount of knowledge. And we realized that both of us had been doing that for 34 years, that we had a chance to teach people something that they didn't know. That was, kind of information that's just not easy to come by. So that's what kind of spurred the whole thing. Let's do the program.
Well, and it is the corporate market. I do a number of corporate shows each year, and there is more money in the corporate market. But one of a good friend of mine who actually is coming to the training told me that years ago, he was on a program in an insurance company somewhere in Michigan, and that you were on to do a talk, and he was on to do his hypnosis show, and he knew the booker really well, and he was getting like $2,500 to do the date, and then and I hope you don't mind me sharing this, but he says that Anthony is he's getting $11,500, and right away hit that hey, this is something I should look at. And he was one of the first ones that signed up for your seminar on top of it. But there is money in the corporate market, and there are a lot of corporate dates. And yes, I've had to stay away from utilizing the word hypnosis sometimes with some buyers, just because of the word itself, even though what we did, is hypnosis, simple as that. But what have you done to convince the buyer to overlook that if there is resistance? And if there's resistance to the thing you're doing, how do you overcome that with the buyer? Do you have a formula that you follow?
Yeah, and it was never me trying to overcome it as much as other people's testimonials overcoming it. As I mentioned, one of my big target markets was the insurance industry, financial services, and they're about as conservative as you can possibly be. I mean, some of them wear a belt and suspenders. They're really conservative. Sure. So I would never try to persuade them or talk them out of it or talk them into it. It was really simple. It was call so-and-so from this big company or that big company, or I would list some of the groups that I'd spoken to that they knew to be very conservative and very organized, that they just don't bring in people that would do things that they didn't want done. They're all concerned about being sued or having some sexual harassment complaint against them. So, the program had to be tailored in a very corporate acceptable manner. And once I had that, I just let the program sell itself. And there, unfortunately, was and probably always will be a small but consistent percentage of people that as soon as they hear the word hypnosis, it's just done. It's over. One of the big companies, I guess one of the five biggest insurance companies, which I had done a lot of work with at the regional level and at the individual offices. And they all kept telling me, you need to call this guy at corporate because we have this monster meeting every year, have 5,000 agents there, and you really got, and I would place call after call, and he never returned my calls, but I was persistent. And one day he finally returned the call, and he just said, Anthony, he said, I know who you are. I heard about you. I know your program is great, but I am never going to hire you, and I will tell you why. I have certain religious beliefs, and I'm very firm about them, and as long as I'm sitting in this position, it's not going to happen. And I know it's a good program, and I know that you do a good job, and I've heard nothing but, positive things, but I just want to let you know that that's my, as long as I'm here, that's not going to happen. And I said, I absolutely respect your opinion, and hope you die. No, just kidding. No, I mean, just that's kind of an extreme example of it. But he was pretty straightforward that I have these religious beliefs, and my particular religious beliefs are not going to, I won't feel comfortable bringing someone that does hypnosis in. And so I stopped calling.
Also, every once in a while, people have a terrible experience with hypnotists. And that anything that is sexual in nature or too, I don't know how to put it, once that happens, it hurts the rest of us.
Yeah. Well, and I think Anthony hit the nail on the head. They're coming out of the woodwork now. And a lot of them that come out, they go in for 2-day training, and they think they know everything about hypnosis, and they don't know how to present it properly. And as a result, it is giving us a black mark of sorts to some. The people out there like myself and you, James, and you, Anthony, I mean, we're well respected in our field. They're not going to take that away from us because they know we do the job. And I guess that brings my next question to the two of you. How are the two of you going to morph together to do the training coming up in Orlando next weekend? How are you pulling? What are you doing from each other? What are you pulling together to make it a package?
To me, it's easy because we come from our own paradigms of experience. But more than that, Anthony is a genius, and his whole idea was goal setting. And mine was a 10-point leadership program and wellness. So we have no conflict here. And our desire is to help people craft their hypnosis program. I mean, listen, I'm a pretty honest guy, and I'll say this in the talk, but there's only so much you can do in a hypnosis show. You make people forget, you make them see, you do this, you do that. But we, all of us, have the option to be able to use our demonstrations to ignite a belief or a thought about goal setting or leadership or motivation. And I think we're like the perfect match because we have it's like two pieces fitting together for me.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind, Anthony, could you walk us through one of your basic presentations from beginning to end and kind of give us a nutshell?
Sure. It was a very simple formula that allowed me to plug in different company names, different problems, different solutions, but with the same formula. And as I mentioned, the basic concept was if you go into any group or any organization, you'll see a small percentage of people that appear to always be motivated. These are the ones that are consistently setting goals, are consistently winning the awards, they're the high achievers. And most of the other people have trouble staying focused. New Year's resolutions being the classic example. I'm going to lose 20 pounds. And you say, why? And they have no hesitation in telling you what their motivation is. Look better, feel better, be healthier. I mean, they'll go on and on. They're filled with motivation. But you go back a week or two later and they're sitting at their desk, eating a cookie. And it's, well, what about your diet? Not today. It's okay. They don't have trouble getting motivated. They have trouble staying motivated. So you go to the people that appear to be staying motivated, that small percentage of super high achievers. And if you talk to them and ask them, how is it you are always motivated? I mean, what are you doing to stay motivated? Strangely enough, they answer the question. They'll come back and they'll say, well, no one's ever asked me that before, but I do this every single day. And I deduced rapidly, just by asking, that they were programming themselves. They were doing something, most of them on a daily basis. It didn't have to be complicated. And for most of them, it was 5 minutes or less. But they were doing something every day to rejuvenate their motivation. I analogized it to exercise, where if you were to spend an hour tonight exercising and that's all you did, are you going to see any long-term benefits? No. But if you exercise an hour 3 times a week for 6 months, you'll see tremendous benefits. And the more you exercise, the better it gets. But if you are on an exercise program for 2 years and for some crazy reason you simply stopped, what happens to all that accrued benefit? Within a month or two, you go right back where you started. So in terms of motivation, you can't do it once or twice a year. You can't write your goals down once a year and think that's going to do it for you. At some level, when you look at these individuals that are high performers, they're motivating themselves every single day. So with that as a premise, I said, I'll show you 3 simple things you can do. And I'd show them one, and then I'd show them the second one, and I'd say, and another one, a third one, is called self-hypnosis. Now, when you look at these high achievers, they're not calling it hypnosis, but that's what they're doing. They'll say, before I go to bed every night, I try to visualize my goals, or I find myself staring off into space, focusing. I can dream about it. I see it in my mind. What they're doing is hypnotizing themselves. They just don't call it that. And that led me into the demonstration. I'm going to bring some people up and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So the formula was the same, no matter which group I spoke to, but by having that formula, I could plug in different names depending on whether they were managers or agents or whether it was a group of employees.
Okay, well, you're going to show people at your seminar how to do that. Now, I'm a motivational speaker. I'm a stage hypnotist. I learned your techniques and your approach. How do I put myself out there in the marketplace to be booked by the corporate buyers?
I did not hear the last 3 words, but I think what you said was, how do I get myself out in the market? How do I market myself?
Corporate buyers.
James, you can answer it if you want. Are you there?
James, we lost. James.
Okay. Well, as with anything else, there are a variety of ways of marketing. And of course, social media is a part of it in this day and age. But I'll tell you how I would do it, or how I did it back in the 1980s. And I think the formula still holds. If you live within 100 miles of any major metropolitan area, I don't care, I'm 35, 40 miles from Orlando. I don't know where you're sitting, but you might be close to Chicago or New York or anything. If you're close to a major metropolitan area, I don't care what that town is, they've got at least a dozen big insurance companies where each office has 50 or 60 people minimum. They've got a bunch of real estate offices. They've got a bunch of banks. They've got mortgage brokers, you know, and you basically just call these people. They all have, for example, in the month of January, they are all having January kickoff meetings. Every single one of them has a yearly kickoff meeting, and 9 out of 10 of them hire an outside speaker. So the very first step is to go local, call them all, get yourself booked there, and then each one of those people, if you get into one, you're in one way, shape, or form into all of them. And then it's just, well, okay, you're the Orlando office. Who do you work with? Well, these other guys, Chicago, San Diego, Los Angeles, and you just pick them one at a time. And a momentum builds. You develop a reputation within that particular area or that particular company, just like anything else. It's not difficult.
So do you single out the HR? Do you single out the event planners? Who do you single out to approach within those companies?
You're most likely to get a hit with a sales group because they're always trying to motivate salespeople, always trying to incentivize them. The whole concept of, you know, getting and staying focused, you know, which was my thing. And what James and I both did was come up with a perfect blend. Our presentations were value driven. They were informative. People came out with something that they could use to make more money. And some of them loved the entertainment value of it. So meeting planners love the fact that it covered both bases.
So then do you use
that was kind of niche we filled.
Do you use calls? Do you use social media, email? What do you use to get through? What have you found to be the best best approach to marketing within those?
Well, I'm gonna
for me,
Jim,
pick up a phone.
I'm very fortunate, Jim, and I told you this is my daughter started writing a book, which he sold on social media. 60 who are okay, those over 60 who are pretty good, and those over 60 who are superstars. And so I became a case study, and I had an advantage here because she educated me. And I have to tell you, I've gotten jobs out of Twitter. I've gotten jobs out of LinkedIn. And
yeah, we seem to be losing James again. Okay.
Well, he is in St. Thomas. You know, he is out on an island.
Yeah, it's the future. It's the future.
Yeah. Well, then, if there's one thing that you know, I have somebody that wants to come to your training next weekend. Can you just give an overview of an outline of what's going to be accomplished at the training again for that person?
Go ahead.
Yes, we just this morning we posted the formal agenda. We have a YouTube page, Corporate Hypnotist, and if they look, they can click on it. It's now on our webpage. It shows, you know, from 9 to 10:30 what we're doing, break, 10:45 to noon, and it lists in detail. But basically we're breaking it. It's a 2-day program, and we're breaking it into 2 parts. Day 1 is all about how to put the presentation together. So you have a very solid presentation. What are the elements that corporations are looking for? And day 2 is how to market it, the variety of ways of marketing it. And it's in detail on the Corporate Hypnotist, and it's an open forum, so they don't need to have permission to click on the links. They can join if they want, but they can just go right to the page and click on the link if they want to see it.
And I think one of the most important is that the first day, we're both, I don't know how to put this, but, and I hate to use the word secrets because I don't know what that means, but what made us both
we have to get out of the Virgin Islands, I'm afraid.
Or go down to them.
That'd be good. That'd be good. Well, you know, you've been away from the market just for a short time, Anthony. What have you found?
Yes, 2 years.
What have you found to be the most difficult thing of coming back into it at this point, from your vantage point? Have you seen anything that makes it more difficult than when you were in the market before?
No, I don't. It's strange enough. You know, I was listening to Richard. You know, he's right. The future is IT, you know, social media, et cetera. And I've always kept up with that. I've always been fascinated by it. So when we put this together, we posted our thing, you know, did a video for YouTube, And then we advertised on Facebook, and we got the Twitter accounts working. It's different than it was when James and I first started, but it's the same mechanism. It's just better. You get a much broader reach. The Facebook and the Google advertising allows you to get your message directly to the person you're trying to get it to, and that's just astounding. I mean, it used to be a kind of a scattershot approach, and with the social media, you can be much, much more narrow in your approach. So if anything, I found it easier to do. I had,
and I think also that what you're talking about, the needs of the buyer is the same as it was before. The needs,
always.
Yeah, they don't
always
change, just the way that you approach them. Yeah. Well, what else would you two like to talk about and enlighten us to? You got a wealth of information. I don't want to take up all the time asking you questions. What would you like to talk about?
I guess what I'll throw in here before I get cut off down in St. Thomas again with my terrible internet connection is, in addition to all this, to me, in my heart, there is an ethics element to this. There is a teaching element to this, and I want to help people shift their consciousness. And after all these years, for me personally, I think I've discovered a way to use something that is a little scary to some people, a little off-putting to some people, and if they understand that the word itself was coined by a man who saw someone go to sleep and created the word, and it's basically about communication in life. And if you can uncover the secrets and the how-tos of communication, you can elevate people, whether it be goal setting and motivation like Anthony does, or leadership and wellness like I do, to an incredible level. So we want to turn out people that can go out and make a difference in the world.
Well, one thing I've always admired about you, James, is you're very much of a visionary. You see things, you see the big picture, yes, and you see how to pull things together in such a way that big picture can become a reality. And that's something I really wish I was able to attend this particular training. And you and I already talked about this, why I can't. But I mean, next time I'm going to be there if I have to come down on a rowboat. But you have that charisma. You have those goals in mind. And Anthony, I think, you have the mechanism to put it into place and get the machinery running smoothly. And I think that's what these people are looking for. What else did you want to share, Anthony? Jim kind of went on hiatus again.
I agree with Jim about one full section of the program is going to be what we call the client-centered speaker. I don't know why this is true, but my experience as a public speaker was motivational speakers fall into one of two categories. They're either wonderful, tremendous, filled with integrity, live exactly what they preach, couldn't be better, or they're jerks. There's very little in between. It's not someone's got some jerky qualities and also has some integrity. It's a really polarizing experience, because sometimes you see people on the stage that, kind of exude positive energy and integrity, and then come off the stage and start, verbally abusing people. I would always be shocked by that kind of behavior. And James and I, a couple of other conversations we had, that one thing we want to imbue with people, if we're going to be training them to go into the corporate market, is to go in with a client-centered attitude, that this is really a gift, that it's a privilege to be able to work in an area like that, and that, you should be helping people and not in as much as in it for helping people, kind of sharing the information that you have. So I agree wholeheartedly with James' point of view.
Now,
and one of our models was a wonderful, which we both know by the name of Gil Eagles, who I was fortunate enough to be with last week. Gil has the heart of a saint, and his entire mission in life, and he's retired now, was to help people, inspire people to be more than they ever thought they could be. I don't know how to put it because it sounds schmaltzy, but boy, he was good at it. And both Anthony and I are the greatest fans of his. And I think we're aligned in his point of view, as you are, Jeff.
Well, I think wasn't Gil one of the first ones. I've seen him at speakers engagements before, wasn't he one of the first ones that came up with the idea of doing the corporate entity where he added mentalism and hypnosis to his presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
definitely.
He was indeed before I did.
And you've been very successful with an Anthony, and James, you have too. So I respect both of you immensely. I just wish I was there.
Oh, thank you.
So what else would you like to share? We don't have too much more time. We got about another 5 minutes. Tell us about yourselves. What's going on? What else can we learn from the two of you? What valuable information can we take back?
I go ahead before I get cut off here. Go ahead.
No, James, you got cut off. You got a chance to talk. Go for it.
All right. Here's where I'm at. I can only tell you where I'm at in my life, and people will discover in this master class that I'm about as honest to a detriment as my wife said sometimes. But where I'm at now is putting a book out, which is
well, maybe
first web interactive book. I thought I was like, I was going to be going into film acting again, or I was going to be writing a screenplay, but I'm like going full force now to go back in the corporate hypnosis teaching field. And I have a new wellness program. I have a new TEDx program out, which has been out for 5 weeks, harnessing the vision for wellness. And I'm doing everything within my my knowledge, and I want to have fun. Fun is it's one of my top 3 values: love, freedom, and fun. So if what I do doesn't fit in with that, I'm not doing it, and I have to turn it over to Anthony for this.
With you talking about fun real quickly, Kendra Summers is in my office. That's a big thing with her. It's work, but it's got to be fun. And if it's not fun, then you shouldn't be doing it. And I'm learning more and more about that. And I absolutely agree. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying there.
And there you have it.
That's it.
Fun is not necessarily frivolous.
No.
I was reading. I'm like Anthony. I'm reading all the time, and I was reading about fun today and how people get confused. I believe if you don't have fun, your part of your heart isn't in it. But it is not about being frivolous. It's about play, and play can be frivolous or it can be something else. And as my wife said, I married a 12-year-old child in the body of me.
But stay that way. Stay a 12-year-old. That's where you get the most out of life.
I don't think it's possible to change, honest to God.
No. And you stay the way you are, Jim. Stay the way you are. Yeah.
Young at heart.
By the way, Anthony, I just got messages from Richard. He wanted to know he wanted to know where you got your shirt. He wants to get a shirt.
Oh goodness, that's awful. Somebody gave this to me for Christmas. I assume it's. Usually people never see me in public in anything like this. Usually it's the jacket and tie, but we had some guests over, so I didn't have a chance to change or anything.
Well, it looks like a Tommy Bahama.
It probably is. It's your standard.
I've got about 7 of them, and I chose to wear my black Guybera shirt, so I look, instead of a tie.
Well, you got to dress the part, right? I understand you might.
There it is.
Yeah,
you might have some guests at your seminar too. Even to put a little bit more frosting on the cake. Is that true or not?
Yes.
Or is that a surprise?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one that was committed to come and had to back out at the last minute. My niece is married to Giorgio Tsoukalos, the star of Ancient Aliens.
Yes.
And he, they had bought plane tickets. They were going. And he came up, someone made him a business offer. I'm not really at liberty to tell you what it is, but he called me and explained that he was given an opportunity. It's on the weekend of the seminar. So he's one surprise, and I didn't tell anybody about it, so they're not going to miss it, but that almost happened. And we've got a couple special people showing up.
Well, that could be.
I've got to, because I'm very proud of this. A buddy of mine is coming in. His name is John Stetson. And John is one of the best mentalists in the world. And I have been, over the past few months, I started off doing hypnosis and mentalism back in the 70s. And I am now getting interested. So I am becoming his coach in corporate hypnosis. He's becoming my coach in mentalism, because it's a little out of the box. People are going to be very surprised at our cocktail party. But I have to tell you, it's a way to move your hypnosis presentation in the corporate market. In addition to everything we're going to be teaching, that's one of our guests, who is supposed to be a surprise, but it's not a surprise now.
Well, and things like that are very
incredible,
and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the visual, the wow factor, and those kinds of things do that. Absolutely.
Yes.
Incredible Boris is going to be there.
Who is?
Richard Bark is going to be there. Oh, yeah. Yep, Boris will be there.
Yeah. I'd hide that shirt then. I'd hide the shirt.
Yeah, I know. I was going to wear my suit too.
One thing I've learned about Richard, he's quite the marketer. He really knows how to get things done. He's on the cutting edge of many things. So I think he's going to tie in very well with what the two of you are presenting. It's just going to be another added, bit that's just going to pull everything together. So I'm hoping you're going to be doing this again. If this goes over as well as I think it's going to, which the way it looks it is, when would be the next time you would possibly offer it again, and would it be in the States, or have you even thought about that?
We've talked about it.
You haven't come up to any.
We have ideas.
All right. Well, I definitely want you to share that with us. Where can people who are listening, where can they contact the two of you if they want to learn more about this or anything else you might be doing?
James?
Well, we have our corporate website, which Anthony will give, and I have my website, www.jamesmapes.com or www.realhypnosis.com, which actually now, because of this one over here, I am reinvigorating with some new ideas and thoughts.
And
there's the website.
You got that. And
all yours.
One thing the three of us have to remember, we're never going to be too mature to offer more to the youth in the learning community. And I think all three of us can continue.
Absolutely.
You know what? We are now becoming, we're not 30, we're not 40. We are the gurus.
That's right.
We are the wisdom people.
Yeah.
We're the new 40. We're the new 40. So,
because being old is such a positive thing.
Yeah. Well, I certainly appreciate
12-year-old
coming on. I'm going to put Ken on here. I want to end with a thought. Ken is our co-host. Before Anthony wets himself, we'll see if is coming back on. Ken, did you have anything you'd like to say to James or Anthony before James?
I'm absolutely thrilled to listen to both of these gentlemen. Huge fans. And I unfortunately can't make this next training seminar, but I am at your next one. So I really do hope you have another one.
Oh, thank you so much. God bless you.
Yeah. Well, you two take care. God bless. And
we will.
Seminar. Bye now.
Later.
Bye.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
Thank you
guys.
very much for having us.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Jim, I'm very glad to welcome Jim.
Nothing yet, Jason. Any ideas, Corey?
I think he's going to.
And again, let's try it one more time.
There we go.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Got me now? Awesome.
Well, Jason, you've done hundreds of webinars. This is my first attempt at this. It's a lot of work. This is a lot of work. I'll tell you. I've been at it now for 3 hours, and this is a lot of work. But my hat's off to you. My hat's off to you.
Well, I don't do 3 hours.
Come
Take
on.
it right there.
Yeah. Well, you're from Virginia, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And
yes, I am.
A lot of people know who you are, what you do, but we have a lot of people listening from all over the world. So why don't you kind of give an introduction of yourself, where you've been, where you're at, where you're going, to kind of bring us up to speed for the people who are listening from around the world.
Sure, absolutely. Again, my name is Jason Lynette, and I'm here in the Alexandria, Virginia area. And I'm someone who's done a little bit of everything in hypnosis. I got into it originally after seeing stage hypnotist Tom DeLuca come to my college and do a show, and sitting in the audience thinking, oh, that's cool, and embarked for a short while in a career actually in management for professional theater. So I cracked the joke that it wasn't the design, creative, or artistic side. I was the Excel document junkie in the corner tracking everything and making the unions get along and making the actors get along. And if that's not psychological training, I don't know what is. So I quickly found that just because you're good at something, it doesn't mean you have to do it the rest of your life. So there was this balance of working 80 hours a week in the theater job, doing something I no longer enjoyed. And then here was this hypnosis thing that I had been doing for quite some time that just made sense. Let's just let that take over. So I did about a year or two full-time in stage hypnosis. That the biggest year I did maybe 150 schools in 1 year. And then from there transitioned over. I would very openly state that I was the one in the back of Sean Michael Andrews' NGH certification class as the bit of the smartass, as the stage hypnotist. I'm not going to do any of this therapy stuff. Why am I here? And now it's primarily what I do. In recent years, so since then launched Virginia Hypnosis. I'm in Virginia and I do hypnosis. Thus the business and the website are both virginiahypnosis.com. And since really becoming known in the profession, I've been nicknamed the guy who makes other hypnotists more successful. I just found the knack early on. I would go to meetups and in my local area, and I would have people around who'd been doing this for quite some time, but I was politely keeping it to myself. Why are they not filling their office? What is the missing element here? So embarking on the statement, the mission of the more we're all successful, the more we're all successful. So taking the business knowledge of it, we're a community that the subtext of everything that I do is, it goes back to a moment where I met someone at a convention and she goes, oh, it's nice you have a hobby of all that stuff with your website. I'm more interested in helping my clients than I am running a business. To which I did have to politely ask the question, how many people did you help last month? Mm-hmm. And I had seen more people in that week than she had seen the entire month. It's got to be both sides of this all together. So whether we're the stage hypnotist, whether we're the hypnotherapist, whether we're doing a bit of a balance of both aspects of it, to find that way that we can actually build that passion for our business as well, because that's actually what finances it, so you can get out there and help your clients even more, to be more well-trained, to get a lot of the people who are interacting with this program here today, are some of the same people you would find sitting next to you at a lot of conventions, at a lot of workshops. So to continue that training, and again, from all places, the more we're all successful, the more we're all successful. That's what I'm about here. Also, the host of the Work Smart Hypnosis podcast. So head over to worksmarthypnosis.com. And I believe half of the lineup here have already been guests on that program, including Dr. Juan there.
Yes. And Chris Jones, who will be on in a short while. He was just on one.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Well, you're like, getting back to what we've talked to about today, Larry Garrett, for instance, he started out with stage and went to clinical. Jerry Valley, pretty much the same thing. What made you go from stage to clinical, and how has it affected your clinical practice?
Yeah, I would say as a reference point, it's an interesting listen. If you listen to, I think it's the second podcast session I did with Scott Sandland, where he and I did have the conversation that there's perhaps just as much showmanship inside of the session as there would be with a stage production. Because remember, at the core, we do need to hypnotize our clients. We do need to create a hypnotic experience. And it's where, seeing the need for the use of, whether it's testing convincers, conviction moments, whatever you refer to them as, if they leave your process going, well, I felt relaxed, I guess something happened, then you could have done everything right. But if there's that sliver of that question there, you start to interrupt the efficacy of a lot of what you've done. So it all tends to work together. And I really tend to feel I'm doing the same work, whether I'm most of what I tend to do these days, just as a avenue for the business side of things. I have not actively marketed my stage hypnosis business now, I think going on about 3 years, yet still working not as many as before, of course, working about a couple of dozen programs a year. Yet they're the schools that would call up and the conversation is, hey, can you do April 12th? Well, I'm booked that day. What about the 19th? Okay, great. Send a contract. And the conversation is that direct. So back to the original question, the combination of the two, I'd say, is finding that aspect of more of a kinesthetic quality inside of your hypnotherapy session, where the stage hypnotist has got to get them animated, has got to get them interacting as soon as they walk in the door, as soon as they're out in the audience, as soon as they're up on stage. So to have a more actively based hypnotherapeutic process, folding in these moments where hypnotic things are happening, whether it's the full-on testing, convincing of an arm becoming stiff and rigid, or even the kinesthetic experience of taking that anxiety, that fear, that stress, whatever the feeling may have been, and shifting the structure of that really just as quickly as you would say, you're on a beach and it's getting really warm, find a way to cool yourself off. To which I'd say it's all the same hypnosis. It's just the context of what and where and why you're doing it. That's where it really becomes different. Part of what motivated the transition for me, couple of things. On one side of things, I tend to be a person, I think the phrasing in the NLP community is about being either options-oriented or procedure-oriented. And the procedure-oriented person would be very happy continuing the same sort of process year after year after year. The most extreme was the guy who delivers the mail in my office park where my office is located, who, when he delivered mail the first day I was there, goes, hey, if you have any questions, let me know, because I've been delivering mail ever since this building was built. And the office park was built in the late 70s.
Wow.
And no discredit there. He enjoys what he does. And I would openly admit I'm a person who tends to get, let's call it creatively bored every 4 to 5 years. And from that, looking to go, wow, I've done that. Let's change it up. I mean, similar to the point that I had a business training program that I was selling that actually, as of right now, is off the market because we're relaunching it in February. So here's something that sales were doing fantastic and feedback was outstanding. Yet from the artistic standpoint going, yeah, but we can do it a little bit better. Let's change it up. Let's take it to the next step rather than going, well, that's what it is. Let's just leave it there. The other side, too, is I've got 2 small children at home. I've got Max is 2, Claire is 4. Jim and I were haggling for the latest time slot possible because they just went down to bed as I jumped into this program. So I love to have that kind of schedule where the income is the income that I'm proud to make, and then I am at home at the dinner table 6 o'clock every night sleeping in my own bed. So that was the kind of lifestyle that I wanted to be living. So as much as I really still do enjoy the shows and the travel at this point in my life, and I love to have that as an option. I love to be in a position where it's my choice, it's my decision what the structure of my life is. And I always go back to that phrase, just because you're good at something is not why you have to continue that one thing always. When meanwhile, on the business side of things, if we structure everything that we do in terms of building systems, so while I'm not technically as heavy in the stage hypnosis game as I was at one point, should I decide, and actually I'm itching to get back into it a bit more heavily nowadays, I just have to replicate the same systems, turn the things back on that I had before. And from that, that business will turn back on the same way again.
And you think you can do that again that way?
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. And I'd encourage the people interacting with to, you know, very often as we begin in hypnosis, we may be a little bit more hungry than we should in the early days. So maybe for the hypnotherapist, you know, I always laugh at the moment where I'm very direct with the hours that I work at my office. I'm in Tuesday through Friday, and I do a 10, a 12, a 2, and a 4. And sometimes when I've said that, I'll get the response of, well, I only can do like a Sunday at 7:30. And I could admit in the early days, I may have been the one to bend and go, okay, yeah, we'll make that work. Yet these days, it just becomes a very polite response. Well, great. I'm in the office Tuesday through Friday. The first is a 10, the last is a 4. During those time frames, what works best for you? And it comes back to that phrase, if you've read the book, The E-Myth Revisited by Michael Gerber. It's that mindset of working on your business, not just in your business. That when you're in that cycle of, I have family members that are self-employed, and I think this may have been a motivation for a lot of the way that I live my life now, that very much the life depends on the phone call coming in. When if you structure things in such a way that these are the hours I'm interested to work, this is the time frame I'm willing to put into it. It's a beautiful thing that this is right now my personal phone and the office line is ringing over there, and I'll hear it Tuesday. So to set those parameters for yourself, oddly enough, it's a bit of a fear point for some people, but you can still be just as successful, I would argue more successful, by setting those parameters for yourself early on.
How were you able to do that? Because I know a lot of people are in that situation and they can't set those parameters. How did you get yourself to do it?
From a personal standpoint, and it's a statement that has been a big thing for me in the last year. Yes, there are exceptions to this next statement, but I think a lot of our success comes down to there is no such thing as finding the time. Finding the time is a game that we've invented to fool ourselves into thinking we're too busy to get things done. So instead, it comes back to making the time. That being said, the more successful you become, the more in demand you become, there become things that you just have to start to say no to. So it's where, there have been requested times to, jump into some sort of meetup by way of Skype. And I did that at one point, and for 45 minutes, we were playing the game that you and I played when we first started about, we can't connect, which I always want to have a stream as an option.
Sure.
Which would be that in that case, well, I typically do a webinar once every 6 weeks. Why don't you schedule your meetup during one of my webinars? And then I'll call in, we'll do speakerphone, and we'll do something after that. So I'd even point to the example of, in our personal lives. I try not to make a big deal about this because it's not the hook that I'm trying to push these days. But in the last year, I dropped about 40 pounds. And it came down to, as I made the time for my health. So here are the 3 days of the week that I'm in the gym from 6 in the morning till 7, and making that very crucial time for me. And it's to the point now that when you actually play the schedule in that format, you miss that time. I have certain time during the week that I'm just recording. And that's either audio programs for products, or that's video for a lot of the things that you see me do. And the trick is really, I think the answer to your question is that time is on my calendar, and it's just as crucial, it's just as critical as here's the day that there's the parent meeting at my kid's preschool. Here's the day that I've got a doctor's appointment that I've had on the books for 6 months. You go to the dentist twice a year. And holding that time accountable rather than going, well, in case something else swings in, I can always move that around. So again, by shifting that mindset to making the time, it also brings things back to that mindset of where should I be spending my time? I share the example that I've got a bit of we'll call it a secret project in the works at the moment. And here was an offer that admittedly, the Jason Lynette maybe 7-8 years ago would have flipped out over this. Here's a local chain of health and wellness companies that wanted me to partner with them to do group seminars in their offices. And that's an outstanding offer. However, that's not an offer that I'm currently interested in because there's another project that I'm more passionate about. So it just became the simple moment of, well, who's a student of mine in the local area that I think would be a great fit for that? And I referred it right over, and they're going to be meeting up this coming week. So similar to that, if we have a client, if we have a show coming in that we just have that feeling we're just not a match for, our passion's not there, whether we have that resource for that individual or just to politely say, it's like there are sometimes where a client would call me and they're looking for something that I could comfortably say that I may not be the match for, and I do not yet have a resource for them. And I'm going to want to shift my language to be a more positive phrasing of, I've just got to be honest and tell you that I don't think I'm the match to help you with that. I I don't think I'd be qualified to help you with that. And unfortunately, at this point, I do not have a resource for you. However, and hear the hypnotic language about to come into play. However, when you find something that does help you out, please call me back, because I'd love to find out what that was so I can have that for people in the future.
And, you know, I think with the structure that you have, wouldn't you say it's taken a lot of stress out of your life?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The other side of it too, the stress side, I think, and there's probably a dash of this in the stage hypnosis community as well, that we should be connecting with the result and bringing the audience, and as well as bringing the client along for the ride.
Yes.
You know, I would openly share my frustration about how many, and it's not just one, how many conventions there are where they allow workshops all about preventing transference, preventing the emotional drain. I see that and just the chills up my spine, because that respectfully tells me you are connecting with the wrong part of your client. See your client as the result, bring them along for the ride. And I'll tell you, with that mindset, I walk out at the end of the day with as much energy as I walked in with.
Absolutely.
Because every process is a now good to great way of looking at it, rather than, oh man, we're gonna go into some scary stuff here. And I say that as someone who, I would say it this way, that I tend to follow all the various gospels of hypnosis. Here's the client that I may do the regress to cause, and then here's the one that I just don't go there at all. I think each and every client comes in with their own unique style, their own unique needs. So from that, you know, don't hear that I'm only doing the positive, yeah, go get them kind of process, because sometimes it does go to some dark and difficult places. Yet again, you know the end of the story, because they're there with you in that chair on that day, and they're alive. I always cracked the joke. The moment where my wife was watching one of the Hunger Games movies on TV, and I had to be the smart ass and walk by, because I see her getting visibly tense. It's the first movie, and I have to go, you know, she's in all the sequels, right? It's going to end well.
Well, you know what you're doing, Jason? You're being honest with your client, and you're being honest with yourself. And I think it's a lot easier to work in that type of an atmosphere. And you can tell just by looking at you, your demeanor, you know, you feel good about yourself. You're in control, and you're doing what you want to do. And I think there's so many people out there that don't have that going for them. So I accommodate you for that. What about, I see the Ultimate Hypnotic Sales System 500-word elevator pitch. Tell me about that.
Okay, well, the 500-word elevator pitch was part of the application for this. The main thing I wanted to share inside of presenting here during this great event would be that as we look at the structure of how we operate our businesses, it turns out across the board there is one very simple change that if we all made inside of our businesses, I'm of the firm opinion we would all be doing much better. And I want you to hear the entire sequence to this, because I tell you right now, and this is going to change perhaps your opinion of what it means to be selling something. Because we have three different things we could possibly be selling when a client lands on our website, discovers who we are, if we're doing some sort of print advertising, if we're at the Rotary Group giving a talk, whatever the scenario might be. But especially to look at a lot of hypnotist websites. I'd encourage you later this evening to do a search, and you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. You would see a website that would say, call this number to book your session. Call this number to book your show. To which I would comfortably tell you, your potential clients are not yet qualified to make that buying decision. So for a moment, I want you to think of the structure of, and I almost brought one down, but we were cooking today and we used it, so it's in the dishwasher. Think of a funnel. The funnel starts big at the top and then siphons down, and then there's a little chute at the bottom. So what I'm going to be referring to is a style of marketing, a style of advertising, what's referred to as lead generation marketing, where the principle of this, and hear the entire sequence here, is I'm not selling hypnosis. And as surprising as it might sound, I'm not even trying to sell the results. The number one thing I'm trying to sell in all of my, let's call it passive communication. So that would be someone arriving on my website, watching a video that's online, interacting with some sort of piece. Rather than selling hypnosis, rather than selling the results, my number one goal is always to sell the next step. And for those of you that are on my email list, if you head over to worksmarthypnosis.com, on the main page, there's an offer there for a series of videos and a couple of other things. What I want you to take note of, well, think of it this way. Chances are you receive a lot of email. And chances are you might receive a lot of email from me because I send out quite a bit of stuff. But I make sure it's always content that has information inside of it. Though what's interesting is to look back that very often the one thing I'm trying to sell from an email communication is the click. Click here to watch the video. Let's go back to Dave Ellman. Dave Ellman, bypassing the critical factors of the mind, followed by the acceptance of selectable thinking. If we want to use that as our definition of hypnosis, think of this, what I've termed the ultimate hypnotic sales system, to always be selling that next step. Think about the structure of a Dave Ellman induction. It doesn't begin with something that profound. It begins with a relatively light, profound, a light phenomenon. Relax the eyelids so they just won't work. Test them, satisfy yourself. You can do that. And then towards the end of that 3-minute routine, you've now got them into an amnesia by suggestion moment, which is now a more profound method of hypnotic phenomenon. So think of it this way for a moment. If your website says, call this number to book your sessions, again, your clients may not be qualified to make that decision. More importantly, if you have your pricing on your website, now there's a side note to this. If you have the fees for your service on your website, they may not be qualified yet to make that buying decision. Because here's a car that cost, first car I ever bought was $500. It was the junker that my uncle used to drive back and forth to the shipyard in his home, and I used it to get around campus in college. That was my first car. Meanwhile, and I love that my fancy option here goes to a Honda Odyssey minivan. Meanwhile, here's one that we bought it used for like $27,000. But then again, well, what's the difference between a $27,000 car and a $500 car? Well, this one has lower miles, and it's got the DVD in the back for the kids and the automatic doors. And again, that's my version of a sports car. The number of hypnotists doing fancy photos in front of their sports cars, I always go back to our minivan. But look at it from the perspective of having the information ahead of time. So to play a bit of a game here, what I'd encourage you to think about is what are possible next steps of your process. So for the hypnotherapist, perhaps, the easiest example is to begin with the offer of calling for a consultation. Now, there's a lot of people who do that consultation live and in the office. We began our conversation this evening talking about parameters. I am now only in my office when I'm either producing content or I'm getting paid to be in my office. So I do not do live, free, in-person consultations. And in the content that I put out there, I teach people how to do that right over the phone and close it with a very high success rate. We can also lead with what's commonly referred to as either the special report or the white paper, which would be some sort of information, some sort of thing. So, for example, over on worksmarthypnosis.com, there's the 10-day hypnosis business challenge. 10 days of videos, 10 days of action steps to jumpstart your hypnosis business. And that's something that I offer for free. And that leads into the funnel for the business training program that I do. A video series. This is how I get my students for my certification classes. Nearly every class that I train is going to be matched up with a video test drive experience. And hear the hypnotic presupposition behind this. That way you get to learn what it's like to take my class before you ever take the class. So you get the user experience. You get the test drive, like with the car. Be mindful, too, about the cost of your service. So for the stage hypnotist, you know, if you're selling a program that's upwards of $2,000 or $3,000, I probably wouldn't be dropping a package in the mail to a potential client who's going to buy a $30 audio off of my website. Now, may not sound like the best strategy, but if I was able to do the math and figure out for every dollar I spent, I was making 30, I'd begin to roll those dice over and over and over. But it's how, and society has shifted slightly, of course, over the years. I'd say the package in the mail is kind of falling by the wayside, and the electronic press kit, the video series online, or just some sort of information. So consider this first. to review your information that you have out there, whether you're a stage hypnotist, whether you're hypnotherapist, though I'd give the fun anecdote that I actually gave a talk on this at a convention a few years ago. And at the convention, I won a major award that evening that I gave the talk. It was for the talk the previous year, though, based on how they give the awards out. And there comes this moment where this man comes running over, he grabs my shoulder and goes, I want to thank you so much. That information is exactly what I needed to hear about only trying to sell the next step. Get them onto some sort of list, and now I've got a whole bank of people that I've built rapport with.
Sure.
Because the phrase is, when you're trying to sell to everybody, very often you end up selling to nobody. So I spend most of my time advertising, campaigning, and just outright selling to the people who have already crossed that threshold by raising their hand and saying, I'm interested. Those are the people that get the information from me. And a person in the chat room was asking my website. VirginiaHypnosis.com is my practice, and WorkSmartHypnosis.com is my training page, though I tell you comfortably, I'm a big fan of the tongue-in-cheek moment of doing the stuff I'm talking about while I'm teaching it. Because if you head to either of those websites, you'll see examples of this all over the place. Do not copy my content, but feel free to emulate the style of it in terms of it's selling the next step. Call this number for the consultation. Click here to learn more about quitting smoking. Click here for the video test drive experience of the trainings. For a recent stage hypnosis class we did, it was the backstage tour. So a little side tip to that would be to think about, and I love this term, to thingify your lead offer. So give it a specific name rather than click here for a bunch of information. Instead, turn it into a specific thing that they're going to want, that they're going to be ravenous for. Hey, Kenda.
Hi, Jason. How are you?
I'm good. Tell me I gotta go, huh?
Yeah.
Well, wasn't that a wonderful?
You know what, Jason? We could have you on for more time. You have so much knowledge that you're sharing with us. It's exciting. It's wonderful. I hope people are really appreciating everything that you're sharing because, my gosh, lots of great information.
You're by far.
And I tell you, for more, head over to WorkSmartHypnosis.com. And if you are not a subscriber to that on iTunes, get on there. It's a podcast that goes out, several of them a month. Interviews with great folks that you've been listening to so far. A lot of my own content as well. And a lot of regular updates coming your way.
Yes, well worth your while. Well worth your while. Well, thank you so much, Jason. You have a lovely evening. Absolutely. And I really appreciate you joining us today. Happy hypnosis.
Happy hypnosis. I'll see you then.
Take care.
Bye.
Next, we are welcoming the one and only Mr. Chris Jones. Chris Jones, come on in and grab your seat.
We're pulling him up right now.
There he is.
He is coming with us. Tell you a little bit about our next guest. We're waiting for him to join us. Chris Jones has taken the hypnotic world by storm, especially the college circuit. He does almost 200 colleges a year. He's only 29 years of age. He has everybody's best interest in his heart as he moves forward, and I think you're just going to be absolutely amazed with the information he shares with us. And I think he's having a little bit of a difficult time getting through here, but so far, there he is.
There we go.
Oh,
we got the audio. We'll see if we can get his good-looking mug. We lost your video, but your audio.
Chris, are you there?
You might have to
log off and go back on again, Chris.
Yeah, log off and come back on. Boy, Kenda, this has been a wonderful experience. I mean, the people.
How's your voice holding up?
You know what? This is a lot harder than doing 3 stage hypnosis shows back to back.
No kidding.
But the people who are that we're interviewing are so interesting that I've learned so much.
We're getting lots of wonderful information.
But next time you get to do this part of it, and yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm hoping that he'll be able to get back on. What have you been most impressed with so far? Well, we're waiting for Chris to kind of join us again. What have you been most with, would you say?
Everybody being forthright, honest, their availability to share information. I myself was really disappointed to not be able to make Anthony and James training in a few weeks in Florida. But you know what? He dropped a whole bunch of nuggets there of really valuable information that I could go out tomorrow and start utilizing. And it's that kind of sharing amongst all of us that is really wonderful. You know, the people being honest and forthright and just being willing to share the information.
Yeah,
there he is.
That's better.
Hi, Chris.
Sorry about that. Hey, thank you for having me on.
How are you, Chris?
I'm very well. I've been watching some of this.
Uh-oh. Evidently, Chris is somewhere exotic too, because this is we're having another issue with the wonderful world of technology. It's a good look though for him, but I think he's going to be joining us back here in just a second. And I think a lot of you probably saw Chris on America's Got Talent. Chris is an absolute genuine guy. I met him about 2 years ago, and he came out to our theater in Galena this summer, and I hypnotized him, and he was telling us about going on America's Got Talent and the obstacle.
Before he was on the show, right? Because he was hitting us up for some ideas.
That's right. And he got hypnotized at the theater that night. We had for those of you who are listening right now, we have a small theater in Galena, Illinois. It's a small town nearby where we live here in the States. And we use it in the summertime as a tourist theater where it only holds 135 people. But I use it to train hypnotists who are mentoring with me. I use it for open shows to the public. And we use it just for a hodgepodge of things during the day. We have a young lady who comes in and does psychic readings during the day. We've done private sessions there during the day, Kenda. And Chris joined us just this last summer, came in for a day actually, and I hypnotized him there. And he was telling me all about what he's going to be doing on America's Got Talent. And sure enough, he got on there and he just blew the socks off, including.
He did us proud.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, he absolutely did us proud. I'm wondering, Jim, if Chris is having some problems, maybe we should get Doug to come in.
Yeah, if you can get a hold of Doug T, if he's available, we can put Chris on after that, or we might be able to interrupt if we have to and put Doug back on. Doug's a little bit closer. I don't know where Chris is at right now in terms of running into the technical, but I know that James Mapes was down the Virgin Islands. He ran into it. So we could do that. Is he available? Is Doug available? And if you have anybody who has any questions, feel free to ask. We're here for you. This has been a wonderful experience for me. We've already had over 2,068 people actually part of this. And I don't know if most of you know this, but I did a little research on World Hypnosis Day, and it happened to Tom. I think Tom Nicolai was the one that started it. He's a clinical hypnotherapist in Massachusetts, and I believe it started in 2005. And I think it's growing every year. And this type of an activity that JT out of Japan decided to put together is working out extremely well. There's a few bugs, a few kinks. We're supposed to go on and do second segment or last segment tonight on the Pacific coast, but something happened with our host out there, so we're able to do that. We have a few more. We're going to try. We have Chris back in here, so we're going to try one more time and see what happens. Where are you at, Chris?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I feel really bad about that, but thanks for having me on.
Sure. Where are you?
I'm in Maryland. I inherited my mom's house. She passed away in October. Thank you for all the who wrote me letters. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. But I'm in Maryland because I have to sell my mom's house in Gaithersburg, Maryland.
Gaithersburg. Okay. All right. Now, have you had a chance to relax a little bit? Away from the college tour for just a week or so?
No, I haven't had a show in about 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
And I don't work again until Wednesday, which is a big lull for me, but I accept it. I'm happy about it.
You'd be surprised, even after 3 weeks off. You wouldn't think so, but you're a little rusty. I found that.
No doubt, yeah. The first few shows, I'm going to work through some kinks, but, you know, just put in the work. Yeah. And it's fun work.
Well, you know, a lot of people are listening to this all over the world. Some of them know of you and some of them don't. So why don't you start out by telling us a little bit about yourself? Who is Chris Jones? The man, the hypnotist.
Well, a lot of people might have seen America's Got Talent, and I made Howie Mandel Shake Hands. That all started because I was a hypnotist in grad school. And I saw a hypnotist after hypnotist come to my school, and I thought I could do it. And I went professional, and it took 5 years of college shows, high schools, private parties for America's Got Talent to find me, say they wanted a hypnotist. And I auditioned once in Nashville, a second time in Chicago, and went quite well. They flew me to New York, and the rest was history.
And what has that done for you, being on America's Got Talent? Is that propelled you in any direction?
Absolutely. People are like, oh, I bet you're crazy busy now. I was busy before, and that's not a brag. I just had a lot of before because I don't know. I was willing to drive almost anywhere. I was driving, sitting in the car 6-7 hours by myself. I would do a show in Texas, and the next day I was in Indiana. It didn't matter. And yeah, so I was booked before, but now I got to do a show in Toronto. We're trying to do some stuff in Germany pretty soon, Japan. So it's a good life.
Yeah. Well, tell us about how you got started in on the college circuit. A lot of people are interested in that because there aren't very many college hypnotists out there. There's you, there's myself. Two of us probably do more college shows than any other series of hypnotists together. So how did that all come together for you?
I have a lot of mentors, and I was listening to Richard Barker talk to some of the people, get a mentor, pay someone or work with someone. That's 100% true. Frederick Winters was my first mentor.
Okay.
And then I'm not going to answer your question. I guess I'll just say all the shoulders I've stood on, and these are the great people who put in the work. So Fred started it. And then Dr. Steve Tallman, I saw his show. I was a magician, and he said, Chris, magic is cool. They did a whole 90-minute show and said, this is better than magic. I don't have props. I don't keep secrets. And I was like, all right. I literally felt like my life was getting a divorce from magic, what I loved for years and years, and saying I have to be committed to hypnosis now. He was the second real inspiration. Then Salish, the hypnotist, I thought that was the coolest guy in the whole world. He's still one of the nicest guys I've met. I wanted to be that edgy, feel and raw power. I wanted all those things, and he taught me some things. His show's funny. When we say I'm not going to embarrass you, watch Dan Laurinaitis. He does not embarrass anyone. It is stellar. We went out for pizza. We talked. I picked his brain. And then there was Jim Wand. And this is the guy, when I had a breakdown after America's Got Talent, I was, like you said, 29. Day before I turned 29, that aired. National TV. I did what some people saw was impossible. And 1,000 people emailed me, said, help me lose weight. Help me quit smoking. Help me do all these things. And I panicked. I literally had a breakdown in New York City. And I was like, Jim, what do I do? And you said, tell them about the National Guild of Hypnotists. And I had no idea there was a guild or a group of hypnotists who talked and communicated and shared information. And so I just said, I'd love to help you. National Guild, go that way. But every day I get someone, help me lose weight, quit smoking. I saw you on TV. You're my last hope. You're my only hope. I've tried everything. And just between us, I want to be like, you haven't tried everything because you haven't tried standing on your head and drinking water upside down. It wouldn't work, but you haven't tried these things. So don't make excuses.
Like, well, you're also involved in learning the clinical side of hypnosis too, are you not?
I am. I reached out to Jason. Again, every part of my life involves another hypnotist, another little turn. I could have just done comedy, but then America's Got Talent came out and I said, I want to help people now. But Jason, who you just had, I got to go to his center, and if you haven't had a chance to check out a Hypnosis center, check his out. I mean, total professional feel mixed with just great lights, and just all around perfect office, I would say. But I'm learning. I'm not certified to be a hypnotist for therapy, but I'm probably going to take.
So what do you see yourself doing 5 years from now? Or even a year from now? Yeah, professionally.
Professional athlete. Yeah, professional athlete. I'm going to hopefully run marathons competitively.
So you're going to stay?
Yeah. It's nothing involving hypnosis. I'm just
Well,
going
you know,
really
I follow you around on the college circuit, and I've watched some of the shows that you've done. And one thing that really impressed me, and nobody's really been able to do this and pull it off, is I've seen you, and I'm not sure if it was a total show in the audience, but you went in the audience and you did just about the entire show there. And I've never seen anybody do that before. What gave you that idea?
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a nice compliment. I mean that. I don't take compliments well. That was very, very nice of you to say that. I didn't like that the hypnotist had people all the way up there talking about hypnosis. Like, there's 800 people in a room. You can't be a part of the show if they're all the way over there. So if they're in the audience, you at least have the visible piece of people standing up out of their chairs. And all the people who hired you, the advisors, are like, wow, that's cool. I've never seen the audience react like that. They're on their feet during the whole show. So that's one little idea.
Was that how hard is that to do? I know as a performer, I've gone out and done bits like that, but how are you able to maintain it throughout the entire show?
And that's the thing. I put in a lot of repetition. I did 90 shows my first year. Now, I'll tell you, they weren't all good. And I did 160 shows this year, and they still weren't good. I had people heckle me during some shows. You'll have people with their arms crossed, just, I don't believe it. You put in the reps, and you find out what works for you. Drop another name. Flip Orley has the best show I've seen. I'll tell you, Flip Orley has the best show that I've seen in terms of the audience members and the hypnotized people have the same experience. The hypnotized people, the committee, they never leave their seats, but it's the funniest show you'll ever see. It's all verbal humor, but Flip Orley does an act unlike any other. So you have the DC Improv. But Jim, I've seen you do a very similar act for high school and then make it so much better for a casino. I haven't seen you do private, but room full of smoking people, drinking alcohol. Very similar show to the high school or the college. Yeah. But so
and you got to learn to adapt to that, and you're doing that, and you've only done a few hundred shows. Think of what's going to happen, Chris, when you've done a few thousand shows. I mean, you're way ahead of the belt, right. Way ahead of the curve, way ahead. So what would you like to share with us?
Appreciate it. You're kind.
With the people listening from all over the world, what would you like to share with them about anything?
Right. If I would say have a good team. If you're like, Chris, how do you give advice? What advice would you give? Have a mentor. And people have come up to me and said, I'll be your mentor. I have this system. I have this system. I don't want to pay my mentor. I don't want to. If you believe in me, you'll do it because you believe in my product and me. If you're like, I want your money. And I explained this to a few hypnotists, like, I cannot pay you to teach me. And they were like, well, my time is valuable. I'm giving this. I'll give you something no one else is giving you. And I'm like, everyone's saying that, though. And the best ones are doing it for free.
Yeah. And you can't monetize everything you do. You can't monetize it. I give away a lot of free information. Well, when you call and ask me questions, I don't mind sharing it with you because you're going to take it to the next level.
I'm not doing this to praise you. I'm just doing this because this is the truth. I told you, I think I want to get into clinical. And you sent me a whole mess of books and material. Whole mess. I told other people, and they said, I will teach you for this amount of money. Fine. I told you I was on America's Got Talent. I told other hypnotists I was going to be on America's Got Talent. And they said, oh, I've been there before. I can help you, this, that, and the other. And I got what you need. And you said, Chris, what do you have so far? And I told you, and you said, what if you made it better this way and this way and this way? You get that we're all in this together. And that's really important. I used to get upset when I saw a sign that said world's most famous hypnotist, fastest, greatest, the world's best, whatever. That annoys me. It's like you're saying I'm not as good as you, sight unseen. And that made me angry. And I wanted to be like the most booked hypnotist, but I burnt out. I can do more shows than most people, but they're getting higher fees than I am. But that's fine. That's right. There's so much work to go out there. There's so much work. Like everyone's trying to make it a competition, and I have this thing that you don't have. Jason's podcast is great. He was talking to so many hypnotists I hadn't heard of before, and now I literally bought their books because of his podcast. And he's just like, these are smart people. They're smarter than me. Why not repeat and share with other people what they've taught me?
Well, and each day is a learning process. And what you give, I firmly believe, what I give out, I'm going to get back in return 100-fold, just like the Bible says. And it happens. It's happened over and over again for me. You know, things that I share, people come back and they help me with things when I need them. So, yeah, what goes around comes around. I'd rather see a lot of good hypnotists out there than a lot of mediocre hypnotists. Simple as that. So let me ask you this. How do you, and this is something other state hypnotists out there would be interested in, how do you come up with new routines? Yes, new bits.
New bits? I don't have a comedy background. I don't think I'm particularly funny. I'm not. But I'll walk around with my iPhone, and if something funny happens, I'll take an audio note of it. So I'll just record it, what I said exactly. Now, that's not the same as typing up a note. You type up a note, you read it the next day, it doesn't mean very much to you. You don't hear the tone in your voice. But when you do the audio note, you got it, and you hear your excitement. So I do a lot of that. Steve Martin had this idea of if he heard any funny joke or any funny thing, that didn't happen to someone else, happened to him. And so I feel anything can be a joke. Make it about yourself, but include your audience as well.
Good. So, well, for those people who didn't see you on America's Got Talent and don't understand the process, I know we only have a few minutes, but could you kind of walk us through what happened exactly?
Right. The process is this. They will find you. My friend John is another hypnotist. He tried out for America's Got Talent, and I told him the exact same thing. Don't stand in line, because people in line will not ever meet anyone, ever. Don't stand in line. Don't. If you're good, they'll find you. I'm not saying I'm good.
They found you.
I'm just saying if you're seen, popular, if you're visible, they will find you. Once they find you, you get a bracelet. You skip the entire line. You meet with a person. You meet with another person that day. They record it, video record it. And if you do well, they'll tell you, we'll be in touch. So I auditioned once in Nashville, got the bracelet, cut the entire line, didn't do well. Done. Did a second time in December, did quite well in Chicago. A month or two later, they flew me to New York. We filmed that. That was a Howie Mandel thing. It was fantastic. It was good. And then that didn't air for 6 months. So for 6 months, I couldn't tell anyone what happened. Then when that aired in May 28th or 7th, whatever, I know because it's close to my birthday, we filmed the second episode. And that one I did very bad. But America didn't see it for a month or two. So I knew I was out of the competition for 2 months before everyone else knew, and I couldn't tell anyone. But long story short, if you don't think I wasn't prepared for the second one, that's fine. But watch it. I'm wearing a blazer. I come on stage and a button down. Next thing you know, I'm wearing a T-shirt, and I got the X. Famous Richard Barker nails it. Doing a show is fine. Doing it on TV is difficult because there's copyright issues with music. You can't use someone else's music unless you paid for it. You're facing the camera and being the show person you are, you can't see their faces on the camera. And you don't know if the anchor is going to be a pain in the butt or the sweetest person on earth. You don't know. I don't want to say ditzy, but there are some male and female ditzy anchor reporters. You're like, look at my hand. They're like, what? Look at your hand, you say? I'd like to. You don't know what you're going to get when you're on TV. You do the best you can, and things get edited.
And most people don't know that. Like the segment you did with Howie, how long was that segment that was actually taped originally?
I was on stage for 30 minutes in America.
And the second time, they only saw what?
You only saw a minute 58. And I've been told if you look very closely, you'll actually see someone hypnotized on the judge's stage. Because I did 2 routines, but one involved the entire audience, the other one involved the judges, and someone got hypnotized and ended up on the podium. Whatever. People are like, "Oh, it's fake." He was in.
That was a gal in the audience.
It wasn't fake.
The female sing.
There was someone in the audience. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris. I'm extremely impressed with what you've done, and also you're genuine. You know, and that's what's going to take you the furthest. You're genuine as a person. You're caring as a person. You're very good on stage, and I see nothing but the sky for you. I really do. I'm very impressed.
Thank you. You're kind, and I appreciate it. But the important thing is, thank you, because a lot of people have helped me, and you can make a lot of money as a hypnotist, but you can help a lot of people too. And if I can give any advice in the world, it'll be that. This job is awesome. It helped me buy my mom a house. Don't get sad. It helped me pay for her hospice. She got to die at home. I was on the road doing a show and she passed away. But because of the doors with hypnosis, I can help a lot of people. I can talk to a lot of people. I can share ideas. I can keep, selfish reason, I can keep minorities in college, in higher education. So whatever reason you have to do it, it should be besides the money. You should do it for something deep inside. And if it's selfish, just keeping a kid in college, that's great. But see me on the road, please. On Facebook, it's Chris Jones. There's no space. ChrisJones, Chris Jones. There's no space. And the last
I got one more thing for you too. But go ahead.
I'm working with kids with speech and hearing impediments. And so I'm trying to see what we can do with hypnosis and that. So if there's anyone out there listening, watching, who's worked that way, please contact me. onewordcj@gmail.com. The number onewordcj@gmail.com.
Well, I was just going to ask you. People always ask me this every year. What's one of the funniest things that have ever happened to you in a stage situation on a college stage that you can share with us?
Right. College stage. I had a very short story. I had 2 male volunteers making out and a male and a female making out. Didn't know that was happening. I turned around. I'm like, wake up. I'm dumb. I'm new. I forgot I can just touch them and wake up. I'm like, wake up. Wake up. They're laughing too loud to hear anything. And some girl's like, he's gay. And I'm like, I don't care. We don't judge in college. Like, he's gay. I'm like, stop judging. And she's like, no, the one kissing the girl is gay. And I'm like, I made a gay guy kiss a girl? Oh, that's crazy.
The power of hypnosis.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. Your joy. I can't wait until we can spend some time together. That dinner that we had in Maryland a couple years ago, I thoroughly enjoyed. And I'll be back there again in June this year. So hopefully if you're in Virginia in June, maybe we'll get together.
Your name is Dr. Jim Rebookings
Oh, yeah.
Wand. That's your new name now. And that's good.
And you're going to do the
That's
same
good.
thing.
Fantastic.
You're going to do the same thing. Well, you take care, my friend. Safe travels.
Thank you again. Thank you for helping without
Absolutely.
anything back. Okay, Jim?
Thank you. Take care now. Bye
Be
now.
well, everyone.
All right. Well, that was it. You know, Chris, he's a young man that's going to go places. I've been thoroughly impressed with his career, and he's only 29 years of age, and I didn't even get started on the stage circuit until I was 33. So
I know. I was thinking, can you imagine being the age he is, knowing what he knows and being exposed to all the people he's exposed to, just, you know, where he'll be 20 years from now, say, you know,
and
wow.
The compassion he has, the compassion.
Yeah. Oh, he's such a great kid. I just love him. He's such a great kid. Well, next we have Doug T. He is signing in right now. Hey, Doug.
Hey, hello.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. This is a lot more work than I had anticipated in terms of just staying up 5 hours, go on 6. But, you know, I've met so many interesting people and shared so many interesting things. And I think the same thing is going to be with you. No, not very many people know you around the world. And this isn't just a U.S. thing. This is around the world. We have 2,200 people from around the world who've been watching this today. So why don't you tell us a little bit about Doug T. Before we go on?
I come from a background of actually, I started late. I worked in the car. I've done sales my whole life, which is equivalent to being on stage. You're basically selling yourself. Did comedy for a long time and watched a few hypnosis shows and decided, hey, I would like to expand my book of business and move forward with doing that. And that's kind of where I jumped in with you, Jim. You know that. We got to do, you trained me, you taught me everything I know. So
I don't know if everything, but
been moving.
You're a good student, easy student, I should say.
From hypnosis wise, you gave me my start, pushed me on the way, and I looked at a different way to do. I tried to be a different type of hypnotist than anybody else, I guess I can say. I always try to make it funny, even when you're subjects, because there's times where, as all of us know that have done stage hypnosis, sometimes some subjects are not funny.
No.
And you have to find that funny in them and bring it out. And that's kind of what I try and do, is just bring the funny out of those people. The funny that's there, they just maybe don't know it.
Don't know it. Well, your comedic background certainly helps it. You know, you have a comedy background. You're a great stand-up comedian, and I think that when you go on stage with a hypnosis show, you can move it in just about any direction because you have that versatility, which most stage hypnotists don't. So,
yeah, that's one thing. I just had a situation recently on the 26th of December where we didn't have enough people to do a hypnosis show, and it was kind of, everybody was a little nervous. And I said, well, you know what? We'll go up, we'll ask how many volunteers we're going to get. Kind of did a litmus test and found that we weren't going to have enough for a quality show. And us being artists in a way that you don't want to paint a picture and have somebody hang it on their wall in their mind and remember that picture and go, yeah, that was a terrible painting. So what we did is I went up and did an hour worth of comedy, and they walked away enjoying the show. The comedy club didn't have to worry about, well, these people left unentertained, mad that they drove there. So that's one nice thing I always have in my back pocket. And, you know, I've toured with the Impractical Jokers from True TV, now Michael Carbonaro, have worked stages, the Grand Ole Opry, big stages. And it's very humbling, but very flattering when you can walk off there and know that you've done it. And I always like to let my performance do its speaking for me. But I've also know that when you're out there, no matter if there's 20 people or 2,000, throw fastballs, leave them going. That was they forget about their life for that hour and a half that I'm on stage. So
is that your goal?
That's what I try to do.
What is your goal when you go on stage?
To make people remember that not necessarily me, but remember that hour and a half they had of how much fun they had. I love to entertain people. There's nothing more important to me in the world than whether I'm standing with 3 people or, you know, a group of 10 or a group of 2,000 that they walk away going, that was some of the most fun I've had in a long. I haven't laughed like that forever. That's everything I always try and do.
You know, and one thing I like about you too, Doug, is that you're able to balance. You know, being on the road is tough. And you're able, it seems you're able to balance your family life with your road life. I've seen you take your family out on the road with you. You know, I've seen all kinds of Facebook posts when you're out there. And I commend you for that, because I think that would be so difficult to do. I've never been able to really totally adjust to that. How do you do that?
My goal in life is obviously to be successful, but my goal is also with my daughters and my wife to make sure that their life is, you know, every footprint I leave is what they remember. I look at everything as making a memory. So if I'm on the road, you know, obviously when you're on the road and when you're with your family, you know, coming up to showtime, it's always a little bit tougher because you have that on your mind. If you're not anxious or a little bit nervous, no matter what stage you're walking on, you probably should get out of the business, because you always have, my anxiousness comes from making sure that I'm going to put on a good show and entertain. But when my family's with me, it also calms me a little bit, knowing that this is why I do it. These are the reasons. Those three people are the reasons why I do everything in life. I'm a very emotional guy when it comes to that, because I think family overall is the number one thing that we all should remember. Without that family, I wouldn't be doing this. You know, if I didn't have my wife in my life, maybe I wouldn't be doing this. If I didn't have my kids, maybe I wouldn't have that drive. You know, I try to be successful to show my kids that no matter what you're doing, go out there and be as successful as you can be. So, I love taking videos, as you know, Jim. I videotape everything, whether it's car rides in my car, whether it's hiking in the mountains, because I look back that when my children have children and maybe their children have children, they can look back and go, man, my grandpa was kind of a weird dude.
That's not so bad. Well, and I know you had an incident recently where you were glad you did videotape, and I don't know if you want to share that with me or not, but why don't you go ahead?
I can share some.
Go ahead.
Some parts of it. There's a lot of fodder going around. Maybe some people know on here. I had an incident in Omaha, Nebraska a couple years ago where a gentleman that was under hypnosis, and I didn't lay any traps. He, during the bit, walked the other way and stopped and jumped off the stage. And it hit national, or not national, but it hit Midwest news by the Omaha Herald. And to kind of lay down what truthfully happened compared to the papers, the paper put their they sensationalized it a little bit, saying he was supposed to be snapped out of a trance, didn't snap out, saw an empty chair, walked over and jumped off or fell off the stage. In actuality, the great thing is I did have it videoed. My performance from the second I started my pre-talk. So there's all those things that we talk about. You have to be safe. That's the one thing I can tell anybody that's listening that's starting out in hypnosis. You have to be safe and protect yourself. I don't know where this is going to go. They didn't go after me. They went after the club. But it was told that in the paper that he was out of the trance, fell off the stage, and the video I have clearly states me having the house lights come up, explaining to watch yourself. You are on a stage, pointed, make sure on the way off the stage, watch your steps down here. The other people that were on stage walked with me. He went the other way, stopped, looked around the room, saw his wife, jumped, threw his hands up in the air, jumped, and landed on flat-footed. And it was about a 1.5 foot drop. Clearly could see what it was doing, but he landed flat-footed with his legs stiff. And it was not as dramatic as they said. He had surgery within, I think, a month and a half. But it doesn't matter. There's a team of lawyers for any hypnotists out there. There's a team of lawyers that are looking to get money any way they can. They don't care what the story is, unfortunately, what truly happened. But by videotaping, I have that recorded evidence of the show.
Sure.
Will it help me? I would like to think anybody that's sitting in that courtroom will look at it and go, okay, we truly see what happened. It's unfortunate. I felt horrible. It has affected the club. I have a great relationship with that club. They were one of the clubs in America that have done more hypnosis shows than anybody else. Hypnosis is no longer going to be done at that club. And it pains me to have had that happen with me on there. We've had long talks. The club is not mad at myself. It was an accident that happened, but still an accident. Somebody did get injured. And it hurts to see what people say when you're reading your name and people are throwing things around, whether it be in our community or in the Omaha community. It does hurt because I know what happened. And Jim, as you know, I've told you on stage, watching your shows, you have to be careful with what you do on that. And I know me and you had long discussions while we were out on the road together about certain things, because safety is, the utmost thing that you're taking them on a journey, and to be unsafe is incredibly, I take pride in how safe I am. And that was one that got away. And unfortunately, I've learned from it directly. And even to this day, I try and make things safer and safer as we go. And you can never be too safe. That's all I can say. Well, videotape your shows.
Well, and so many hypnotists are not safety conscious, and it's a matter of time before something's going to happen with them. You were on the road with me. You know how safety conscious I am. I know how safety conscious you are.
Yep.
Things like that happen. The videotaping, and I think I was telling you a couple of years ago, I had an incident in South Carolina where a girl walked out of the stands, supposedly hypnotized, and fell over backwards. And said she hit her head, and the attorneys went after the insurance company in the school. Well, we had it videotaped. She came down the steps, she slipped, she fell over backwards and landed on a girl's lap. There's no way she could have really gotten hurt, but if I hadn't had that videotape there, something could have happened out of it. So I wish you the best of luck with that. And I know you personally, anybody who comes down on someone should know the facts before they come after someone. Like, I know there's been some people out there vicious, and there's just no room for that. And we should be supportive of each other. And I know you're going to come out of it okay. I know you are, because you're safety conscious, and people are going to see that by looking at that video.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing with this community. We're a large community, and there's it's almost like a situation where, no matter what would happen with somebody, I always want to make sure that person understands. I would have somebody's back, whether it happened to you or somebody else. And that's what, as this community, we have to do, because people do look at us as a different entity. They don't really know. There's that shroud of mystery behind everything. Like, when you go to a show, 90% of the people in there are scared of a hypnotist until they experience it and go, oh, well, that's fantastic. And that's why when I go to shows, I pride myself on, maybe 20 people that were at that first show come back to the second show. And now I have them joining me on stage because they see exactly what my show was. And it was fun and entertaining. And I think that's what you have to learn as whether you're a beginning hypnotist, is to be what you say on stage. What you say, what you speak, you have to portray on stage. You can't say, I'm not going to embarrass anybody and then embarrass people. And then you've just taken their trust and thrown it right out the window. And that's the biggest thing that I've learned from watching your shows. I'm a student of other people's shows. I don't comment on Facebook on other people's shows, good, bad, indifferent, because no matter if you have a great show or a bad show, I always look at it as the worst show I have is the most successful show I have, because now I know what to change. I rewatch that show. I know where it went wrong, where it went off the rails, and go, okay, now I succeeded because now I can change what I did on that show, or find a different angle to do something, whether it's an induction or whether it's just a bit that I'm working on. So, and I learned a lot by watching you. You learn. It's better to learn from other people than to think, oh, I can do better, because you never know if you can do better. There's never any situation that's exactly the same. If you took the same group of people and did a show, you might not be the same as that, because it's just different action, different interaction. So what would make you different than the other person is how you spin it, how you create it. That's what I kind of look at. So,
well, and no matter how long you've been doing this, I've been doing this for a long time, and I still learn from novices out there. People have just started in the last few years. What is this, your third or fourth year?
I think it's my fourth year. I think it's my fourth year of, full time. That's what I do for a living. This and comedy still.
You told me you're going to do that. When the first time you saw me, you told me you're going to do this full time, and I knew you were.
Well,
you were very good.
It's funny when I have this a drive that whatever I set my mind to, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to go full blast at it. I have an addictive personality, which can be good and bad. Especially if you like burritos, because then all of a sudden you're like, why did I eat that many burritos? But I just liked, when we first talked, people can say it's put your money where your mouth is type thing. And when I say I wanted to be as big as you. You asked, like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I told you, I see myself on the same level as doing as many shows as you. And it wasn't mean I wanted to take your shows. It means that there's so much work out there that people don't get. Like Chris Jones just said, there's so much work out there that we don't have to stomp on other people's feet or I should be doing this. There's enough work for everybody. But why are you rebooked? Why is Chris Jones rebooked? Why is Richard Barker rebooked? And if I'm missing any names, it's not because I'm trying to miss your names because I don't know you, but it's because you put forth and then you get back. If you have great shows, people remember that and they rebook you. And that's what I've always tried to do, is leave them with the memory of, I do a ton of impressions on stage, as you know. And that's what I want them to know. The guy that hypnotist did a ton of Hank Hill and Beavis and Butthead and, Billy Bob Thornton. I don't know any hypnotists doing Billy Bob Thornton out there, but I'll do it, dang it. I'm telling you right now, what's the matter with these goddamn sandwiches? But I know how you got to where you're at. But it was with hard work and dedication. And the more you dedicate yourself to it, the better off it is. The better off you become, because that's what you get back, what you put into it. And everything's like that in life. The more you put out, the more you get back. So absolutely. I felt like John Lennon there, whatever, it's the love you give, it's the love you get back.
Well, what would you tell a new person wanting to get into stage hypnosis today? What would you tell them? What would be your advice?
I would tell them to learn the craft. I would tell them before they hit the stage to learn on a small level. I would say that there's no chance to re-impression yourself. If you get booked to a huge gig and you're not ready for it, don't do it. That was the best word of advice I ever got when I got booked to headline a show as a comic. And I truly was not ready. I truly wasn't ready. And I talked to the booker about it, and he said, well, tell him you can't do it. You'll feature. And it was hard. It was a pain for me to tell him that. And I thought, well, I am ready. And it was the best piece of advice I ever got, because I wasn't ready. Come time for the show, sure, I had a great 45 minutes, but the crowd was tough. And that 45 would have went down to about 25. And if you're not ready to do a big hypnosis show and you're just starting out, people will remember that. And is that the painting you want to put out on a wall that everybody remembers? And, you don't think about it when you're there. You may think you did great, but everybody else might think you did bad. And anybody that's a professional in this, that does this for a full time, if the crowd loves you and you told me once, Jim, you said, hey, it's the eye of the buyer. But I know you are the same as me. If the show didn't go good in my mind, I am beating myself up for the next 6 hours driving home, or the next 23 hours before the next show, thinking, what did I do different? What could I have changed? Because when you're a consummate perfectionist on stage and you're really into this as a newcomer, you have to be aware of failure. You have to be aware of expanding and getting better. Because if you think that you're the best, you're never the best. I can have the best show ever, and I think I still did something wrong. What can I change it? And I know, Jim, I know you're the same way, because
Absolutely.
I watch you. We're cut from the same cloth, but that's what makes people great entertainers. You know, a Jerry Seinfeld, a Louis C.K., any of the Richard Pryor, Jonathan Winters, always, no matter what show they had, you're always thinking, what could I have done better? And unfortunately, in the world, some new talent sometimes think I'm the best, and you're never the best. You're only as good as what people perceive you as.
That's right.
And if you perceive yourself as the best, you're probably going to be polishing a bench with a hard luck story at some point, because you can never get too far over your skis, because you'll get slapped with reality quick, which we all have been if we do this for a living.
Well, you've had a lot of trials and tribulations. Well, what are some of the good points of being a stage hypnotist and where you're at today? What would you say are some of the positives?
Knowing that when I go back to a college or a show and seeing people that have been to my other shows, and one of the things I ask a lot of times is, who's here been to a hypnosis show? Who here's been to my hypnosis show? Who here's been hypnotized by me? And when you see those hands continually go up, that's a great feeling. And to know that you've entertained those people, or when you see comments, or when you see people in your town that know who you are because of hypnosis. Those are things that, that's what we do this for.
Sure.
And when you're an entertainer, you do it for that. It's that feeling you get of, it's kind of like love you get back from a crowd, love you get from, wow, I entertained those people. And those are always the best things that I guess I can say is when I hear after a show, like, I haven't laughed like that in so long, and I've been down in the dumps, and this show brought me up. That's a compliment that we've all had tough things or tough weeks, or I think I was with you, Jim, when we were going somewhere, and I thought to myself, we went to a TV station. I don't know if you remember this conversation. And I said on the way back, it was me and you and whoever your old sound guy was, the guy that kept shaving his beard and there was hair particles everywhere in the hotel room. What was that guy's name?
Adam, probably.
It doesn't matter, but
yeah, I know.
I think, but I remember we were talking about it, and I said, "What is that lady's life like? She seems so miserable at that front desk." And then you think of what we do for a living, and when we go to work, we're going there to change people's lives a little bit, not change their lives, but redirect their focus from the doldrums of their life to making them giggle and laugh, to make them forget about what's going on for the day, whether they're on stage or in the crowd.
That's right.
And that's the one goal I have is whether they're on stage or whether they're in that crowd, I want them to just have a fantastic time, to forget about everything else and laugh. And I remember talking about that vividly, that conversation, because I remember walking out of that place going, what is that lady's home-like life?
Yes.
Or home-like life, because she was miserable.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, if only she could see life is not this bad.
And she should never have stayed doing what she's doing and being that miserable. I mean, you and I would have gone in a different direction in a minute, but I remember that. I remember that girl exactly. So, well, and like you said,
it was out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it was in. I won't say where it was at, but yeah, it was in the middle of nowhere. But that appreciation, I can recall. This was like 5 years ago. It was at a comedy club, and people were just having a great time, and I was having a great time, and a gal came up to me at the end of the show, and she brought her sister up, and she introduced her sister to me, and she says, "Jim, I have to tell you, this is the first time she's laughed in probably 12 months. Her husband died tragically, and she stayed home, and she was withdrawn, and she came out, and she's able to laugh and let go. I mean, that was worth the whole show, just having that comment from that woman. And it happens a lot. And that's it happens a lot more than we know. It happens a lot more than we know.
Right. And that's it. That's the one thing that I think as entertainers we have to look at is, even though it might be a bad show or a bad thing, you walk away knowing that maybe you did, like you just took this lady out of, for whether it's for an hour or whether maybe it's for the rest of her life now.
Absolutely.
That she changed because she realized that there is more to life. I had fun. I think to me is That's what entertainment is to me. It's not entertaining for that hour. It's entertaining to make them remember, giving them something to remember forever. And, you know, your story about the limo driver in Vegas, you know, like the guy that, hey, are you, you know, are you a hypnotist? But look at that guy remembers, you know, it's all because of what we do for a living to make those people remember. And it's a feather in our cap. I'm always humbled by it, and I do sometimes get choked up when people tell me stories like what you said, because there's a lot of crap in life that we all deal with. But when you can put a smile on somebody's face and just make them have, you know, not make them, but let them have fun, let them let go and giggle and laugh. That's, to me, is endearing. So,
well, you know, I think
I don't know,
creating memories. You know, happy memories that people, I mean, they don't forget these things. Like that hypnotist was 10 years after that, and he still remembered that. And I run across hypnotists, or I run across people across the country I've hypnotized years ago, and they still recognize me, and they come up to me. And I had in Ohio, there's a college in Lamar's, Iowa. I can't think of the name of it, but it closed down. Anyway, I was in Ohio about 3 years later. I was at a McDonald's, and there's three dudes there, and the one guy started crawling around the floor. And the other guy came up to me and says, he's not hypnotized, he's looking for something. And then it came to me that at that college, he was hypnotized deeply, but every time I went over to him, he said, I'm not hypnotized, I'm looking for something. Same thing, he was a McDonald's. So, yeah.
That's not the guy that bit you in the rear, is it?
No. But I have to tell you, I did a show about the night before Thanksgiving, and my nephew came on stage. And it must be something in the bloodline of our family. Because my nephew came on stage, he was hypnotized, he became a dog, and he bit me. And then about 15 years ago, the only time I ever met my brother, made him a dog, he lifted his leg on me. So, you know, it's something, a dog-eat-dog world out there, I guess. But no. So, well, is there anything else, Doug, you can share with us? That any stories, any ideas, any thoughts?
Oh man, I guess learn your craft and appreciate everybody that does it, because we all do it to entertain. You know, I don't really have, I'm not a words of wisdom type guy. I just learn, you know, read, learn what you do, and don't get upset if other people have something that you don't have. Look at a way to try and emulate that person and improve yourself. You know, that's the one thing I learned, is never get angry with what other people have that you don't, because the only reason you don't have it is because you're worrying about them having it. So
absolutely.
Always just strive to make yourself better, not change what other people do, because they're going to do it whether you're there or not. So just always continue to better yourself and being a better person is not worrying about what other people have. Just look at your own self in the mirror, and if it is to me, or if it is to be, it's up to me type deal.
Yes, absolutely.
And pay good people to market for you.
Absolutely. Well, what if people want to get a hold of you? Where do they go? How can they contact you?
At Doug T Comedy on Twitter. My website is the letter R, sleepy.com, and email is dougtcomedy@gmail.com. So if you want to get a hold of me.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you being on.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jim. This means a lot that you took the time to have me be on here. So I appreciate it a lot.
Well, you know, I
always want to give.
You what?
Go ahead. I say I always look to improve myself. I follow people from a distance. I never really contact people. And as you know, I don't go to a lot of the functions, because I just always want to just keep going and be my own self. And I never want to piggyback off anybody. If I can, just try and get there. And you've helped me tremendously. And this means a lot that you asked me to be on here. So I appreciate that.
Well,
I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, well, I know that you're the person that's going to make it. You're very genuine, just like Chris Jones. You're one of those people I see that I'm going to see years and years to come, and you're going to surpass what I've done. You're going to,
yeah,
I'm sure.
I don't know about that, but if I can get to the same level, that would be just fine with me. But
you will. Well, you take care, Doug. Thank you for coming on, and we'll.
Thank you guys for listening, and
we'll see
I appreciate it. Have a great new year in 2016.
Take care. Wow, what an interesting night it has been. Wow, it's been fantastic. Yeah, Doug Thompson.
He's so funny.
Oh, isn't he? And he did Practical Jokers for a while, and yeah, he's really done well for himself. So is all the other young people I've talked to, and the other ones that aren't so young, like myself. So yeah. So where are we going from here? What's next?
Well, I tell you, we're taking a little bit of a change in direction. We've got Allison King and Ian Austin coming up, and they are going to share with us a little bit of talk about SEO, search engine optimization, websites, social media, all those things that we as hypnotists need to know so that we can get discovered on the World Wide Web out there. So Allison and Ian, you guys join us, and I'm gonna, oh, yep, you're both there. And we're just waiting for Allison, I guess, to pop in.
And then are we going to have, is Corey going to?
Corey is going to end all of this wonderful information we've got today. There they are. Oh, they're together. Wonderful.
No, we're on the same screen. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Well, I know that the two of you can pretty much handle this by yourselves, so I'm going to take a real quick break. Allison King and Ian Austin, let me tell you a couple things about them. They've been involved with our team for, I think, about 2 years now. And you talk about people who know things about the websites and SEO and development. These are the two. If you want to ask any questions, get online and ask them. But I'll let you two take it over, and good luck. And I'll be back with you in a little bit.
All right. Go.
Well, like he said, I'm Allison King. I am a web designer and developer, and I have extensive training in SEO and social media marketing for the last 5 years or so.
I have been involved with online things since pretty much the dawn of time. My first website was in 1996, and since then I've kind of specialized in the back end of things. Special code, PHP, databases, anything that requires, something that existing software doesn't already have. I was a software engineer for Intermec and Honeywell for 17 years, and now we do the website business and custom software stuff in tandem with the hypnosis business.
And it is a lot of fun.
Yeah. So what do you want to do? Open this for questions, or do you?
Yeah.
I guess we would like to know where you guys are having trouble with your online presence and that kind of stuff. So if you have questions, do a /Q followed by your question in the chat window, and we will see them. Looks like we got one. How do you find good people to market for you? Give us a call.
So a really good way of finding people to market for you is to ask the people that you look up to who they use and what they do. I know that Jim, is always open with sharing some of his stuff, and then Richard is, of course, all about the marketing. So they are really great referral points. Also do a little SEO, quick Google search and see who is applying their stuff. So I'd definitely say, what do you think?
Yeah, we don't actually have control to send you questions, so we apologize for that. We can see your questions, but we can't put them up on the screen because we don't have control, which sucks. But.
It's unfortunate.
So one of the things we kind of had on the slate to talk about was brand building. And a lot of what we see kind of out there in the wild is a lot of great false starts. You might have a really amazing website and it doesn't translate to your business cards, or it doesn't translate to your Facebook profile, or Twitter or other social media type of things. So there's some things we can talk about there.
Yeah. Which I think is a great place to start. So you've got a website, now what? So the first thing usually that people do that is always prompted is to connect with social media. Connecting with social media is really important, but it's also very important to separate your working social media from your personal social media. So the things that you post on your personal social media don't get intertwined with all of your business stuff. It's part of your branding. You want to make sure that your brand is strong and separate than your person. What would you say to?
Yeah, I think that there's quite a bit of lost opportunity. There's a concept in marketing about your bricks and your mortar, right? And mortar is often the elements of your brand that can be common across the board. I mentioned a logo earlier, right? Your logo should translate well from web media to print media as well. Hypnosis clients will often print posters of you for your show and display it around campus or things like that. And you want people that see those posters to search for you on the website and know that they have found the right performer. So having a common logo in all those places, common color schemes, fonts, all of those little details can apply across all of your social media outlets and your website and print media and t-shirts and email campaigns and everything else that you do. And that is one of the most overlooked core concepts for building a brand, is consistency across those particular things.
But to build on that, consistency really also helps all of the other elements of your marketing. So if your Facebook matches your website, then when you go to build on your SEO, your Google already knows your brand from two different places, and it's putting you together, and it's going to put both of those things out there immediately without you really having to intervene a lot. So another thing consistency is really good for is building your SEO.
So since we don't really have any more questions coming in right now, okay, how does branding translate into serving more clients?
So the whole point of marketing is to convert qualified leads. So that means that you are getting people to your website or to your interface somehow, and then you are closing them. The point of branding is to get them there. You want your brand to be strong, and you want it to help your sales. So when you're more recognizable, more people are going to come to you. And that branding gives you the opportunity to close the sale.
Yeah, and I heard a statement earlier from a previous presenter. I'm sorry, I don't remember who exactly it was, but somebody said if you're spending all your time selling to everybody, you're not going to be selling to anybody. And there's a lot of truth to that. So by leveraging things like your website, your social media, your email lists, YouTube even, things like that, by leveraging all of that, it helps you find your qualified leads, which are the people that you want to spend the time with in order to close the sale.
And generally it takes 5 to 7 touches, especially in our industry, that number goes up a little bit. So the more often they see your brand in conjunction with things that come up in their life, the more likely they are to book with you.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like we've got another question.
When you have a brand, but it isn't really that strong, how do you make it stronger?
Well, consistency and persistence, as Richard Barker said earlier. You really have to go at it all the time, right? 2 posts a day, usually on your social media outlets, posts that are relevant to your brand and generally interesting. What you would find interesting or would click on is something that most other people would also click on.
It's about maintaining conversation with the people that follow you. So it's pretty easy to tell when people are just being generic and not investing the time into their social media that needs to be there. You know, to some extent, you can use tools like Hootsuite or I think Facebook even supports some form of scheduled posting. But without interjecting real-time content that comes directly from you, you're really just hurting yourself, especially if you're going overboard with the scheduled posts. A lot of platforms have algorithms in place to detect that kind of thing, and they will actually ensure that it shows your content to people less if it's stuff that you've already posted recently.
And really, if you don't have as much social media know-how or aren't all about the SEO or don't quite know about that, the easiest way to build your brand, go old school and network. Add everybody on Facebook, interact with people all the time, and get them to share you, because our business really does run on referrals. So if you can't figure out the social media as much as you'd like to, start with networking and you'll go from there.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, do we have any more questions? Okay, so I wish there was a way to like poll people.
We will build that sometime.
Yeah, because I really would like to ask, you know, who out there has a website and they're struggling with their brand and tying all those pieces together. What kinds of questions regarding SEO do you have? And, you know, how can we help you tonight? We have another 20 minutes or so.
Well, we can start with, for those of you who have no idea what we're talking about, what is SEO? I had that question earlier today. SEO is search engine optimization. Basically, it is how you get search engines to put you on that first page of results. And there are ways to do that either by paying Google to do it or by doing it organically, as I call it, by editing your website and getting traffic to your website and linking it out to make it better for Google.
Yeah, we know that Google's algorithm looks for the same type of data in multiple places to ensure that the page that you have put online contains the content that you claim it does, right? Most people who play around with their own websites are aware of the meta description and other meta tags that can be embedded in your code. And sometimes we see a lot of people just put a bunch of stuff in there that's related but not really relevant to the content of the page. So you're doing yourself a disservice, especially with Google, if you try to exploit that. It's far more beneficial to make sure that the meta data actually matches the content on your page and that the same keyword or phrase appears in your URL, the metadata, and the content. When we have another question from Drew. When doing market research for a demographic for a certain area, how can you get people to partake in the research more than what already are?
Social media is kind of the biggest way to reach people in real time. And I would use the newer social media to target younger crowds like Snapchat and Instagram for people under 25. Facebook is good for the middle-aged crowd, I'd say. And Twitter is pretty good at capturing the business audience.
Yeah.
And LinkedIn is really good for capturing people with higher levels of education. So go on real time, ask questions, interact, use your networks.
So Twitter recently introduced a new poll capability, which is really cool because you can put together a poll and it will show in your followers' timelines your question and buttons that they can press just as they're scrolling through the timeline. And that's one way to get some feedback about what you have going on. It's really easy to use. It's just a new button. When you compose a tweet, you just compose a poll, and it works really well. And it's pretty fascinating to see what the results are after you have voted. So, and Twitter conveniently will give you feedback after the poll is closed. So if you vote in a poll, it will give you the end results when the poll is over.
Which is pretty, pretty much the best way to find participants real time. If you need participants for something more intensive, colleges and universities are a great place to start because there are, lots of people around, and especially with hypnosis, psych classes are very open to, lots of different experimental data and research.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to pick up the phone and just dial the number and start asking for somebody who may be able to help with this, because a lot of times when you call university or really any organization, the person who answers the phone generally doesn't know a whole lot, but if you can explain what you're trying to achieve, they can help connect you to the right people. So you might go through a few false starts, but don't let that discourage you when you do pick up the phone. From actually getting your answer. And I think that applies a lot to not just research, but sales and everything else. We've learned a lot of lessons over the years, and I think the biggest one is all you have to do is ask.
Yeah, people are generally good and willing to help.
Yeah.
So
we have another question that came in from Jeff Jordan. What web services do you offer?
All of them.
Pretty much anything you need, we can tackle. We also do like video editing, photo shoots, things like that. It's easier if you're close to us for photo shoots, but if you have existing video footage or whatever, and you want us to put together a promotional video for YouTube or Vimeo or whatever, we do those kinds of things too. Green screen work.
Yeah.
We will even do logo design. We will help you put together all those pieces of the marketing order and ensure that you have the correct files and everything you need for a wide variety of print services as well.
So, and really, we can take you start to finish from buying your domain all the way to having a complete profile, all of the social media in place, and lead capture services. And we can really work with anybody at any level. So if you have a website and you don't know where to go from there, we can work with you. If you have some SEO done, but you want to know, what can I do better, we'll work with you. We always give free consultations, and we'll give you our honest opinion on, where we can go and work with you there.
Yeah. So, okay, what other questions might we have from people? Okay, there's someone in the chat. What is our website? We can be found at SiteNation, SiteNation.com.
We will include all of that at the end of our little session here.
Yep.
So watch the chat for all of that info. Definitely. And
yeah, I just answered that
question.
Okay. So,
and people can contact us. We'll include, our emails and all of our social media stuff. We're not as active on our social media because we're busy taking care of a lot of other people's social media. So the best way really is email to contact us.
Yeah. Do you have any other SEO tips for folks that do have control of their website and may that they maybe just a couple of things that they should check on to make sure that their site is in compliance?
Yeah, some really easy things to do are make sure that you're using a theme or a web design that is responsive to different screen modes. If you do not have a mobile responsive website, Google has taken you out of their index so that if somebody searches on their phone, you are no longer able to be found. So first thing to do is make sure that your website is mobile friendly. Next thing,
I think we should pause and take a moment to describe the difference between mobile friendly and responsive.
And responsive, yes.
Mobile friendly sites often serve up a website that is slightly different than your desktop site. The content may be duplicated somewhere. It may not be as up to date as your regular desktop site. Meta information could potentially be different. It's essentially two different sites, or there's some sort of detection in what kind of device you're viewing the page from. Responsive sites are more interested in the size of your display, and they will adjust where the information falls on the page accordingly. So all of the content, all of your keywords, all of your sales pitches, everything like that is the same. However, how it is displayed on the device is optimized for that particular device. So someone using like an iPhone 4 that has a relatively small screen gets it in a font size that they can read in a format that allows for natural navigation on the device. And someone on a desktop will get the full-blown, you know, everything the way the designer wanted it to be. So it's kind of like a delicate balance, but you want to make sure that the people you're working with do not sell you a mobile-enabled site. You want them to sell you a responsive website.
Yes. And then a quick editing of your text. If you frequently edit the copy on your website and you make sure that the copy on your site is relevant and up to date, that will immediately help your SEO. I would say keep most pages around the 300 word mark. Don't get too wordy, but don't be super short and concise. You know, keep it around 300 words and include things like pictures and videos and links.
Another note about videos and pictures. When you embed a picture on a web page, Google doesn't know how to read it. It doesn't know really what that picture is. So there are tags available to describe this picture to Google, and more importantly, to people with disabilities that can't see, that are using a computer. Most modern web browsers support reading this type of data to people. So you're doing yourself a favor if you can ensure that you know, it's accessible to everybody. Video, exact same story. Provide some content that describes a video on the page. That way, you know, sometimes we run across somebody that has posted just a single page with a video on it and no description or anything else that is relevant. So Google really doesn't know what to do with that.
Mm-hmm. I see a comment here from Greg Thorpe, and it says 2,000 word pages do better than 300 word pages. That is actually based on an older version of the Google algorithm that says that more content is better than less content. Well, that is somewhat true. More content is a good thing, but you want more relevant content
You
that
want it to
is
be organized.
human-friendly.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you have, you know, 5 300 word pages that are relevant and organized and separated, your website is going to do much better than one page that has 2,000 words kind of thrown on together. So make sure that your content is relevant, and you should be pretty good to go.
Now there is some older sales psychology type of stuff that still holds true even in this medium. Folks that write a sales letter, for example, where it's worded in very specific ways, can see a lot of success, but that language, that copy has to be perfect. So, you know, don't let our comment of 300 words be like the only rule. It really depends what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a couple of questions that flew by real quick.
Yeah.
And some of them aren't showing up in the questions list. I saw them in chat. Somebody asked what it costs to get a website from scratch, and that really depends.
It depends on what you want.
What you want. Like some websites we can put together for $500, and others are such gigantic projects that it goes up from there. I'd be wary of anyone that is offering to do it for less than that, just because you're probably not going to get what you think you're paying for.
Right.
It does take some time to get everything done. There's a lot of time that gets invested in design, and you know, it's that kind of stuff that just it adds up. So you want to find someone who has some experience doing it, and you know, ask to see a profile or a portfolio if they don't have it on their website. We do have a small one of ours. There are other clients that we can point you to as well.
Right, and some things that we haven't included. So always ask to see, more of their portfolio, and also be aware that if you're hiring somebody who's really young or has never done a web design before, they might not know all of the little nuances of newer things like, the Google algorithm changed in April. And social media marketing is changing, coming up in a couple of months here. So there's a lot of little nuances that you need to know, and that's why it costs a little more money to get really that quality product that's going to work for you.
Another question we had is, what is the most financially efficient way to make your website work for you when it'd otherwise be parked, even though it's an incredibly sellable site? I think this may be talking about, I guess I don't really know, but I'll take a stab in the dark of answering it. And let's say that you have been talking with your friends and you come up with this great idea and you run out and you register the domain, but you're not entirely sure when you're going to get around to launching the product. Maybe it's a training course or something.
A book, anything.
I think it's probably worth your time to at least put up a page with your contact information and some basic information about the product, because A, that will document when you had the idea. Therefore, if someone later down the road is trying to patent it or whatever, you can point to at least some sort of prior art. Then if someone happens to stumble upon it, even if it's not a product that's ready, it may be a customer that is ready to pay you to develop the product. So, it's better than just parking it.
Mm-hmm.
Park domains are pretty much the bane of my existence. So,
right. It does cost more money to really just put up a little bit of content. One page that explains, this is what's going to come soon, and give your contact info, and then people can at least contact you with questions.
Yep.
The basics there. It looks like Dr. Jim Wand asked us, how important is mobile in the overall picture?
You have to be on mobile.
We ran some stats, and over 60% of our searches came from mobile, and that is incredibly low for people who are, because we work with a lot of people on their desktop going through how to edit their site and stuff. So our numbers are a little bit skewed, but I would say it's closer to 80 generally.
Yeah, and as people become more integrated with their devices, we work from the road most of the time, right? Being involved with the Hypnosis show, we have to do our other stuff from a laptop in the truck,
yeah.
right? So we use mobile devices extensively in our day-to-day business, and I know we are not the only people on this planet that are busy and have to work on the move. I think pretty much everyone in this chat can attest to that in some way. So mobile is critical, guys.
And for people my age and younger, mobile is native to us. Desktops and laptops are not nearly as native to us as mobile. So I would much easier pull out my phone and do a Google search on my phone than get on my computer and do a Google search there. So if you're targeting college market or high school market, always, always, always focus on the mobile and the social media.
Mm-hmm. Let's spend a few minutes and talk about Google Webmaster Tools.
Oh,
we haven't talked about that at all. Most people aren't aware of this, but Google has provided an entire set of tools for webmasters. So if you own your own website and you do the updates to it, you need to use Google Webmaster Tools. There's a simple link your website to it. It will then ask you to upload something called a sitemap, which teaches Google about all of the pages on your website. And then it will evaluate your site and tell you all of the things that are wrong with it.
So the sitemap, if you use WordPress, it's really easy to get some free plugins that will do the sitemap for you and export. I know Yoast has that capability, and they're kind of the leader in SEO on WordPress. It's really easy to get hooked up. If you own a website and you edit it, you are a webmaster, and Webmaster Tools are your tool belt to really get noticed.
Mm-hmm.
So further than that are Google Analytics. And that's going to tell you the traffic on your site, where it's coming from, where people are going from your site, how long they stay on your site, and how many pages they visit. So all of the things you would want to know about who's coming to your site, where those leads are coming from, will give you insight on how to convert them. So all of those things put together are really going to be your quickest and best investment into a fast rise in your SEO. Yeah.
Yeah, I see some chat here about what devices they're on. I mean, I think iOS and Android platforms are obviously the answer there. We see a very small percentage of like Windows-based mobile devices, but let's face it, most people are on an Android or iOS device. And yes, you were right. Analytics will reveal that answer. So if you have Google Analytics installed, you can see exactly how many people are visiting your website on mobile devices.
They will still even tell you if people come via BlackBerry. So they are, they've got it all covered for you.
Looks like we still have a couple of minutes left. Are there any more questions?
Last minute info
that you guys want? It's a lot of stuff to cover in half an hour, so.
We're always available to answer other questions. We'll do free consultation on your site, and we can help with anything you need, from developing an app to general design, very basic design stuff, all the way up through, starting from nothing for your brand. So contact us at Site Nation.
Yeah. Or her on Facebook.
Or me on Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, all of the things.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Hey. Well, I really like to thank the two of you. Unexpected pleasure to have the two of you on, but a lot of things you shared were very valuable, and I think you're probably going to get a lot of people contacting you for follow-up. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Any last things you want to say before you take off?
Thank you for having us. This has been an awesome experience.
Great. Well, you two have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Take care. Okay, we're getting close to the end of this segment. We're going to be bringing Corey Osborne on, and Corey's going to kind of do kind of an overview of what was covered in the last 6 hours. Plus, he's got some excellent information to share on the technical part and a few other things. So I'm going to bring Corey back on. And I'm going to let him kind of handle it. I'll be here to jump in if he wants me to. And then I'm going to end with one or two comments, and we're going to go from there. So as soon as we can get Corey back on here, I think he's coming up now. Hopefully everyone's enjoyed things to this point. And I know I've gotten a lot out of the conversations I've had with people today, and I certainly appreciate everyone taking their time to help us celebrate World Hypnosis Day. And I'm going to try this again with Corey. If you have any other questions for me, by the way, I'm going to have all my contact information on the chat bar here in just a minute. I also do mentorships, internships. We're going to be doing the Powerhouse Summit. Sean, Michael Andrews, myself, and Richard Barker coming up June 12th. Coming back to our website from time to time. Check that out. But I'm going to turn it back over here to Corey. Corey, I want you to go from here. Corey Osborne, by the way, he was introduced a little bit earlier, but he's been a member of my team for 2.5 years, not only as an intern, but also he's helped me with the many projects, including last year's Powerhouse Summit. So, Corey, I understand you're going to kind of do a recap of so far what you've covered, or what we've covered tonight, and maybe you're going to touch on a few technical issues too. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely.
Take it away.
So now everybody keep in mind too that the entirety of this blab from the time it started this morning has been recorded. So save this link, because if there are things that you want to come back to, specific presenters that you want to see, you can come back and get the video. I think it takes about 24 hours to process. And then it will be available as a replay on this page. So don't lose this link if you've got stuff that you want to go back and take notes on. I think the big thing for me today, Jim, has just been the wide range of presenters that we've had. I mean, if you take a look at someone like, for example, Larry Garrett, who's a very good businessman, but he has such a compelling story And then you take someone like Jason Linett, who his major focus is the business of hypnosis. Richard shared a whole bunch of good information with us. And I think the sort of the strength of this whole day has been getting people on here who can give different perspectives, like, for example, David Wright, who talked a lot about his work in his clinic, which is a completely different experience than, say, I had, as far as working exclusively in the stage at this point in my career, although I did a little clinical. And I think people got a lot out of that. And of course, Anthony and James, just a wealth of information on the corporate market. There aren't actually that many people in that market, believe it or not, that are hypnotists or that market themselves as hypnotists, which actually I think is probably underserved. And then, of course, everybody wants the inside story on all of the TV, the entertainment, that sort of thing. And so when Richard and Chris gave the backgrounds on that, I thought those were some great stories, and just shared exclusively with the people that joined us for World Hypnosis Day. So I think just looking down the list of presenters here, I think we've had a hell of a day so far.
Absolutely.
So go ahead.
No, you.
Okay. Well, I thought, in the last segment today, something that wasn't really covered a lot was some of the technical aspects of stage production. I'm sort of inside the stage community. I'm sort of known for that. A lot of people direct those questions to me. And so I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about what I think are the most important aspects of actually producing your show on the stage. For those who have never seen our show, if you go to osborneexperience.com, you can actually see our old preview video. We're actually working on a new one. We travel, at the Osborne Experience, we travel with a complete theatrical light and sound rig. So we actually have the big concert-style moving headlights. We carry our own front lighting, we carry our own stage lighting, our own up lighting, we carry our own curtains, our own sound system, everything. And when we first started out, I had a lot of people in this industry tell me that we were stupid for doing that, and that I was going to go broke and I wasn't going to make any money and nobody would book me. And if I couldn't live out of a suitcase with my show, then I'd never be successful. And we nearly filled, for example, I'll give you an example. We nearly filled our prom schedule this year with repeats and referrals before we even took any new clients. So I think it's, in that regard, I think a piece of advice that I got from Mark Savard when I first took his training is very, very prescient. Don't do somebody else's show. So like I said in the earlier segment, of all of the trainings that I've taken, I sort of pick out the bits and pieces that work for me and put them all together in a style that works for me. And I think those of us that are in the industry that see a lot of shows, and certainly working here, mentoring here for the past couple of years, I've seen a lot of shows, and you can almost tell exactly word for word who trained with who, because they use the same inductions, they use the same routines. So I guess, in that regard, do the show that you want to do. Don't do the show that somebody tells you have to be successful, because I think of all the presenters today on this stream, the ones that stand out are the ones that are doing their own thing. Technically, let's talk a little bit about tech. I think you would agree with this statement, Jim, that the single most important technical aspect of your show is good quality sound.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If the volunteers can't hear you and the audience can't hear you, you're going to have a bad time. Obviously, if the volunteers can't hear you, they're not going to hear your suggestions. But let me tell you something. I see a lot of hypnotists that are just starting out, and they want to buy one of those little the Fender Passport, the little suitcase-sized systems. And, well, I'm going to go do a show for 200 high school students. And let me tell you something. You're better off probably using the in-house sound system at a school, because if you buy one of those things and the people in the back of the audience can't hear you, they're going to start talking. They're going to stop paying attention to the show, and they're going to start having conversations. And the single most important thing that has to do with your show at all is that people can hear you. Not only the people on stage, but you have to be loud enough to quiet the audience, because if you're not, they're just going to ignore you. They're going to talk right over you, especially in a situation where alcohol is involved. People who've been drinking get loud. I think we can all agree on that. And so the two things in your stage repertoire that you need to spend money on before anything else are this: a very good quality microphone and speakers that are big enough to cover your audience. Or you need to have a very specific stage writer that says, I will not go on stage unless these conditions are met. Because if you don't, I have a friend who did a hypnosis show for a company, and they said, well, yeah, we're providing the PA. And he got there, and they were using the overhead speakers in the ballroom. And those are probably some of the single worst and cheapest speakers ever made. My brother-in-law works for a construction company. They buy those speakers by the crate for $18 a crate, and there's 8 speakers in the crate, if that tells you anything about the quality. So, a bullhorn. Actually, Jim, I think there's a comment in the chat about a bullhorn. I think you were handed a bullhorn at one of your shows too, weren't you?
I was many, many years ago in Riverton, Wyoming. I was doing a 2-year college. We had about 800 people there. I get ready to go on. I go to get the microphone. They give me a bullhorn. Did the entire show with a bullhorn. The next day, I had a technical writer put together.
Yeah, and I think so on the technical side, if you don't, and I'm not saying mine is the right way, but if you don't want to carry the equipment with you, you have a very specific tech writer and you stick with it, because if you don't, you're going to have a bad show. People ask me for advice, and I sort of give them advice in a good, better, best scenario. These are perfectly good. They're passable. They'll do a nice job for you. These are better. You can carry them with you. They do X amount of other things for you. And these are the best. I think depending on your preference, some of the best speakers on the market that are extremely portable are the Bose LS1 systems. And that's just a function of the fact that Bose is one of the pioneers in the loudspeaker market. JBL is another excellent brand. I'm going to get some brand questions, but here's a secret. Here's a secret tip that a lot of people don't know. Guitar Center has an in-house brand, and they're called Harbinger. Those speakers are actually made by Behringer. The cones and the tweeters are actually made by Behringer, and they're backed by a amp that's been designed for Guitar Center. So if you're looking to save some money but you want a good quality loudspeaker, go to Guitar Center and spend half of the regular purchase price on a product called, just a little bit of secret advice. Most people don't know that. I actually only know that because I'm friends with one of the Guitar Center techs on Facebook, actually. But you wouldn't know it to look at them, but they are very similar. I actually, when I did my tech course at the Powerhouse Summit this last year, I will share the one secret, and every single student that was in the Powerhouse Summit class that I taught on tech has bought these. I'm going to give you a speaker stand. And I know this sounds boring, but folks, this will save your back, it will save your neck, it will save your muscles, and it will save your chiropractor bills. These things are called ultimate stands. And rather than having those little screw things that you put up and you have to screw it down and put the pin through, Ultimate Stand has an orbital brake system. That's a little off in the weeds, but essentially it's a set of shoes that sits against the pole like this, and when you twist the dial, they squeeze in and out. And so all it takes to put these things up and down is to twist the dial and pull it up, and it'll actually lock in position. When you turn the brake the other way, you can guide the speaker down. They're expensive. They're about $150 to $200 a set. But folks, if you're going to get a set of loudspeakers that is not the Bose with the self-righting stands, buy yourself a set of the ultimate stands. They will save you so much time, money, and heartache. I swear to God. We also get a lot of questions about how do you play your music. Jim and I both have dedicated sound people that travel with us. Yeah, Ian just put it in the chat. It's called the Telelock, Ultimate Telelock Stands. We at the Osborne Experience use a product called SoundPlant. And SoundPlant is a piece of PC software that allows you to map sound effects and MP3s to different keys on your keyboard. We find that it's an excellent product. As we add more and more routines to our show, we're growing out of it just a little bit. I think we're going to have to look for a new solution in the next couple of years. Jim, you actually use a product called Sports Sounds Pro, which is also a great PC-based solution. Richard Barker actually just posted a really good video in the Hypnotist Entertainment group about his new Bluetooth solution that he's using on stage. And there are a couple of really good iOS apps that also do sound control if you're going to do it yourself. Excuse me. One is called OnTrack, and the other one I'm blanking on right now. I'll think of it in a minute. But they also allow you to sync files and stuff down to your phone or your tablet and use those for right off your phone in your hand. You can find a lot of wireless solutions. The Apple Airport Extreme actually will plug right into most sound systems. Richard has a Bluetooth solution that he really likes. There are a lot of things that are getting hard to get a hold of anymore. I know that a lot of hypnotists are hoarding the iJet remotes because the iJet remotes have not been made in about 5 years, and they're getting really, really, really hard to find. But that's a valid solution if you have an iPod that will still support that. And then the other question we always get is about our light show. And most people are never going to travel with a light show, but I will give you the name of the product that we use to control it. It's called Light Factory. And it's actually Light Factory is actually a piece of software that was designed to work in a theater setting. And so we've sort of shoehorned our show into it. It works really well for us, but we've also got 10 years of experience with it because we use it in our haunted house. So if there are questions out there about show tech, about the technical side of producing a show, whether it's the software, the hardware, lights, speakers, sound, whatever, go ahead and put those up in the chat and I'll see if I can answer some. But again, I cannot stress enough that the single, if you're a new hypnotist just starting out, the single biggest and best investment you can make that's going to last you for years and years and years is a quality sound system. I mean, if you say you spend $1,000 on a set of speakers and you keep those speakers for 10 years, well, really your total cost of ownership is only $100 a year. And that's, if you wouldn't invest $100 a year in your show to make it sound the best that it could, then you might be in the wrong line of business. Because you really, your volunteers have to hear you and your audience has to hear you. That is the single biggest thing. Oh yeah, Ian just put something in chat that's really important. These just started coming out in the last couple of years. I know a lot of people don't travel with their own sound systems because of the weight. So in the past 2-3 years, a product has started coming on the market called a Class D amp. And I know that's a little bit off in the weeds too, but write it down. Because Class D amps do not have the gigantic magnets and coils in them. So we just bought a new Class D amp that's a 1,000-watt amp that weighs about 9 pounds, as opposed to the old amp we replaced that weighed 54 pounds. So if you're out looking at equipment, ask for Class D amps. They're about comparable in price, and they're about 1/8 the weight. I was told that some music is special. Good. Jan, you'll have to clarify that question for me because I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. So somebody asked Richard earlier about copyright, and he didn't have time to get around to that question, so I'll answer the copyright music question now. If you perform in most clubs or theaters, they will have an agreement with one of the major music distribution companies like ASCAP or BMI for the licensing that is played in the theaters. And they pay a fee every quarter or every year to be free from license restrictions on most of the music in those catalogs. Now, hypnotists and DJs operate in sort of a legal gray area. DJs more so than hypnotists, because in a hypnosis show, the product you're selling is not the music, right? The product you're selling is the comedy, is the routine, is the hypnosis. And you can make a very valid argument. I don't know how successful you'll be. I don't know of any hypnotists ever getting sued for using music. But I know sometimes YouTube caps those and directs earnings someplace else if you monetize your videos. But most hypnotists don't feature the music as the product, as opposed to a DJ where the music is the only product. And so a lot of people don't have issues with copyright if you're not selling copyrighted music. Like say you pulled a track off the internet and you put that in the background of one of your BOR CDs. That's illegal. That's a product that's featuring the music in the product that you're trying to sell. With the show, if the music enhances the performance, it is really a legal gray area, and I've asked about this. I actually called ASCAP and asked them about this, and it is a gray area. And if you know, Axl Rose came to your show and you were using a Guns N' Roses song, and he wanted to sue you, he probably could. Whether he would win, I don't know. But as far as the copyrights are concerned, you're probably in the clear, as long as you don't try to sell your BOR or your videos based on copyrighted music that's in them. So you know, if I put on the front of my DVDs the Osborne Experience featuring the music of you know, Metallica, that'd get me in a lot of trouble. That would get me in a lot of trouble. But having it as a background for your routines, you're probably safe. Oh, so Jan's question was about, can the waves in music influence people into a trance? Well, there are a couple of different answers to that question. Yes. There are specific pieces of music. Yeah, Muzak has a commercial product, Ian, and so does Promo Only is another service that we used to use when we DJ'd a lot, that will send you the top 40X number of things every month. So can the waves in music influence people into a trance? Well, I would personally argue that a lot of music listening experiences are trance states anyway. You know, your favorite song comes on and you're leaning back in the chair with your eyes closed, swaying to the beat of the music. That's a trance state. That's a very light state of trance. You know, you're so focused on, I get this a lot when I listen to classical music. You're sort of so focused on the feeling of the piece that everything else seems a little unimportant. That's also a trance state. There are music, pieces of music out there specifically designed for emotional work. If you go to Amazon, the Amazon Music Store or iTunes and search for binaural beats or binaural tones, there are lots of different branches of music and composing that deal specifically with changing people's emotional states. If your question is geared towards the stage, do you have to use them in a show? No, you do not. Jim, you use a lot of popular music in your shows, even your induction music. Like when you were talking earlier about your new Star Wars-based hypnosis show, you were talking about using Adele, the Hello for your induction, right? That's a pop song. That's not specifically designed to induce people into a trance, but you know, what do you look for in, say, an induction song?
What do I look for personally?
Yeah.
I found that just about any song any kind of music can be utilized in an induction. At one time I didn't think so, but in the last few years I've used rock music, country music. There are certain types of sound that have a tendency to move a person to trance more quickly and easily. And certain populations, like corporate populations, I wouldn't use a rock song necessarily. I'd use something more soothing. So I guess I would say that whatever fits the composition of the audience, that's kind of what I go with. So I have a number of different types of music that I utilize depending on the audience.
But you found just as much success using, say, a karaoke version of Hello as you would have if you had a specialized sort of induction track written for you, right?
Yeah, when I used to do more clinical, then I had certain tracks that I found more popular. But since I've been doing the stage, I've been experimenting in the last 5 years, and I use all types of music now. At one time, I didn't think it was possible, but I found that it really doesn't make that much difference.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's sort of been my experience as well. As we actually use a track that was for our induction music that was custom written for our show. And it is not a binaural track, but it's got a very steady beat and sort of, I don't know, I guess you'd consider it a trancey feel. And that sort of carries the hypnosis process very well. But it's definitely not a binaural song. It's definitely was not written specifically to put people into trance, although that might be sort of the effect you get from it, you know. Does anybody else have any tech questions about music or equipment or anything like that? I'd love to answer them. If you do, just go ahead and put /Q in front of it so that we can see those in the question panel over here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but all the presenters have a question panel where we can see the questions that are coming up. Another really common question I actually get is about video production. And I will put in actually another plug for Richard Barker here. He has a really good DVD on how to produce your VOR. But I think probably one of the most important things you can do obviously after talking to Doug, video record every show, every interaction you have with the public, video record it because you never know when you're going to need that video. But the other thing is, are you selling the video to the public? And if the answer to that question is yes, it needs to look like something that was filmed after 1980. And I have, you know, I don't know if any of you in the blab are like me, but I go out to YouTube periodically and just search for stage hypnosis or comedy hypnosis and see what comes up. And if your video looks like it could have run beside Danny Thomas on the TV, don't put it online. And Jim, I think as an agent, you can probably testify to this too, that bad quality video does not sell your act anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah, I always try to promote with the artists that I represent. You got to have current and good quality video. I can sell you on the spot. Without that, it's very difficult, and you probably end up losing gates because of not having that type of video in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to go out and buy a $2,000 or $3,000 camera. No. But what it does mean is that's part of the induction pattern. I almost said outside sight distractions are simply a thing of the past. Getting punchy after a long day.
In that trance state.
Oh, my God. For those of you, that's a little inside joke between Jim and me. That's part of his induction pattern that I've picked up over the years that I've worked with him. And so it sort of comes out by rote. But buy yourself a good quality camera. Read the review. Even if I'm not purchasing it from Amazon, I always go to Amazon and read the reviews on things because when I'm looking for a camera with our light show, we have some very light moments in the show and we have some very dark moments in the show. So what I'm looking for is a camera that can handle those medium to low light situations. Read the reviews, go out there and see. And if it says no, don't buy it. GoPro is a wonderful camera for what it does. But when all the lights go off, it is horrible. If the camera is in the way in the back of the room and you're way in the front of the room, you're not going to get the quality of footage you need. Off the cuff, if you spent with a major brand like Canon or Sony, if you spent $500 to $600 on a camera, you would have a camera that's going to last you for quite a number of years, and it's going to take really good quality video. Buy a Red, yeah, $10,000. And here's the thing: is if you can spend anywhere from $100 to $10,000 and more on a camera. Jim, I mean, the way you travel with your, all of your electronics in a case, you wouldn't have room for a huge video production style camera. And if you don't have the proper case for it, I'd definitely be worried about breaking something off of it. But well, here, Jim, I'm sitting at the desk out here. This is the camera that Jim carries with him. It's a little Sony AVC HD Handycam. The model is HDR X160 if you guys want to look it up. This thing, we used it for the Powerhouse Summit. I've produced a lot of shows for Jim on this camera. We've used it at arenas. We've used it at we used it at the FFA. There were 2,000 kids there, and something like this, which I think is about $500-600, if I remember right, is an excellent quality camera in most of those situations. But if you're going to be selling the video, I'll give you a good example. We did a fair this year, and the way they set the tent up and the time they had us going on stage, the sun was rising behind the volunteers. And outdoors, there's absolutely nothing you can do about that, but our camera overexposed the video, and all of the volunteers were very, very dark. So the background was very, very, very light, and the subjects were very, very, very dark. You could sort of make out who they were, but a lot of times, unless the sun was behind the clouds, it was bad. And we sold a whole bunch of BOR at the fair, and we actually got a lot of complaints about the quality of the video, unfortunately. And so luckily I'm proficient enough with video editing that I actually was able to go back and filter that and get a good quality video out of it. But if you're not taking good quality video, don't sell it to the public. And I think as stage hypnotists, Jesus, you should be selling your videos. I mean, there's a lot of money on the table there. I mean, we did a New Year's Eve event this last weekend, and I think we sold half a dozen. And it was a relatively small show. It was about 70 people, and we ended up with 8 people on stage, and I think we sold 6 copies of video just from those 8 volunteers. And so, but it's the quality's got to be there. The quality's got to be there. So go ahead.
I was going to say, if they want more information about some of the technical applications, I know you can help them. How do they contact you?
So my email address, I'll type the stuff into the chat too at the end of the thing, but my email address is Corey, C-O-R-Y, at osborneexperience.com. You can visit our website and use the contact form, or just send me a Facebook friend request. Just look up Corey Osborne on Facebook. Or Ian, are you still on? Can you type that in? Can you type my contact information into the chat for me?
Yes.
I think he's probably going to take care of it. I think we've got about 2 minutes left here. Unless there are any last-minute questions, Jim, I think I'll throw it back to you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all the information, Corey. It helped a lot, and there are a lot of people out there who need that technical advice. So thank you so much for being on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim, for having me.
All right, take care. Well, gang, World Hypnosis Day. We're at the end of our 18th hour. We were supposed to have 8 more hours going to the Pacific West Coast, but some issues happened over there. So as a result, we're going to be concluding it now. I'd like to thank JT, who actually organized this event, went the first 8 hours out of Japan, and then passed it over to Sean Michael Andrews, who did the next 8 hours, and me doing the final 8 hours, but I think, or 6 hours rather. But I think the people that really helped make this were the presenters. And I'd like to throw a special thanks out to Larry Garrett, Jerry Valley, Derek Watkins, David Wright, Richard Barker, Anthony Gailey, and James Mapes, who came on together, Jason Lynette, Chris Jones, Doug T., Allison and Ian, who came on with the website information, Corey, of course, and finally, Kenda Summers. I mean, she's been behind the scenes during this entire time, making sure things came together, and they did. They worked out, and I think we had a very successful day. So I'm going to be signing off. Again, happy World Hypnosis Day. Hopefully we'll see you again during the year. And best of luck in all your endeavors. Take care. God bless. And good night.